Chapter 353. After clearing the door of life and death, Lu Chen could finally leave this damned place. Right, Lu Yi said that the Earth players are here. It's time to visit them. After all, we're from the same hometown. Lu Chen exited the dungeon and opened the map to check. It seems to be south of Nia Yuan village. 9 wings. Lu Chen summoned 9 wings and jumped on. Let's go and see those old friends. Outside Earth Village, the scene could only be described as tragic, facing an army of tens of thousands of super experts. The Earth players tried their best to resist, but the disparity in strength was too great. They could only rely on their numbers to hold the line. Brothers, charge. Kill one, and you can get 4 or 5 gold. This is a great opportunity to make a fortune. Why are you robbing our Earth village? Is it fun to kill us newbies? Why? To tell you the truth, we don't need a reason at all. The law of the jungle is the only reason here. The 3 top teams on Earth fought hard, but their equipment levels were too low. They were instantly defeated when they met the enemy. You still want to resist. You players are trash in our eyes. Every one of us here has defeated the celestial domain boss. We are existences you can only look up to. In the distance, in the headquarters, the people in charge of the various countries could only shake their heads helplessly as they watched the tragic battle. They're too strong. Even if we block this wave, our losses will be huge. They're all super experts who have defeated the celestial domain boss. If that's true, then even if Nameless comes, he won't be able to turn the tables. Whatever, today is a battle for Earth's dignity. We can still block this wave. The battle lasted for a full 40 minutes before the Earth players finally repelled the enemy's attack. However, after this victory, there was no joy. The corpses of the Earth players were everywhere. As the main force of the battle, many players in the Guild Alliance died more than once. Many of the best equipment were also taken away by those guys. Li Muhua rushed back to the headquarters. Leader, we've seized 18 pieces of equipment from the enemy this time, including 5 dark gold and 13 orange equipment. On our side, we've lost 47 pieces of top 5 divine equipment. The loss of other equipment and materials in the backpack are countless. The great wall of iron and blood nodded, his expression heavy. There were too few spoils of war. Most of the players were running out of HP, and many of them could easily retreat. Those who were actually killed were only a minority. However, on their side, they couldn't retreat at all. Even if they died, they had to fight. In the end, although they won, it looked like they had suffered a great loss. Let everyone rest for a while. Let's hurry up and distribute the equipment. The top equipment will still be distributed to the first group. As for the other players who suffered heavy losses, record them down for the time being and compensate them later. These people walked out of the temporary meeting room and saw the players around them helplessly counting their losses. I lost my strong 5 gods martial spear, and I also lost a lot of materials. We don't have a choice. We can't let those civilian players charge into the fray. If they go, they won't be able to fight at all. At this time, we're the only ones going up. If we lose, then so be it. We're at the second heaven. Now that we have to unite and fight against so many strong players, we can't care about these things anymore. At this moment, 40 to 50 people rushed over from behind. They were all Jiuqian civilian players. A black old man shouted to the professional players around him, "May I ask who can lead us to the current commander?" Li Muhua frowned and walked over. "Old man, I'm from Huaxia's military. Why are you looking for the commander?" "That's great," these people said excitedly. "It's like this. Right now, we're mainly relying on you guys to fight against the strong extraterrestrials. However, we all know that our strength is far from the extraterrestrials. You must have suffered heavy losses in the battle just now. Although we poor players aren't skilled and don't have any particularly good equipment after playing Jiuqian for so long, we've more or less accumulated some. That's right. We have pills and thousands of divine martial equipment. They were all donated by everyone. We want to give them to you guys. Li Muhua was suddenly moved. Even if they doubled the monthly reward, the ones who farmed the most were still professional teams. The real civilian players couldn't even pass the first boss, let alone farm the divine martial equipment. But it's very difficult for you guys to farm a divine martial equipment. It's okay. It's just equipment. Now is the time when everyone is a soldier. If you need us, we're ready to be cannon fodder at any time. The old man said excitedly, "That's right, young man. Take us to the commander. Without lips, the teeth will be cold. You guys are fighting for all the players on Earth. We won't hide behind you and do nothing." Speaking of which, after the Earth server merged, the infighting had never stopped. However, until now, the players on Earth were unprecedentedly united. There was no distinction between countries, races, gender, or age. Everyone hoped to defeat the strong extraterrestrials. Okay, I'll take you guys there. Soon, the new equipment was distributed. The three main forces received a large amount of equipment and recovered their combat power. However, at this moment, a scout rushed into the base camp. Not good. We've discovered an army of over 1 million coming our way. Some of them are from the first batch of people who attacked us. What? Millions? That's impossible. They can't gather so many people so quickly. It's possible that they've been gathering for a long time. The tens of thousands of people from before were just here to lead the charge. Let's go out and take a look. Muhua, get everyone to prepare for battle. The great wall of iron and blood shouted Li Muhua's real name in desperation. 10 minutes later, an army of millions with luxurious equipment had gathered outside Earth Village. The players on Earth were ready. The great wall of iron and blood was at the forefront of the vast army of players behind him. The enemy's leader's ID was Lei Xing. He took a step forward, raised his chin slightly, and looked at the army of players on Earth with contempt. Finally, his gaze fell on the great wall of iron and blood. TSK, TSK, TSK. So many lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Just looking at them makes me drool. The great wall of iron and blood also took a step forward. Why do you have to target our Earth Village? Didn't you say that 130,000 worlds will open the second heaven? I don't believe that every new village will have millions of old people rushing to plunder. Lei Xing smiled. You're right. However, there are still many things that you don't understand. As for me, I'll let you die with understanding. Jiuqian opens the second heaven in every world at the same time. When someone defeats the heaven domain boss, the Jiuqian of this world will open the second heaven in advance. However, before that, the Jiuqian will open the second heaven twice as long for the first heaven players. The time Lone Tyrant took to clear the heaven domain boss just so happened to be the last batch of players in this batch. Hence, you guys only had double the duration for 1 month. Judging from this point alone, you guys are the weakest. Lei Xing smiled. Under normal circumstances, the teams that enter the second heaven early will receive the players from their own world. However, our people have already confirmed that the solipsistic didn't come to protect you. A world like yours that doesn't have anyone to receive you and is weak is naturally the easiest to plunder. Of course, there's one last point, which is also the most important one. Lei Xing's gaze gradually turned cold. Too many of us want to kill the solipsistic, but we can't find him. If you're willing to hand him over, perhaps we'll be lenient and let you go Chapter 354. If we hand over the solipsistic, you will let us go? Great Wall of Iron and Blood asked, if you hand over the solipsistic and compensate us 100 billion gold coins, we will let you go. Lain smiled. Great Wall of Iron and Blood frowned. At present, if they were to fight this battle, their chances of winning were almost zero. But were they going to hand over the solipsistic? Li Muhua looked at his leader nervously. Was he really going to agree to the other party's conditions? Lain saw that the other party was still hesitating and snorted contemptuously. Kneeling to live is still living. Standing to die is really dead. What is there to hesitate about? Look at what the solipsistic has done for you. He did not do anything for you. Why do you want to protect him? 100 billion gold coins may sound scary, but don't forget, you are all players of the same world. Everyone can come up with 30 gold coins. If it is not convenient for you to inform everyone to raise money, this is for you. Inform everyone to raise money now. Lain threw over a tool called the Booming Cauldron. This is the tool for shouting in the current map. Let them raise money. Great Wall of Iron and Blood took the Booming Cauldron, shouting in the whole map. Even such a basic tool was so powerful in the second layer of Iron and Blood, he used the Booming Cauldron. This way, his voice could spread throughout the entire map. Players of Earth, the other party has given us a condition. If we hand over the solipsistic and compensate them 100 billion gold coins, which is an average of 30 gold coins per person, they will let us go. They will allow us to live on our knees. After this sentence was spread, the whole army of Earth was silent, because everyone knew that the commander must have something else to say. Indeed, the mad demon is a very selfish person. He massacred a city in the first layer of Iron and killed other players without batting an eye. He has done a lot of bad things in the name of a monster. The most hateful thing is that I came to the second layer of Iron and Blood to pick up money happily. In the end, this bastard directly raised the difficulty of the game to the hard level. I don't even have the strength to complain. Doesn't he think about our feelings? He's an earthling after all. He didn't even guide us when we came. Even if you came and ran away after realizing that you couldn't beat him, I would still feel a little comforted. At least our guide thought of everyone, but he didn't even come. In short, that guy is a complete bastard. Everyone was in agreement with this point. Lain nodded slightly. It seemed that the other party was going to compromise. However, the Great Wall of Iron and Blood's tone suddenly changed. However, no matter how much of a jerk he is still an earthling. They're our kind. Without the mad demon, we wouldn't be qualified to stand here. If we wait another 100 days for the second layer of heaven to open naturally, we will be the weakest world in the entire second layer of heaven. It's that bastard who gave us the opportunity to enter the second heavenly layer in advance. The difficulty of the game has increased, but isn't it the same for everyone? If others can survive, why can't we? They want us to compensate 100 billion. This reminds me of the darkest days of Huaxia. From the moment you sign an unequal treaty in order to survive, you can't get the comfort you want. That's just the beginning of being exploited. They want us to live on our knees. Sorry, there's a saying on Earth. We'd rather die standing than live on our knees. Listen up. If you want my answer, then I'll tell you my answer, everyone's answer. Get lost. With my flesh and blood, I'll build a new great wall of the world. The Great Wall of Iron and Blood's heartfelt words instantly ignited the anger in the hearts of 3 billion Earth players. Billions of players shouted in unison, "With my flesh and blood, I'll build a new great wall of the world. With my flesh and blood, I'll build a new great wall of the world. With my flesh and blood, I'll build a new great wall of the world. The corners of Lei Yin's eyes twitched. She didn't expect that the tool she gave to that guy to persuade him to surrender would become a propaganda tool for him to mobilize people before the war. Well, it seems like you won't feel comfortable until you die a few more times. I gave you face, but you don't want it. Fine. Everyone listen up. Massacre the Earth Village. Leave no one alive. Kill them until they don't dare to revive. From today onwards, Earth will forever be the most inferior existence in Jiutian. Kill. The war was about to start. Lei Yin laughed wildly. Ha ha ha. It's finally starting. I'll let you see what a dark gold weapon is. I don't think you've ever seen one before. Return of the 10,000 swords. However, at this moment, in the sky far away, a golden light suddenly flashed. The golden light flashed and disappeared, but this sudden light attracted everyone's attention. Everyone looked at the sky in surprise. What's that? I don't know, I didn't see anything. Before the voice died away, in the blink of an eye, a long black arrow carrying a great force suddenly appeared in everyone's sight. Then, the arrow directly blasted between the two armies. With a loud bang, the ground shook violently. A black arrow stood in front of the two armies. Because the force was too great, the tail of the arrow was trembling violently. What arrow is this? I've never seen this arrow before. How far away was this arrow shot from? I can't even see the archer. The old players were still more knowledgeable. Someone whispered, "Black crystal arrow? Is there really someone who uses such an expensive bow?" It's not a matter of whether it's expensive or not. A normal bow can't unleash the full power of the black crystal arrow. Even I can't see the archer. How far away is he? This trembling arrow stood in front of the two armies. However, at this moment, everyone suddenly didn't dare to act rashly. Suddenly, someone used a loud voice to send a message. So in your hearts, I'm a complete bastard. Great wall of iron and blood. Wait until I've dealt with those bastards. You have to give me an explanation. Everyone was shocked. The complete bastard, that great wall of iron and blood, seemed to be only one person. Could it be old players of the second heaven? It's fine if you have a problem with me. Didn't you launch a crowdfunding campaign of 1 gold coin per person per day? I have no problem with it at all. However, if you touch my people, I can't tolerate it. Didn't you say that this is a world where the strong preys on the weak? Very well, that means that you're all ready. Then let me, a player from Earth, play this game of the strong preying on the weak with you. On the horizon, people finally saw a small black dot. This small black dot was flying over at an extremely fast speed. Gradually, people finally saw the mount clearly. The king of mounts, the 9-winged sky dragon. It's the 9-winged sky dragon. Is Brother Nameless here? No, it's the mad demon. He just said that he's solipsistic. Finally, the flying dragon arrived. A person jumped down from the flying dragon. To be precise, it was a demon. The dark green demon spread his wings, swooped down, and landed in the middle of the two armies. Above his head was the only golden ID in the entire server, solipsistic. Chapter 355. When the second heaven players saw this person, they were extremely shocked. That's solipsistic? He's the solipsistic? Why is he in this form? Is it a special effect? Gold ID? Why does he have a gold ID? This is too flashy. That mount. Damn it, why did my mount land? He's the solipsistic, the guy who raised the game's difficulty by 2 levels? Didn't they say he would come? That arrow is his. Where did he shoot it from? Question marks, countless question marks. The expressions of the Star System players were not as calm as the Earth players when they first saw Lu Chen. On the contrary, the Mad Demon now was even stronger and more abnormal. Even if it was not the first time the Earth players had seen Lu Chen's wild monster form, they were still extremely shocked at this moment. It's the Mad Demon. When did that guy get a gold ID? 1 gold per person per day for a crowd-funded bounty. He's wanted by all these abnormal Second Heaven players. He's been in Second Heaven for a month. What has he done? That guy actually remembers us. He treats us as his own people. While they were shocked, the Earth players felt even more joy and pride in their hearts. The Mad Demon was finally on their side. The huge wings carried the Mad Demon and landed steadily between the two armies. In fact, after Lu Chen left the Door of Life and Death, he went to Freedom City again and threw a large number of materials and equipment into the city's warehouse. He also did not know that Earth Village was under attack. He only thought that since he had time, he would come and see his fellow villagers and give them some pointers on how to survive in the Second Heaven. When he arrived at Earth Village, he was not supposed to make it in time for the battle. However, the Great Wall of Iron and Blood's mobilization of the entire map just happened to reach Lu Chen's ears. They were a few miles away, and the battle was about to begin. Lu Chen himself could not make it, but the Black Crystal Arrow could. When he arrived at the battlefield, Lu Chen looked at the Earth players. Good Lord, there was a sea of people. He could not see the end of it. He looked at the Great Wall of Iron and Blood and shook his head. This guy had just said that he was a complete bastard. All right, since what he said was basically the truth, he was forgiven this time. Mad Demon, you're finally here. We thought you wouldn't come. The Iron Blood Great Wall looked at Lu Chen excitedly. Lu Chen nodded slightly and didn't say much. He just said lightly, I didn't know about this before. Now that I'm here, I'll help you settle this score with them. Lu Chen's voice was very calm, as if he was talking about something very normal. This caused the faces of the millions of veteran players to turn ugly. Oi, Solipsistic, you're really arrogant. Isn't it just a special effect that looks like a wild monster, a golden ID, and a 9-winged mount? Do you think you can stop our million-strong army by yourself? That's right. Maybe it's because of these benefits that he started the higher difficulty. Even your companions said that you're a complete bastard. You're definitely capable of doing such a thing. We've been looking for you for a long time. Since you've taken the initiative to appear, then it's just right. Today, there are millions of us here. It's enough to trample on you countless times. You've only been in the Second Heaven for a month. Do you know how long we've been here? Don't think that you're so great just because you completed some mission and started the hard mode. Maybe the mission is just moving your mouth. Lu Chen turned to look at the group of veteran players and narrowed his eyes slightly. I started the hard mode. So what? Why do I need to explain my actions to you? I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you. If you want to live, it's simple. You can target me, but you have to promise that you won't target other Earth players in the future and leave 100 billion gold coins as compensation. Then I'll let you live. Hearing this, Lei Yin laughed loudly. Ha 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 ha. Solipsistic, I've seen crazy people, but I've never seen someone as crazy as you. Are you stupid? Do you think we're afraid of you? That's right. With so many of us, we can kill you instantly. Brothers, let's settle the old and new grudges today. Kill Solipsistic and wash the Earth Village with blood. Lu Chen snorted coldly. The last person who said this was kneeling in Nia Yuan Village for a week. Looks like you won't give up until you see the coffin. Very well. Remember clearly when you beg for mercy later. The compensation will be increased to 200 billion. Great Wall, get everyone to back off. Great Wall of Iron and Blood said nervously. Crazy Demon, how can you defeat so many of them alone? Ha ha ha, Crazy Demon, did you hear that? Even your companions doubt your ability. Stop pretending. Someone on the opposite side laughed loudly. Lu Chen turned to look at Li Muhua and signaled him to persuade Great Wall. Leader, although this is indeed somewhat unbelievable, but we'd better listen to him. We can't help even if we want to now. Moreover, that guy doesn't seem to be an impulsive person. Great Wall of Iron and Blood hesitated for a moment and finally nodded. Everyone, back off. Don't make unnecessary sacrifices. The Earth Players' combat team retreated, leaving enough space for Lu Chen and the level 2 players. Lei Yin sneered and said to Lu Chen, "Don't worry. When you die, we'll let them accompany you. Today, we'll wash the Earth Village with blood." Lu Chen smiled ferociously. He. To be honest, I'm afraid you can't do it. Don't talk nonsense. Don't you want to kill me? Now that I'm here, what are you waiting for? Lei Yin snorted coldly and revealed a murderous look. Brothers, kill him. Beside Lei Yin, a prophet shouted angrily, "So you're only using an orange weapon?" "Sorry, I'm the same. And I'm using a crystal sword that's extremely difficult to drop. Xiao Yao's imperial sword, assassination. The characteristic of a crystal sword was that it was difficult to track its movements. Coupled with the skill called assassination, the crystal sword appeared behind Lu Chen in a flash, ready to stab at him. Solipsistic, you like to show off with a bow, right? Sorry, your daddy's bow is a dark gold bow. I'll torture you to death. Continuous shooting. I'll let you know what the strongest bow is. Lu Chen frowned slightly. That guy actually thought that his dark gold silver bow was the strongest bow. Do you have some misunderstanding about the strongest? Lu Chen shook his head. At the same time, hundreds of people on the other side attacked at once. How strong can a guy from the weakest world be? Everyone, don't be deceived by his appearance. Kill. That's right. You think you can go to heaven with just 2 orange weapons? In level 2, you don't even dare to show off without a dark gold weapon. It's time to wake him up and let him know what kind of existence level 2 is. Facing 200 to 300 skills, Lu Chen shook his head. In battle mode, Lu Chen immediately put away his 2 weapons. I heard that your equipment is very strong. Lu Chen smiled. Then let me see how strong it is. After that, Lu Chen took out his black bow. Abyss Dragon Crystal Bow. Enhanced 7. Seeing this bow, the group of people was suddenly petrified. That weapon, why is it shining with colorful light? Chapter 356. Many of the second layer of heaven players had never seen a legendary weapon before. Legendary weapons were only unlocked after the normal difficulty was unlocked, so no one knew if anyone had gotten one yet. Although they had never seen one, they had heard of it. Could it be a dazzling gold weapon? Legendary weapons were known as dazzling gold or colorful gold because of the different colors on them. Impossible. How could he have a legendary weapon? Oh my God, it's a legendary weapon. This is the first time I've seen a legendary weapon. The Earth players were even more depressed. In the first layer of heaven, only Mad Demon and Nameless had dark gold weapons, and there weren't many of them, only 1 or 2. Now, they didn't even have a single dark gold weapon, but Mad Demon had already gotten a dazzling gold weapon. Looking at the expressions of the second layer of heaven players, it was rare to see double even in the second layer of heaven. Didn't they say that they had been in the second layer of heaven for a while? Then they should be stronger than Mad Demon, so they could pass the Sky Domain boss earlier. But they haven't had a dazzling gold weapon for so long, and Mad Demon got one in a month. Too strong. No, higher level equipment can only be unlocked after the normal difficulty is unlocked, so it's useless for them to come early. In that case, we should be thanking the mad demon. Think about it. If there was a difficulty adjustment in the first layer of heaven, we wouldn't be so weak in the second layer of heaven if we got more dark gold weapons. You mean, if the difficulty of the second layer of heaven is increased, we won't be defeated in the third layer of heaven? That makes sense. Unfortunately, the discussion of the Earth players didn't reach the other side. There was only hatred in their eyes. Finally, Solipsistic moved. Strongest vow. Flash shot. Lu Chun had already locked onto Lei Yin's crystal sword, as well as the other people's flying weapons. While using the strongest bow, Lu Chun also launched the flash shot skill. Flash shot increased movement speed by 100% during high-speed movement. It also increased shooting speed by 100% until the skill was cancelled or the pure aura was exhausted. This skill was also very strong. It greatly increased attack speed and movement speed, ensuring that the weak archer could provide strong damage while increasing their survival rate. Of course, Lu Chun wasn't weak at all. He didn't choose any profession back then, and all three aspects of his development were average. What he needed was speed of attack and movement. His movement speed allowed him to dodge skills, while his attack speed allowed him to unleash the effects of the strongest bow more times in a short period of time. In an instant, Lu Chen's movement speed increased dramatically. At the same time, he knocked an arrow on his bow and shot out 40 to 50 black crystal arrows. What was that guy doing? He doesn't seem to be attacking the enemy. 40 to 50 black crystal arrows in one go. This guy is really rich. Who cares? Killing him is a huge gain. I must get his dazzling gold bow. However, before he could finish his sentence, he heard dozens of explosions in the sky. In the next second, the dozens of weapons that were pursuing him in the sky shattered. At this moment, the world seemed to have fallen silent. My weapon, why did it explode? It didn't explode upon death, but it really exploded. Mother asterisk her. This is impossible. It's impossible for my orange-grade weapon to drop. My dark gold dagger. No, impossible. This can't be real. This must be an illusion. There can't be such a perverted special effect. This is too much. Lei Yin was completely stunned. He still had many moves in his Xiao Yao sword art, but now he couldn't use any of them. System notification. Unable to use Xiao Yao sword art, no matching weapon. Of course, there was no matching weapon because his flowing cloud crystal sword had already shattered into pieces. My strongest 5 crystal sword. Why did it explode? Just as he finished his sentence, 3 black crystal arrows, with a speed that couldn't be seen, almost simultaneously hit the bow in the hands of the guy who was holding the dark gold bow. With a boom, the dark gold bow shattered. Lu Chun dodged the wave of attacks. Taking advantage of the time when everyone was stunned, he also stopped quick movement. I heard that your bow is the strongest bow. Lu Chun looked at that guy with interest. But now, it seems that you are not even fit to be my son. So next time, pay attention to your words. Otherwise, it won't be good if you kick an iron plate. Lu Chun specifically destroyed his weapon mainly because of his foul mouth. That guy's mind was buzzing. His dark gold bow, before Mad Demon's bow, was considered the best bow in the entire server. But now, it had become a pile of scrap metal. No, impossible. Even if you are a dazzling gold bow, how can you destroy my weapon? That guy widened his eyes, almost on the verge of madness. Without this bow, his strength instantly dropped by a few levels. In the second heaven of hard mode, how could he survive in the future? Lu Chun coldly snorted. Normal dazzling gold bows can't destroy your weapon. Unfortunately, mine isn't normal. Didn't you want to destroy my weapon? I'm not afraid to tell you that this bow of mine is the strongest 7 legendary bow. If you have it, come and get it. Once these words came out, The million-strong army was instantly shocked. Strong as 7? Impossible. No one can even strengthen dark gold bows. How can he strengthen dazzling gold bows? What kind of devil is this guy? He isn't human at all. When the Earth players saw this scene, they felt extremely happy. It was not that Mad Demon had destroyed these people's weapons, but from their expressions and reactions, they were exactly the same as the Earth players. Ha ha ha. These so-called super experts are like newbies in front of Mad Demon. It's exactly the same as when we saw Mad Demon Nameless. How is it? Now, you know why we call him Mad Demon. That guy isn't human at all. What kind of super expert is he? He even said that we were frogs at the bottom of a well. Now, he's no different from us. For a moment, no one used skills like sword manipulation. The group of people held their weapons tightly. They had no choice. Their days were already difficult. If Solipsistic destroyed their weapons, they would be back to square one. However, Solipsistic's real attack began at this moment. Lightless Sky, Flame Pillar, Black Coffin Death Zone. These two skills were a must-use at the beginning of the game. However, the next scene shocked everyone. Rapid movement. Solipsistic did not like other archers who liked to distance themselves. Instead, he rushed into the crowd of players. This position allowed Sky Flame Pillar and Black Coffin Death Zone to be used to their fullest potential. At the same time, the others would definitely not expect this guy to rush into the crowd with a bow and arrow. That's not right. Mad Demon should use melee weapons after getting close. Why is he still using a bow? Iron Blood, Great Wall frowned. Bow and arrow were most afraid of close combat, but Mad Demon chose to do so. He did not know how strong Lu Chen's 8 Desolates universe had become after reaching level 6. When Lu Chen entered the crowd, the health of the people around him began to drop rapidly. Sky Flame Pillar had 0. 1 second of preparation time. It was almost impossible to dodge. Once hit, one would be stunned for 0. 5 seconds. This was equivalent to Lu Chen having a light barrier around him. Whoever got close would be unlucky. Black Coffin Death Zone had a large area of continuous health damage. It was unavoidable. Too scary. My blood. Get away from him. These 2 skills are fatal. Motherf Asterisk Cur. Get away from him. Don't let him get close. The group of people crazily ran away from Lu Chen. Iron Blood Great Wall frowned. After a long time, he finally spoke. This is a melee archer? Chapter 357. An archer actually dashed into the crowd and started killing. This caused the players' heads to buzz. The strongest bow. Lu Chen turned around and shattered a flying sword with 2 arrows. The player who tried to sneak an attack was heartbroken. My strongest level 5 orange weapon. When the others saw this, they gasped. It can shatter the opponent's weapon and nullify the skill. Is this the terror of a legendary weapon? Kill him. Kill him. Use Earth-level techniques. Surround him. Let's attack together. Lu Chen snorted. Standing so close together. Aren't you courting death? Underground magma. The ground suddenly shook violently. Then the ground bulged up. The players in the center of the earthquake were all stunned. Then magma erupted from the bulging gap. In the distance, the Earth players saw this scene and were speechless. This is a volcanic eruption. Is this Mad Demon's skill? He can trigger a volcanic eruption. This is too crazy. He can be this strong. Oh my God, this is unbelievable. Now I'm relieved. I used to wonder why we should play the game with him. In the end, we're so much weaker than him. But now, look at those level 2 players who can't fight back. They're so strong, but they're still tortured to death. What are we? Actually, I think Mad Demon was really merciful to us. So this is Mad Demon's true strength. Although Foamling was not standing in the front row, she could still see the battle in the distance. When she saw Mad God single-handedly taking on 1,000,000 level 2 players, Foamling was very excited. Mad God, I knew you would come. I also know that you've always been kind. You won't let others bully the Earth players. Lu E and the others were closer to the front. At this time, Lu E frowned. Oh my God, Mad Demon's strength is too terrifying. Why do I feel that my brother, our big brother, can't beat him? Lu E certainly did not want Nameless to lose to Mad Demon. Although they seemed to be on good terms, she still hoped that her brother was the strongest. But now, it seemed that Mad Demon's strength was too terrifying. Li Muhua glanced at Lu E and whispered to her, "Hey, your brother hasn't told you yet? What didn't you tell me?" Li Muhua was not a talkative person. Since Lu Chen did not say anything, it was not convenient for him to say more. He scratched his head and said, "Oh no, it's just that your brother didn't tell you who is stronger between him and Mad God. I think my brother is still the strongest. My brother has been grinding dungeons recently. I believe that when he comes out, he will definitely be stronger than before. I believe in him." Lu Yi said proudly. Li Muhua nodded. Who was stronger between Nameless and Mad God? Anyway, Lu Chen was just casually speculating. But then again, why didn't Lu Chen tell his sister about his other identity? At this point, Mad Demon and Nameless were one and the same. It did not matter even if it was made public. Lu Chen naturally had his own reasons for not mentioning his two identities to anyone. Become solipsistic or nameless, you decide. That was what the wandering deity NPC said to Lu Chen. As Lu Chen delved deeper into the game, he gradually understood this sentence. Now, no one thought that Zhouqian was a simple game anymore. Perhaps the answer would be revealed as they explored more heavenly regions. Regardless, Lu Chen did not plan to reveal his identity for now. There were screams from the heavenly regions players. What kind of damage is this? Is he crazy? F*CK. I can't get close to him. I'll be at critical health in a few seconds. He's using his bow when he doesn't get close. We don't dare to use our high-level skills. How can we fight him? His health is 4 million? How is this possible? It's so hard to hit him, and he even activates a super large area of effect taunt. His health is so fast. We can't hit him at all. Did you see the damage reflected? I finally got close to him. With one sword, I lost more health than him. Facing a 1,000,000-strong army, even Lu Chen could not be completely unscathed. However, after being hit, Lu Chen had a 33% chance of activating passive taunt, which increased his defense by 100% and his health recovery by a large margin. The health that was hard to reduce could be recovered by a lot with passive taunt. In addition, Lu Chen could also use the health recovery skill Rejuvenation, which could recover 50% of his health at once. Not only is his attack high, but he also has high defense and health. Not only that, he also has passive health recovery. Not only that, he also has active health recovery. F*CK. I'm not going to fight anymore. What kind of archer is this? Have you ever seen an archer chasing after you? After a full hour, hundreds of thousands of the Heavenly Regions players had been slaughtered. Spiritual Energy Storm. Lu Chen activated the Mutt Orb skill, and his pure spiritual energy was restored to full. The group of people completely collapsed. My heart is dead. Too scary, he's really a demon. We can't win. My weapon is already gone. I don't want to fight anymore. This kind of monster is not something we can deal with. Why does this kind of guy exist in the Heavenly Regions? This is simply unreasonable. It's simply unfair. After another wave of killing, Lu Chen used spiritual energy storm again. This time, the players were completely speechless. This guy can't be killed. So many strong players have died. We can't do anything anymore. I want to go back to the novice village now. 6 million bounty? This King double is not too much. After 3 hours of slaughter, 60% to 70% of the Heavenly Region's players had fallen, and the remaining people had been frightened by Lu Chen's strength, hiding at the side, and not daring to attack again. Lu Chen did not kill them all. He finally stopped and stood at the side to rest, waiting for the others to resurrect. Not long after, Lei Yin and the others finally decided to resurrect. When they saw Solipsistic, everyone no longer had any thoughts of fighting. This guy's strength was already above the million-strong army. Resurrected, Lu Chen said indifferently, "Good, then let's discuss the compensation." Lei Yin looked at Lu Chen in horror. "Solipsistic, why are you so strong? Logically speaking, you should have already cleared the heavenly domain boss." Lu Chen shook his head. "What's the rush to clear the heavenly domain boss?" "None of you can leave," I said, "before you paid 100 billion, but from the moment I made my move, you have to pay 200 billion. 200 billion? According to the calculation of the 2 million players, each player had to pay 100,000 gold. What? You're still not satisfied?" Lu Chen was somewhat impatient. "Solipsistic, we can't take out that much money." Lei Yin finally spoke the truth. 100,000 gold per person? Even in the previous difficulty of the game, there were very few people who could take out that much, not to mention now. Chapter 358. Solipsistic. "We really don't have that much money." The other players also pleaded. "If we had that much money, we wouldn't have come here to rob the players from Earth Village. Yeah, we admit that we can't beat you, but even if we sell all our equipment, we won't be able to take out that much money. You open hard mode, and our consumption has increased by several times. We've been unable to make ends meet for a long time." Lu Chen frowned. "So you're not willing to abide by my words?" "Mad Demon, we won't target other Earth players in the future, but we really don't have that much money." These people had already given up resisting, but the problem was that even if they admitted defeat, they couldn't take out the money. Lu Chen thought for a while. "Forget it, you're not the one robbing me. Explain it to the Earth players yourselves." Lu Chen asked the Earth players to send a representative to discuss the compensation with the other party. Of course, he didn't leave and personally supervise the scene. We can't take out such a large amount of compensation. Now that the difficulty of the second heaven has increased by 2 levels, most people don't even have enough money to buy medicine. The Great Wall of Iron and Blood was also dumbfounded. Were the players in the second heaven so pitiful? Cough, cough. Didn't you say that you're strong enough to defeat the heaven domain boss for several months? How can you not have money? The speaker was no longer Lei Yin, but a man in his 40s. He sighed. "Actually, it's not what you think. The income from the second heaven is indeed good, but the cost is also high. The cost of learning high-level skills is very high, and we still have to repair our equipment and buy medicine. Originally, we could still make ends meet, and we barely had some left. You should have seen the wild monsters in the second heaven, right? Their attack doesn't lose to the boss of the first heaven. Under normal circumstances, we can kill them. But Mad Demon, The man was halfway through his sentence when he suddenly looked at Lu Chen with trepidation. His resentment instantly dissipated, and he quickly changed his attitude. "Ahem, but the game's difficulty is much higher than before. The monster's stats have quadrupled, and their attack, defense, and blood spirits have all been boosted. On the other hand, the player's stats have been reduced by 5%. Not only has their damage been reduced, but their healing has also been reduced. Just do the math. Even the Radiant Moon werewolves outside are having a hard time fighting. They have to use a large number of pills every time they attack, and the prices here are high. Another representative, a female player, sighed. Actually, the people who came to crusade against the mad demons are the ones who have been affected the most. Our strength is at level 2, and we are not the top existences. The real experts wouldn't even bother to come here. The Great Wall of Iron and Blood exchanged glances with the other representatives. You guys aren't the strongest at level 2? Of course not. The compensation proposed by Lane may seem scary, 100 billion, but on average, it's only 300 gold coins per person. But you want us to pay 200 billion instead. We only have 2 million people. This is really not enough. The Great Wall of Iron and Blood suddenly understood why this group of people hated Solipsistic so much. He had single-handedly changed the fate of all the players, causing them to fall below the poverty line from having enough to eat and wear. Speaking of which, this group of Earth players had to face such a terrifying world. As soon as they arrived, a few people faintly looked at Lu Chun, who was looking at the sky. The level 2 players suddenly started to act pitiful, but looking at the situation, it seemed that what they said was the truth. They were willing to admit defeat, but what if they couldn't afford it? The Great Wall of Iron and Blood looked at his companions, then looked at Lu Chun. Mad God, and everyone else, I have a suggestion. What do you think? You can afford the compensation, but you can't not pay anything. So, I have 3 conditions. Lu Chun said indifferently, "You're the representative now. You don't have to ask for my opinion." The level 2 players also said seriously, "Okay, tell us first." With Lu Chun around, the Great Wall of Iron and Blood started to feel more confident. First, you can't target Earth players in the future. We can ignore normal PK and robbing, but actions like today's will definitely not happen. Second, you have to return all the equipment, gold coins, and materials that you've obtained from us. Third, you have to carry us for a month. The Great Wall of Iron and Blood said you can divide your people into 200 teams. During this month, you have to follow our arrangements. We will distribute you to each country, and you will then lead us to fight the Radiant Moon werewolves. We can share the experience, but the equipment and materials will belong to us. Although our combat power is a little low, we have a lot of people. We can arrange enough pharmacists for you. This way, you won't have to keep buying pills. The Great Wall of Iron and Blood looked at his companions, and the representatives all nodded. They had no objections to his suggestion. On the other hand, the defeated party didn't have much say in the first place. Moreover, among the conditions that the Great Wall of Iron and Blood had proposed, the first 2 were like no punishment. The third one could actually achieve a win-win situation to a certain extent. Great Wall, you're too good to them. Lu Chun couldn't stand it anymore. 200 billion. Would working for a month be enough to pay it back? Moreover, they could still share the experience. The Great Wall of Iron and Blood explained, "Mad God, actually it's not easy for them." Now that the game's difficulty has increased, everyone's life isn't easy. There's no need to force them to their deaths. When the level 2 players heard Mad God's tone, they obviously felt that the punishment wasn't severe enough. They quickly added, Yes, everyone's life isn't easy. In the future, we definitely won't find trouble with you. This month, we'll definitely do our best to carry you." Lu Chun pursed his lips. You guys agreed quite quickly. Forget it. Since both sides feel that there's no problem, I won't interfere. However, I'll say the ugly words first. If anyone slacks off, Don't blame me for being rude. We wouldn't dare. Actually, this punishment, no, to be precise, it should be cooperation. It's beneficial for both sides. We also want to level up quickly. Mad God, forget it. They're really quite pitiful, a guild alliance representative said. Yes, I heard about their experiences. I also feel quite pitiful. Luchan looked depressed. This group of people actually joined forces to plead for mercy for the other party. Their experiences had already made the enemy feel pity for them. It seemed that they were really quite pitiful. Got it. Luchan stood up. Then you guys discuss the details. I'll go find a few friends. After saying that, Luchan directly walked to the back of the human formation. With so many people, it was obviously not easy to find someone. Luchan directly shouted in a loud voice, "Winchim, come find me. I'll take you to level up." "Oh, right. Madwave's people, come over too. Nameless asked me to take you guys to level up." In front of billions of people, they were called out by Mad God. This honor made the 3 billion Earth players green with envy. Even the 2 million level 2 players on the opposite side revealed looks of envy and jealousy. Damn, that guy is personally taking you to level up. What the F *CK? Sigh. Some people have already won at the starting line. Why don't I have such a friend? I'm so envious. If only Mad God could take me along. I just want to ask, does Mad Waves still need people? Chapter 359. Standing beside, solipsistic, Winchim blushed all the way to her neck. She did not expect this guy to call her out in front of all the players in the galaxy. Mad God. Winchim greeted Luchan shyly. Luchan smiled. Although his smile was still a little scary, at least it wasn't that kind of crazy and bloodthirsty smile. I still have to thank you for helping me buy the skill book. When the people from Wild Waves come, I'll take you to level up. Winchim was a little disappointed. Was he only bringing her because she bought the skill book for him? Was there nothing else? Of course, it was not convenient for her to ask this question. Not long after, Lung Newell rushed over with a group of people. Wild Waves now had 2,500 people. Even Mad Demon could not bring everyone. He could only pick the best first, and then let them bring the rest. After seeing Mad Demon, they were still a little nervous. After all, Lu Chen's current appearance was a little scary. Mad God, hello. May I ask where our guild leader is? Lung Nuo asked. We haven't seen him in a long time. Oh, him. He came to the second heaven with me. He's been busy these 2 days, so he asked me to take care of you guys. Back then, only Lu Chen could see the heaven domain opening rune. The others did not know that only the team that defeated the heaven domain boss could enter the second heaven in advance. Anyway, he could say whatever he wanted. Ha! So the guild leader came to the second heaven a long time ago. He still misses us. Of course, when has the guild leader not cared about us? Mad God, if you meet the guild leader, please let him know. Everyone misses him. Luchan nodded. Okay, I'll let him know. Now that everyone was here, Luchan summoned Nine-Winged. Nine-Winged, let them take a ride. Other than Luchan, Nine-Winged never liked others riding on him. Luchan had to discuss with this guy, Roar. Nine-Winged knew this group of people, so he reluctantly gave them a ride. Nine-Winged Sky Dragon soared into the sky. The group felt like they were on a roller coaster. Screams came from behind Nine-Winged. Not long after, Nine-Winged finally calmed down. As for the identity of the Mad Demon, this group of people was more or less afraid. A demon with a gold ID should not be easy to get along with. Ahem. Lu Chun was the first to speak. These guys were all his old friends. He also wanted to chat with them. When we farm later, stand next to me. Don't run around. Oh, okay. Lu Chen was speechless. Why were these guys so afraid of him? Well, only humor could resolve the current awkwardness. I'll leave whoever runs around in the werewolf camp and let them go home on their own. Mad God will remember that we won't run around. Everyone gulped and said, Mad God, we won't run around. Lu Chen was speechless. If he were to say this as nameless, they would definitely start teasing him. But now, Sai, forget it. I'll just fly over quietly. After a moment of silence, Ning Shuang suddenly plucked up her courage and asked Lu Chen, Mr. Mad God, is my master doing well? I haven't seen him in a long time. Speaking of which, a month was not too long. However, in Ning Shuang's heart, time seemed to pass very slowly. I'm much stronger than before. This time, I'm 2 rounds away from entering the list of 120 people. I want to tell my master this news. Winchim was also surprised. Wow, the list of 120 people. That's the strongest 120 people in the world. Very strong. Ning Shuang was a little embarrassed. I'm still far from my master. I just hope that he won't think that his disciple is weaker than others. Lu Chen was a little surprised. As a non-professional player, Ning Shuang's improvement was definitely huge. This disciple of his had always been very hard-working. Lu Chen nodded and said, Well, that's very good. Continue to work hard. Your master will be happy for you. Then Lu Chen looked at Winchim. Winchim, Second Heaven needs a stable team. If you're willing, join Mad Waves. Winchim was stunned. Join Mad Waves? But they already have an official live stream. It's okay. You can do an official live stream or do it yourself. Actually, with Mad Waves' current scale, it won't be a problem to host a few official live streams at the same time. Nuo, what do you think? Lu Chen called Lung Nuo, causing Lung Nuo to be stunned for a while. Mad God actually called her that. Were they close? Fortunately, Lung Nuo reacted quickly. Sister Winchim, Mad God is right. We're planning to develop more official live streams. If you're willing to join us, of course we'd be more than happy to. Of course, if you want to continue doing your own live stream, it's not a problem. We all know how popular you are. Letting the fans see that even the most popular streamer has joined Mad Waves is actually a kind of promotion. Winchim had actually received many invitations from guilds. Monolith, Thunderclap, Friendship, and so on had expressed their interest to her. After all, she was the most popular girl on Jiuqian's official website and had a large number of fans. For Winchim, after reaching Second Heaven, it was indeed necessary to find a strong and stable guild, and Mad Waves was definitely the best choice. If you don't mind, I'm willing to join Mad Waves. Lung Nuo, Lu Yi, and Ning Shuang pulled Winchim intimately. That's great. I'll send out an invitation now. 20 minutes later, Lu Chen brought everyone to the Radiant Moon Werewolves base camp. When they saw the hundreds of Radiant Moon werewolves below, their faces turned pale. So many Radiant Moon werewolves, and their levels are higher than those at the entrance of the village. The ones here are all level 5 to 55. Are we going to level up here? The 9-winged Frost's flight path answered their questions. After circling in the air for a while, it landed at the entrance of the base camp. Lu Chen did a head count. Lu Yi, Winchim, Lung Nuo, Ning Shuang, 10 Steps, Floral Fragrance, Little May, Chic Handsome, Stardust, Gaming Black Hole, the 3 Adonis brothers, Little Ming, and the leaders of Mad Waves. There were a total of 41 people. Stand around me. Oh, Winchim, Little Ming, since you're live streaming now, there should be a lot of people watching. Lu Chen suddenly thought of this. The more people watching, the higher their income would be. Can we start it? The two were surprised. Lu Chen said nonchalantly, "It doesn't matter." Since Mad God didn't care, Win Chim and Little Ming hurriedly started the live stream. Livestream Mad Demon is leveling up. With this question alone, the number of viewers in the two live stream rooms soared quickly. Wow, Livestream Mad Demon is leading people. I've never seen Mad Demon leading people before. That's great. We can finally see how Mad Demon levels up. This is a historical mystery of Jiutian. The last time Brother Nameless led people, damn, 20 minutes was worth a few million experience points. I wonder how Mad Demon's leveling speed is. Chapter 360. Everyone was looking forward to Mad Demon's wild farming. However, Lu Chen summoned his clone and lured the monsters away. After leading the group into the werewolf base camp, they found an open space and lay down. "I've been too tired from farming dungeons for the past 2 days. I'll take a nap." Huh. The group was surprised. "Mad God, I don't think we can farm here." Lu Chen froze for a moment, then realized that he didn't make it clear. "Oh, I'll farm the monsters. You guys can rest here. But you just said you wanted to sleep. I'll let my pet release the skills for me. It's not difficult. She'll do it." Lu Chen looked at everyone's blank faces. "Pet? How could there be a pet here?" Lu Chen smiled and shook his head. "Xiaomin, come out and say hello to everyone." As soon as he said that, a little ghost suddenly appeared in front of everyone. "Hello, I'm Boss's ghost pet, Xiaomin Stardust," and the others widened their eyes. "Ghost pet." Lu Yi looked at Xiaomin in surprise. Although Xiaomin was in ghost form, the little girl still looked very cute, like a little lowly. What a beautiful little girl. "Thank you. Sister is also very beautiful." "Ha, you're so good with words." "Mad God, where else can we find such a ghost pet?" Lu Chen glared at his sister. The little girl looked silly. "Of course not. She's the only one in the entire server." The smile on Lu Yi's face suddenly froze. Thinking about it, how could a guy like Mad God have a bad pet? She was the only one in the entire server. "Yes, I got it when I was at level 1. Usually she attaches herself to me so you guys can't see her. She'll release simple skills for me. You guys just stay by my side." Xiao Min clone use spiritual energy burst when it's cooled down. If you don't have enough spiritual energy, eat a turn mixed energy pill. I'm going to sleep for a while. "Okay, boss." Xiao Min obediently returned to Lu Chen's body. The doppelganger pulled the aggro, while the heavenly flame pillar and black coffin dead zone cleared the monsters. After strengthening his skills, the heavenly flame pillar and black coffin dead zone dealt off the charts. With his doppelganger protecting him, the radiant moon werewolves couldn't even get close to him. The rest was left to Xiaomin Lu Chen lay down to sleep. Lu Chen was indeed tired. He had been grinding the door of life and death for several consecutive days. He had been grinding for more than 10 hours a day. Most importantly, it was very boring. This made it easy for him to feel sleepy. Before long, Lu Chen fell asleep. Lung Nuo and the others looked around. A large number of radiant moon werewolves were charging over furiously, but they were already suffering continuous damage from afar. At a radius of about 200 meters, a circle of heavenly flame pillars connected together like a wall of light. As long as the werewolves came into contact with this wall of light, they would be stunned and burned. Almost no one could enter this area. His clones were helping to pull the werewolves that had escaped from the corners, while others were taking care of the werewolves that had made it through the heavenly flame pillar. Heavens! These werewolves are unbeatable superbosses to us, but Mad God is farming them like this. Stardust shook his head and sighed. That's ridiculous. Is this how Mad God usually levels up? I know it's wrong of me to feel this way, but I really want to say I'm so envious. He's leveling up while lying down and sleeping. What the hell is this? The fans watching the live stream were also in an uproar. Damn, my worldview has been shattered. We have to die just to kill a werewolf, but Mad God is sleeping and leveling up at the same time. I finally know why Mad God is so strong. His leveling speed alone isn't something a human can achieve. Mad God has been here for a month. At this rate, won't he be maxed out? Don't be naive. There's a level limit to leveling up. Besides, he has to farm for equipment. Otherwise, what's the point of leveling up alone? You've seen Mad God's dazzling gold bow. That's the power of a legendary weapon. Brothers, I imagine myself as Mad God just now. It felt so good. You guys should give it a try too. Leveling up while sleeping. Wow, it's so good. Don't think about those unrealistic things. It's better to imagine yourself as Mad Waves members. They're having a great time too. Mad Waves members who were leveling up with Lu Chen did not need to do anything. They were shocked speechless as they watched their experience bars increase rapidly. 54 minutes later, the group suddenly emitted a golden light. Pillars of light rose from their feet. The eyes of the people watching the live stream almost popped out of their sockets. Damn, they've reached level 51 in just half an hour. I can't be any more jealous. This is the difference between people. I don't expect to be Mad God. Please give me a friend like Mad God. From level 50 to level 51, they only needed 200 million experience points. With 41 people, that was 2 billion experience points. Lung Nuo and the others looked at the sleeping Mad God and suddenly realized something. Oh, please don't let him wake up. The sooner he wakes up, the less we'll level up. Yes, 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 we can't let him wake up. Ladies, sacrifice yourselves. You must serve Mad God well. Brother Ingjun, what are you talking about? Serve Mad God well? I didn't know you were such a handsome guy. Oh, I'm asking you to fan Mad God. Also, he must be uncomfortable lying down. Xian, let him sleep on your lap. Nu, Lu Yi, Ning Shuang, Xiao Mei, give Mad God a massage. The more relaxed he is, the deeper he'll sleep. Hey, Brother Ingjun, why don't you do it yourself? Hey, if I were as beautiful as you guys, I'd definitely do it myself. I'm a man. What if Mad God wakes up and sees me touching him? What if he kills me? Everyone thought about it. Mad God was probably straight. Brother Ingjun was indeed not suitable to do it. 10 Steps also said, Brother Ingjun is right. Think about it, 1 level in an hour. That's above level 50. If we do it ourselves, we might not be able to level up that much in a month. It'd be a shame to miss this opportunity. Anyway, it's a formal service, and we're in a game. Please sacrifice yourselves. Sheik also chimed in. Hey, if I were a girl, I'd fall in love with Mad God. Although he's a little hardcore. Have you seen Beauty and the Beast? Charming is charming. Ingjun and the others had a point. After all, it was just a game. The 4 guilds looked at the sleeping Mad God. He was a terrifying demon, but it had to be said that although he wasn't handsome in the traditional sense, he was very handsome and cool. All right, for everyone's happiness, let's do it. Xian was a little shy at first. However, at this critical moment, the necessary sacrifice was definitely worth it. She gently placed Lu Chen's head on her lap. The group didn't need to fight monsters anyway, so they immediately got busy. Xuan's legs became Lu Chen's pillow. Lung Nuo, Feng Lingzi, Lu Yi Ningshuang, and Little Mei fanned and rubbed Lu Chen's legs. All of a sudden, what should have been a tense and intense leveling scene suddenly became an extremely erotic scene. Seeing these goddess-like beauties serving Mad God to sleep, the live stream was filled with jealousy. Okay, I want to become stronger. I must become stronger. Me too. I want to sleep on a beauty's lap. I want to roll on a beauty's lap. Brother, wake up, or... Chapter 361. Lucien slept soundly. It could be said that he had never slept so well in his entire life. After an unknown amount of time, Lucien opened his eyes to find a beautiful face looking at him. Beside her, there was a beauty fanning herself. Could it be that spring had arrived? Ah, how refreshing! Lucien smiled. It must be a dream. Otherwise, there was no way something like this would happen. Speaking of which, why was there such a strange guy among these beauties? And why was Lu-yi here too? Whatever, it was about time. That girl massaged his legs. Since that was the case, he would sleep a little longer. When Lucien woke up for the second time, he found that he was still surrounded by the same beauties. What's going on? That's not right. Wasn't I leading a team to farm? Why am I having this kind of dream? Even if it's just a dream, it should be time to wake up. No, it doesn't seem like a dream. Lucien frowned and sat up. What are you doing? The girls quickly shrank to the side. Mad God, you're awake? Lucien looked at the time. Oh my God, I slept for 7 or 8 hours. That was a good sleep. We saw that you were really tired, so we wanted you to sleep better. Lung Nuo lowered her head, not daring to look at Lucien. Really? Seeing Lucien's dark green eyes, Lung Nuo could no longer pretend. Actually, we wanted you to sleep a little longer. That way, we can level up a few more times. Lucien was speechless when he heard this. These guys were really funny. However, Lucien didn't say anything about this little trick. Oh, I slept pretty well. It's getting late. If I sleep like this, how am I going to sleep at night? Lucien thought about it and decided to force himself to sleep even if he couldn't. He couldn't mess up his biological clock. How about this? I'll carry you for another night. By then, you should be level 57 or 58. The 7 stars chasing the moon dropped by the radiant moon. Werewolves are pretty useful. It'll be even better when you're level 5. If you get a few of them, you won't have a hard time fighting the radiant moon werewolves in the future. Really? Thank you so much. Lucien simply cultivated his spiritual energy on the side. After 10 o'clock, he leaned against a tree and rested. The others were also very bored, so they began to call out the minigame menu and look for people to play cards or chess with. Just like that, an all-nighter passed. Lucien only slept for 4 to 5 hours in between, but his mental state was very good. At 8 o'clock in the morning, Lucien sent Wild Waves and the others back to Earth Village. This time, he had wasted a day and a half for the Earth players. However, they were all of the same race after all. This little bit of time could not be considered a waste. After the second heaven domain opened, Lucien returned to the first heaven domain from the entrance of the Earth Village and went straight to Rin AI Peak. 10 tigers, 3 idiots, and the others were still grinding dungeons. A large pile of equipment had dropped in the army's warehouse. Fortunately, the warehouse was big enough. Although there were a lot of messy piles, it was still enough. After summoning all his subordinates back, they had all reached level 50. Lucien distributed a batch of equipment to them from the equipment they had obtained. All right, it's time for us to move. Lucien opened the army's menu and found the base relocation function. F***CK. All the buildings need to be rebuilt. This is a bit of a trap. Lucien had no choice but to let all his subordinates bring along a large pile of equipment from the warehouse, the soul essences, and other materials from the personal dungeon and the spiritual sources. After packing up, Lucien looked back at Renei Peak. Who would have thought that this was a bare peak? Goodbye, Renei Peak. After saying that, Lu Chun teleported directly to the Tower of Babel and entered the second heaven. This time, the only thing in the first heaven that was still related to him was Lu Yi's mission. As for the new location of the territory, Lu Chun had already thought about it. The most suitable place for the territory was undoubtedly the Spirit Condensation Mountain Range. It was deserted, had no monsters, and was rich in spiritual energy. He did not know if it would affect the spiritual sources. Lu Chun found an empty area in the mountain and put down the spirit source and the mountain protection array. Then, he released the members of the army. From now on, this will be our new home. Mountain and Erzhan lead everyone to gather construction materials. We'll build the new territory. Yes, boss. By the way, I'll arrange the location of the personal dungeon. You guys have to prepare the materials for the personal dungeon as well. Understood. After settling the matters, the rest was left to Mountain and Erzhan. This time, they had gathered more materials, so it might take a month to complete. During this time, Lu Chun also planned to take a look at the new map. The Dragon War dungeon has been completed. I don't want to do it a second time in my life. Let's go to the level 70 map. The so-called level 70 map referred to level 70 and above, which was between level 70 and 79. This level was just right for Lu Chun to train. In the north of the Dragon War dungeon, the main road was divided into 3 branches, and each branch had several maps. Following the main road to the north, it led to the Bridge of Helplessness. Further north was the Monster Mountains, Fallen Immortal Plains, and the level 80 main city, which was currently labeled as Ownerless Land. On the east side, it led to the Preparatory Arena level 70, followed by the Fairy Trail Forest level 70 and Divine Herbalist Valley. On the west side, it led to the Preparatory Shura Field level 70, followed by the Monster Forest level 70 and Heart Refinement Courtyard. Divine Herbalist Valley? Lu Chun thought of the Haunted Valley that Lu Yi was in. The original name of that place was Divine Herbalist Valley. Perhaps there was news about the spiritual martial herbalist there. But what is the Monster Forest on the other side? Will it drop purple beast cores? I still need a lot of beast cores. Lu Chun wanted to go to both places, but before going to these 2 places, it seemed like he had to go through the Preparatory Arena and the Preparatory Shura Field first. What's the difference between these 2 places? Lu Chun asked curiously. At this time, a team of 5 people came from the direction of Longzhanya. They just happened to arrive at the road sign. After seeing Lu Chun, they looked at Lu Chun strangely. You are alone. Lu Chun's gaze towards them didn't seem to be particularly friendly, so this question became somewhat interesting. The old players had long said that the second heaven was a world where the strong preyed on the weak. From the experience of the Earth Village, the attitude of the previous Sacred Gate, and so on, they had already seen some clues. Once they reached a higher level, the people here wouldn't be so kind anymore. If one did not want to be robbed, it was best not to act alone. This was a sentence that the old players often said. Although Lu Chun was not afraid of them, it seemed that they only had a few dark gold equipment on them. There was nothing valuable, so Lu Chun was too lazy to make a move. My friend asked me to come over and take a look. When this group of people heard this, they did not have any doubts. After all, one person could not even pass through Longzhanya. Since the other party also had companions, they had to be cautious. Several people looked at each other and chose not to make a move in the end. Both sides had no intention of making a move, and the atmosphere was much more relaxed. Friend, which way are you going? One of them asked. I'll probably go and take a look, but I want to ask, is there a difference between the preparation arena and the preparation shuraba? You don't even know this. A middle-aged man said. In the arena, including the NPCs, each team selects 100 of the strongest individual players. Using the elimination method, the teams represented by the top 10 will be qualified to enter the fairy trail forest. The Shuraba is even more cruel. 100 NPCs, the strongest individual players, and even the boss will fight in the same field. The last 10 people to survive can enter the monster beast forest. It is said that the drops there are very high. Oh, so that's how it is. Luchan nodded. Luchan nodded. Thank you very much. I'll go and take a look first. Goodbye. After that, Luchan casually chose the east side road and walked. Until Luchan left, a trace of ridicule appeared on the faces of those few people. Hey, old fox, it's not good for you to trick a newcomer like this. The arena and the Shuraba are not places for people to go. That's right, full pain is required. Moreover, it's not like the top 10 can enter the later maps. You have to be first. The NPCs there are much stronger than the players. They are not on the same level at all. There are also the boss monsters. In the past, no one has been able to clear it, let alone in the hard mode. Going there is suicide. The middle-aged man smiled. Anyway, we're not going. Isn't it good to let them suffer a little? Let's go to the Monster Mountains. Chapter 362. This group of people didn't know that Luchan was only pretending to leave. After he left their line of sight, he turned his head and let Xiaomin make him invisible before coming back. Playing mind games? Luchan was not afraid of anyone. How could he believe the words of such a person? After hearing the truth, Luchan snorted coldly. He went up and used 3,000 instant slashes and killed 5 people instantly. These people were pitiful. They were killed instantly before they could figure out what was going on. After looting the corpses of the 5 people, the rewards were not bad. There was an additional dark gold bracer and 2 pieces of orange equipment. Luchan did not hesitate to put them in his backpack. You tricked me? I'm sorry, you're not qualified. After killing the 5 people, Luchan went back to the east side road. If I could enter by being in the top 10, I wouldn't mind. But if only the first place is qualified to enter the later maps, then it's a little tricky. After walking for more than 10 minutes, Luchan found a huge arena in front of him. The arena was divided into 9 smaller arenas. At the same time, Luchan received a system message. You have entered the preparatory arena. The system has activated the full pain system for you. The competition will begin in 18 minutes. Only the first place player in the preparatory arena is qualified to enter the Fairy Trail Forest and Divine Herbalist Valley. Luchan checked his status. At this time, his full pain system has been forcibly turned on. It feels like an upgraded version of the first Heaven Ancient battlefield. All right, let's see how strong this so-called preparatory arena is. During the 18 minutes of preparation, Luchan noticed that there were no other players around. I'm the only one? Don't tell me the others are all NPCs or wild bosses. Luchan asked in surprise. After 18 minutes, the preparation time was finally over. Luchan was also notified to officially enter the preparatory arena. That's strange. Where are the others? Why am I the only one? Luchan frowned. According to Zhou Qian's standards, they should have been very precise. Why did they not arrange any other matches this time? Why was he the only one competing? I don't think it's as detailed as the Twilight of the Gods instance dungeon. Back then, there were many NPCs watching us. Forget it. Let's wait for the final result. The system is randomly selecting your first opponent. Your first opponent has been assigned. At the same time, the first match will be randomly selected. The venue will be the opponent's server. Quantum teleportation is in progress. Please wait patiently and do not leave the arena. Lu Chun was puzzled. What was the meaning of this? Were there home and away games in this game? In the past, when he fought in the ancient battlefield, it was always others who were sent to Earth's server. This time, he was going to be sent to the opponent's server. But weren't they already in the galactic server? There was a higher level server above the galactic server. Quantum teleportation is ready. Begin teleportation. During this period, we will upgrade the real-time translation system for you. Before Lu Chun could figure it out, he suddenly felt his vision go black. After a few seconds of dizziness, when he opened his eyes again, he was surrounded by players. F***CK, what's going on? Lu Chun was shocked. In front of him stood a human player. He was about 23 or 24 years old. Not only was he not handsome, but from Lu Chun's point of view, this guy actually looked a little weird. He was about 2 meters tall, but his body was very well proportioned. His eyes were very big, so big that they were a little scary. He had a flat nose and a wide mouth. His long black hair was very elegant. This guy, Lu Chun wanted to complain about his appearance, but when he saw the people below the arena, he was stunned. They all looked similar to this person. On the other hand, he looked a little weird among the group of weirdos. Before Lu Chun could complain, the audience below began to mock him loudly. Wow, that guy is so ugly. Are you sure he's a human? You haven't seen the arena, right? The range of humans is huge. There are many people who look different from us. This guy is only considered good-looking. I really want to participate in the arena. It must be interesting to compete with other humans. You can go anytime you want. Newbies have to go to the arena to train. This is our server's tradition. Lu Chun was speechless. In the eyes of these people, he had become this guy, speaking of which, the person he was going to fight was a newbie. Lu Chun sized up his opponent. This player was different from the players Lu Chun had seen before. He was now wearing a full set of dark gold equipment, and there were a few spots on his body that were shining. Dazzling equipment. Lu Chun's eyes widened. No way, this guy is so strong. He has at least 3 dazzling pieces of equipment. At this time, a translucent message box appeared in the center of the arena. Information of the 2 combatants. Human Galaxy Server District 19. Level 75 player, Solipsistic. This server's game difficulty is currently hard. Human Galaxy Server District 44. Level 79 player, Sunset Stars. This server's game difficulty is currently hell. Buffed. Lu Chun almost vomited blood. What the F***CK? This is hell mode. Hell mode was one thing, but there were so many people here. One had to know that in the second heaven where Lu Chun was, the players were all stuck in the novice village. There were not many people in Longzhanya, let alone in a level 70 map. But there was a sea of people here. Lu Chun was shocked by the opponent's strength, but the opponent seemed to be very dissatisfied with Lu Chun's strength. No way, it's only hard mode. Sigh, my debut has suddenly become unattractive. The audience below was also disdainful. So it's a hard mode novice server. Looks like we can only watch Sunset destroy noobs. Sunset, I'll give you 1 minute to enter the next round. There's nothing to see in this round. Damn, I just realized that this guy is wearing a few pieces of orange equipment. That's too embarrassing. Does he have any dazzling gold? Sigh, I think the battle will end in at most 10 seconds. Lu Chun sucked in a breath of cold air. Wearing orange here is a shameful thing? Are you kidding me? According to the server's difficulty and player's level, the odds for both sides have been set. Solipsistic, odds 1. 6, Sunset Stars, odds. 1. Are you kidding me? That guy's odds are only 1. 6, I think it should be more than 2. No way. Sunset's odds are 1. 1. 100 gold coins for 10 gold coins. And Sunset still has to take half of it. That's only 5 gold coins. That's too little. The system is smart. It knows that Sunset will definitely win. Of course, it won't set too high odds. Sigh, I don't care. It's still money. It's a waste not to earn it. The betting time began, and the bets of both sides quickly changed on the screen. 5 minutes later, the betting time ended. Solipsistic. 4.07 million gold coins bet. 102 people bet. Sunset Stars. 5.70 million gold coins bet. 6,418 people bet. Both sides had similar amounts, but the difference in the number of people betting was 60 times. There was only one reason why Solipsistic had bet so much. Lu Chun was going all in. Lu Chen's eyes were shining. Damn, the chance to make money is here. Chapter 363. The betting ended, and the match entered the countdown. Hey, ugly thing, you didn't bet all your belongings on yourself to win, did you? Setting sun and stars looked down at Lu Chen condescendingly. You really don't have a brain. Sigh, some people just like to be blindly confident. Very well, keep your money. You know what? I like the setting of full pain the most. Only in this way can you lowly humans learn from your mistakes. In front of us, you are just slightly stronger than livestock. Lu Chen frowned slightly. Sure enough, there was a disadvantage to being called ugly. Lu Chen had a feeling of being unable to defend himself. Speaking of which, the aliens in the second heaven didn't have much of a feeling. Everyone actually looked the same. On the contrary, here, it really felt like he was fighting against aliens. You are superior humans? Lu Chen sneered. I can't see how superior you are. How dare you talk to me like that? I will let you taste the pain later. The match entered the countdown. 3, 2, 1, start. The moment the match began, Sunset's stars moved. Earth, level movement skill, instant shadow. In an instant, Sunset's figure disappeared from Lu Chen's sight. Damn, this guy used an Earth level movement skill right off the bat. This was something Lu Chen had never seen before. At this moment, Lu Chen already knew that the opponent here would be the strongest he had ever faced. It was very likely that he would no longer have the qualifications to hold back his strength. One had to know that this was only the first match of the arena. However, the more difficult the situation was, the more excited Lu Chen felt. Very good. The opponent was very strong. However, he liked it. Lu Chen's eyes revealed a long-lost excitement. Compared to being invincible, he preferred to meet a strong opponent. Only then could he become stronger. Spear King, Army Destroyer. Sunset instantly closed in. The long spear in his hand rapidly shot out dozens of times. Because the spear was too fast, the long spear had already formed an afterimage. It was difficult to distinguish the real from the fake. Dark Eye of the Gods, in the face of such an attack, became useless. Even if you knew where the opponent's attack was, it was useless if you couldn't avoid it. 7 stars chasing the moon. Lu Chen quickly activated his skill and pulled back. At the same time, he used 7 stars chasing the moon's invincibility to dodge the attack for a fraction of a second. Lightless Sky Flame Pillar, Black Coffin Dead Zone. While retreating, Lu Chen simultaneously activated his skills. You still dare to use your skill? Do you think you can run away? In front of Lu Chen, your 7 stars chasing the moon is a joke. Setting Sun chased after Lu Chen and was about to catch up to him in the blink of an eye. Flickering Shadow, Robbery. Even Lu Chen hadn't thought that his opponent would be able to catch up to him so quickly. Moreover, In the period of time when he was invincible, his opponent had managed to stab his spear horizontally and hit him in the right shoulder. Minus 220,000. 20,000 bleeding. Debuff, bleed. Loses 0. 5% of max health every second for 20 seconds. Debuff, movement speed reduced by 30%. Seeing that his opponent was about to follow up with another attack, Lu Chun gritted his teeth and moved quickly. Quick move. Tiger's roar. Great Ravager sweep. This time, Lu Chun turned around and unleashed a few sword auras, finally stopping his opponent from continuing to chase after him. After getting a chance to catch his breath, Lu Chun was shocked. In just one exchange, he had been suppressed to the point that he couldn't breathe. This was something that had never happened in any of his previous battles. Damn it, so fast. His movement skill level is higher than mine, and it's very effective. He can easily dodge Heavenly Flame Pillar, and he even has a special attack that can ignore the invincible period of 7 stars chasing the moon. Lu Chun calmly analyzed his opponent's skills. After Setting Sun's stars was blocked by Lu Chun, he simply stood there and looked at Lu Chun with interest. That's it? You dare to bet on your own victory with your 5-card stud? You lowly humans don't seem to have any intelligence at all. It's embarrassing to be of the same race as you. The audience below cheered. Heavenly Flame Pillar. It can't be. He still has this kind of trash skills. His skills are too trashy. As expected, it's a one-sided suppression by Setting Sunday. I reckon he won't even be able to touch Setting Sun. Lu Chun turned a deaf ear to the discussions around him. He took a deep breath and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and the excitement in his eyes grew stronger. It was as if he had returned to the past, when he wasn't very strong yet, and would often encounter life and death battles. Laughing, I think you don't know what's good for you. Setting Sun coldly snorted. This time, I'll take your life. Instant shadows, unlimited suppression. Setting Sun's figure suddenly disappeared, and the next moment, he appeared in front of Lu Chun, smashing his spear at him. Go to hell. Heavenly Peak suppression. Lu Chun hurriedly dodged, but just as he landed, his opponent followed him like a shadow and smashed his spear at him again. Lu Chun dodged again, but the other side was faster than him and shot him. Lu Chun was actually already in the reverse moon chase state, and the cooldown of his movement skills was extremely short. He dodged again and again, but no matter how he dodged, his opponent could immediately find him and attack him. This is so King. Annoying. This was unlimited suppression. In terms of movement skills, it suppressed any skills and special effects that were lower than his own quality. Kid, you have quite a lot of movement skills. Unfortunately, you can't escape my 5-finger mountain. Annoying? Humph, sorry. I'm not just annoying. I want your life. Spear King, General Stab. A virtual image of an ancient general appeared behind Setting Sun, holding a giant spear like him, and stabbed it at Lu Chun. With a boom, Lu Chun was hit again. Minus 440,000. Debuff. Knocked away. The character is knocked away and loses control of the body, unable to move or use skills. Seeing this status, Lu Chun screamed in his heart. Experts knew that knocked away was an extremely terrifying special effect because it was too easy to follow up with a combo. Sure enough, an expert like Setting Sun would not let go of such an opportunity. Setting Sun's figure appeared in front of Lu Chun again. Kid, you're finished. Spear King, Ice Cloud Spear. The spear in his hand suddenly emitted a burst of ice fog, and the entire tip of the spear even condensed into frost. With dozens of consecutive shots, Setting Sun directly hit Lu Chun, who was knocked away. Minus 83,000. Minus 82,000. The first 2 shots were already off the charts. At the same time, Lu Chun was hit by the debuff. Frozen, his body was frozen for 2 seconds. One had to know that the flowing Cloud Ice Dragon Spear could deal up to 30 attacks, and that was a total of 2,400,000 damage. In addition to that, there was an additional ultimate skill that could be used after freeze. Originally, victory was already in the bag, but from the third attack onwards, a huge change occurred. 41,443. The Ice Cloud Spear's damage was suddenly halved, but this was not the main point. The main point was that Setting Sun had lost his own HP, minus 60,000. After being hit several times, Lu Chen's passive skill finally came out. Profound Armor. Profound Armor permanently gains a 40% damage reflection effect. After being hit, there is a 35% chance to taunt the enemy for 5 seconds. During the taunt period, the user's physical defense, magic defense, HP recovery speed, and an additional 160% damage reflection effect. Setting Sun was shocked. Damn it, why is this guy's damage reflection so high? I can ignore 50% damage reflection, but I was hit by 150% damage reflection. Doesn't that mean his damage reflection is 200%? And now I'm being taunted. Now, Setting Sun could not stop even if he wanted to. After being taunted, the Ice Cloud Spear was interrupted, and now it became a normal attack. During the time when Lu Chen was frozen, Setting Sun consecutively attacked 3 times, dealing another 400,000 damage to Lu Chen, a total of 1 million damage. At the same time, under the damage reflection effect, he lost 700,000 plus HP. From the damage ratio, his damage was higher than Lu Chen's. Damn it, why is this guy's HP so high? But without this profound armor, I can still kill him. This skill is too disgusting. But just as Setting Sun was feeling indignant, he suddenly realized that Solipsistic's profound armor status had disappeared. Didn't it last for 5 seconds? Why did it disappear so quickly? The two retreated at the same time. Setting Sun and Stars did not seem to understand why the profound armor disappeared so quickly. Lu Chen gave him the answer. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. The beating he had just received was not light. You think my profound armor is disgusting, right? Fine. I'll turn off this skill. Lu Chen's eyes were burning with anger that could not be concealed. He took out the Abyss Crystal Bow. Again, this time, if you touch me, it's my loss. Chapter 364. After debuting for so long, this was the first time Lu Chen was beaten to the ground. If it weren't for profound armor, his first life would have been instantly killed. Although profound armor was also Lu Chen's skill, it should be counted as part of his strength. In addition, Nirvana Rebirth had 2 chances to revive, which meant that Lu Chen had 3 lives. However, he was beaten to the point where he couldn't fight back. Lu Chen was really angry this time. Sunset Stars looked at his opponent coldly. You're so arrogant. Since you took the initiative to turn off the only skill that made me slightly afraid, then I'm sorry, but you won't have any more chances. As expected, inferior races are too easily swayed. But for me, as long as I can win, I will do whatever it takes. Instant Shadow, Infinite Suppression, War God Possession, Demon Transformation, Demon Clone. After the clone, Lu Chen and the other 5 clones used clones at the same time. There were a total of 18 clones. Clones? I'm sorry, but they are useless to me. It was unknown what method Sunset Stars used, but he still recognized Lu Chen's original body at a glance. In the blink of an eye, he was already in front of him. As long as he killed the original body, it didn't matter how many clones there were. Last time, Lu Chen couldn't deal with infinite suppression, but this time, Lu Chun was calm. Rapid movement. Blink shot. Rapid movement allowed him to move about 50 meters in 5 seconds. This skill alone couldn't compete with instant shadow, so Lu Chun used rapid movement and blink shot at the same time. Although it still couldn't achieve the effect of instant shadow, it could increase the number of directional changes while moving at high speed. In the next 5 seconds, it was so intense that the audience was dazzled and had difficulty breathing. Solipsistic's figure moved quickly, and in the process, he madly shot out arrows. Sunset Star's instant shadow was not weak either. He could always appear in front of Solipsistic in an instant and attack. Although Lu Chun was still unable to completely shake off the setting sun's stars, even with the combination of his two movement techniques, the setting sun's stars attack could not hit him while he was moving at such a high speed. However, Solipsistic's flash attack speed was extremely fast, coupled with the void-piercing special effect. It also posed a huge threat to Sunset Stars. Amidst the chaotic arrows, the setting sun's stars suppression was finally restrained. He no longer dared to recklessly chase after Lu Chun. This arrow doesn't have a trajectory, so there's no way to dodge it. I have to be in shadow flash at all times, or else I might get hit. Sunset Stars thought calmly. However, shadow flash only lasts for 5 seconds. Once the time is up, he'll be dead. 5 seconds passed in the blink of an eye. Solipsistic was only left with the special effect of flash shot. Although the speed of the arrow was very fast, his body was too slow. Humph, you're indeed an arrow at the end of its flight. Do you think you can kill me with this move? Naive. Spear King, Super Armor Assault. Sunset Stars appeared in front of Lu Chun in a flash. At this time, his body was glowing with a golden light. It was obvious that he was not in a good state. Super Armor Assault, Spear King's ultimate move. Super Armor could not reduce the damage of the opponent's skill, but it could prevent the user from receiving any negative effects for 1 second and launch the strongest attack. This guy wants to kill me in an instant. Lu Chun snorted coldly. Shadow Flash. There's more? It's a pity that your body movement is too weak. You can't outrun me. Demon King's will refresh. Shadow Flash. Sunset Stars did not expect this guy to be able to refresh skills. These two rapid movements had dragged out his tyrant body's offensive state. What's worse was that he had no more Shadow Flash uses left. This guy, he's using the refresh rate so decisively. Sunset Stars looked at his opponent in disbelief. This time, he could no longer use Shadow Flash to suppress his opponent. It was reasonable to say that if an ordinary person had a godly skill like Demon King's will, they would naturally use all the skills that could be refreshed. This was the smartest way to use it. However, this guy actually refreshed the skill directly for a useless skill like Shadow Flash. He had used up his trump card a long time ago. Solipsistic stood in the distance and temporarily stopped attacking. He looked indifferently at Sunset Stars, whose face was full of astonishment. Is it strange? Any skill that doesn't exist for the sake of victory is worthless. How did you know that my Shadow Flash has a limited number of times? Sunset Stars glared at Lu Chun. Lu Chun smiled slightly. Isn't it simple? What you used just now was the Tyrant Body, which is the strongest move of your main offensive cultivation method. When you used this skill, I knew that you should have used up most of your Shadow Flash. Why? There are only 2 effects of Super Armor Assault. One is immunity to negative effects, and the other is super high attack power. If it were me, I would have used this skill in a sure hit situation. However, you used it when I could still move freely. You have confidence in your Shadow Flash, but this is obviously not the best time. This time, You forced yourself to use your trump card, which means that you don't have many uses for Shadow Flash. Although my respawn skill is also a trump card, if it can defeat your trump card, it has already fulfilled its value. Sunset Stars widened his eyes. This guy could still maintain a high level of clarity in such a tense battle just now. He grasped every detail and guessed the opponent's mentality. This time, Sunset Stars was really panicking. Solipsistic's analysis was right. He had used up most of his Shadow Flash. Looking at his opponent again, although the level of his movement skill was not high, he had the advantage in numbers. After respawning, Lone Tyrant still had 7 stars chasing the moon, Blink of the Night, Rapid Movement, Reverse Moon Chasing Effect, and Blink Effect. In terms of movement techniques, he had already lost. When fighting against an archer, if you couldn't get close, you would be a live target. Lu Chen's lips curled up. You must be tired after fighting for so long. All right, it's my turn. Demon Doppelganger. In fact, before Lu Chen respawned, he used a powerful skill. He used Doppelganger. This way, he could use it again after respawning. New Doppelganger after Doppelganger. There were already 33 Solipsistic in the ring, and 11 of them could use Flash Shot. A large number of blurry figures flashed quickly in the ring. Black crystal arrows were shot from all angles. However, with a flash of black light, the arrows were in front of Sunset Stars. With so many arrows without a trajectory, even a god would not be able to block it. Roar. Pure Yang Protection. Sunset Stars used his defensive skill, trying to block these attacks. Wind Shadow Shift. He began to use other movement skills, trying to get close. However, Lu Chen's usage of Reverse Moon Chasing had already reached perfection. In a regular movement, he would spend most of his time in Reverse Moon Chasing. He could use displacement skills all the time, and Sunset couldn't catch up to him with just 1 or 2 displacement skills. Solipsistic's calm voice came from all around. You still not understand? From the moment I used up your Shadow Flash, you could no longer catch up to me. I'm sorry, you didn't cherish the chance to kill me. Now you have no chance. Chapter 365. There was no way to dodge the barrage of arrows. Furthermore, he had to dodge the lightless sky flame pillar under his feet. Dusk Stars could not hold on for long. Finally, when his pure Yang defense was depleted, what awaited him was 1,000 arrows piercing his heart. His HP dropped rapidly. Lu Chen did not even use Black Coffin to calculate the final damage. Dusk Star's HP was almost depleted. He only had 1 HP left. This match, District 19 Solipsistic. A large victory sign appeared on the ring. Congratulations on advancing to the next round. You may enter the next round at any time. The lottery system has completed the calculation. You have received a total of 6,400,000 gold coins. It has been sent to your backpack. Lu Chen checked his backpack. 6,400,000 gold coins had been sent to his account. He nodded in satisfaction. It was a small profit. Not bad. When Lu Chen raised his head, he realized that the audience was looking at him in disbelief, especially Dusk Stars. He could no longer hide the unwillingness, shock, and even humiliation in his eyes. There's no way you can beat me. Your skills are trash. You're from an inferior race. Don't be so smug. I hope you can win a few more matches. Then you'll be able to see the true strength of our District 44 Galaxy server. He will avenge me and torture you to death. Initiating quantum teleportation program. Not long after, a black portal appeared behind Lu Chen. Lu Chen slowly walked toward the portal. The moment he entered the portal, Lu Chen left a message. Very good. Tell him that he better not disappoint me. After that, Lu Chun disappeared into the portal. It was not until the portal disappeared that the people in District 44 stirred. That guy is so strong. Those skills are not very high level, but when used together, the effect is surprisingly good. He can even avoid the shadow suppression. Where did he get that bow? He's so strong. It's not just the combination of skills. His mind is too meticulous. In fact, I just calculated that the timing of Sunset's super armor was almost perfect at that time. If he didn't use an even more strange and rapid movement path, Sunset could have hit him. But he decisively used the respawn skill. To be able to deduce the enemy's information from their movements, their analytical ability is indeed formidable. Perhaps they aren't an inferior race after all. That's not necessarily the case. They only have hard mode, and that guy only has one dazzling gold. He's definitely not a match for the real experts of our server. Sunset Stars let out a long sigh. He didn't expect his first show to be ruined like this. At this moment, he received a private voice transmission. "Stardust, you've advanced, right?" When he saw his opponent's ID, Stardust was like a deflated balloon. He felt guilty and blamed himself. "Master, I was defeated. I'm sorry. I won't be able to meet up with you in the arena." What? Lost? Your Flash, Shadow, and Great Spear King have already reached a certain level of proficiency. Which district did you encounter an expert from? "Master, No, it's Server 19. Hard mode." "Hard mode. Wait a moment. I'll come over now." Lu Chun left the preparatory arena. After returning to his entrance, Lu Chun looked at his empty surroundings and shook his head slightly. "Look at other people's home ground, and look at mine. This is too miserable." Lu Chun had gained a lot from entering the preparatory arena this time. Other than earning a small profit of 2,400,000 gold coins, Lu Chen's biggest gain was broadening his horizons and encountering a strong opponent. Sunset Stars was very strong. If it wasn't for his dark armor, he might have been able to kill him instantly. So it seems that I'm still not the strongest. Lu Chen frowned slightly. But this is pretty good. It's better than being bored. But then again, it was a server of hell mode, and more than 8,000 people had only bet 5 million gold coins. It felt like they were very poor. Right, I should let the Earth players come over and bet. After a few rounds, they should be able to earn quite a bit of money. This should help them get through the early stages. Thinking of this, Lu Chun summoned 9-Winged and returned to the Earth Village. In these 2 days, the 2 million Second Heaven players had begun to lead the Earth players to farm. The map of the Earth Village was very large. On 9-Winged, Lu Chun saw teams leveling up in various areas. It seemed that the Second Heaven players were keeping their promise. When he arrived at the Earth Village's headquarters, a group of representatives from various countries and important figures stood up in shock when they saw the person standing at the entrance. "Nameless?" "It's Huaxia, Nameless. You're finally here." Lu Chen nodded slightly at them. "Where are the Great Wall of Iron and Blood and the Second Heaven players' representatives?" "I have something to tell you." Someone immediately went to inform the Great Wall of Iron and Blood. Today's Earth Village had built a large command room. The Great Wall of Iron and Blood was filled with representatives from various guilds, military representatives, Second Heaven representatives, Lei Yin, the old man Tualua Walker, and more than 300 people. Nameless shared his experience in the preparatory arena with everyone. "So, you've earned 2,400,000 gold coins in the blink of an eye?" Lei Yin did not have any hostility toward Nameless. When she heard Nameless words, she could not help but be shocked. "That's impossible." Tualua Walker was also surprised. "I've heard that some people have tried the preparatory arena before, but Most of them were not qualified to enter. Only a small number of people have entered, but many of them were eliminated after the battle. There are only a few people whose results we don't know, so you can earn money in the arena. Mr. Nameless, I've heard that you have a close relationship with Mad Demon. Even if you're Mad Demon's friend, I still want to ask, what level are you? Lu Chen thought for a moment and said, 75. This time, not only was Tua Lua Walker shocked, but the representatives of Earth were also stunned. That's impossible, Mr. Nameless. We're not doubting your strength, but you've only been in the second heaven for a little more than a month. Tua Lua Walker and the others were knowledgeable. Mr. Nameless, do you have divine might? After having divine might, one's level would be higher. This was no secret to the players of the second heaven. Lu Chen nodded slightly. My level is not important. I'm here to tell you this news. If you believe me, you can give me your gold coins, and I'll help you place your bets. If I win, I won't take any of your money. Just think of it as helping you through your current difficulties. Tua Lua Walker looked at Lu Chen with a worried expression. Nameless, from the attitude of the players on Earth towards you, we believe that your character is fine. It's not that we don't believe in your strength, but now we don't have much money left. We can't afford to lose. Nameless, at least show us your strength. This way, we can decide whether to bet all our money on you. Tua Lua Walker looked at Lu Chen. Lu Chen smiled and threw a token on the table. The representatives of the second layer of heaven were shocked when they saw the token. That token was the token of the City of Freedom's city leader. So, you're that guy. Tua Lua Walker looked at Lu Chen in shock. Then, the 5 representatives of the second heaven region stood up and stood respectfully in front of Lu Chen. We've been disrespectful. The city leader is willing to fight for us. Naturally, we have no reason not to give it our all. Chapter 366. Under the explanation of the level 2 players, the Earth players finally found out about the battle where Nameless defeated Ling Tian. All right, we were blind. Although there are only 2 people from Earth, each one is stronger than the other. Lei Yin shook her head. Sai, if I knew you were all so strong, my crystal sword, Tua Lua Walker, also sighed. According to their strength, they could have entered level 2 long ago. Looks like we can't just use the time. They entered level 2 as the only measurement. He's really strong. What kind of world could nurture such an outstanding expert? A sacred sect that was gradually stabilizing its foundation as soon as it arrived and became the city lord of a level 60 main city. One person alone defeated an army of millions. It's unbelievable. In the beginning, some of the level 2 players were still complaining about their defeat. But now, the level 2 players were more willing to befriend the Earth players. It couldn't be helped. Their boss was too strong. After being praised by the level 2 players, the Earth players suddenly felt very proud. On the other hand, Lu Chen's face didn't change at all. As I said just now, the level 2 players' game difficulty has reached Hell mode. Under that kind of game difficulty, they still have a large number of players who can adapt. So, our overall strength is still lacking. After seeing a bigger scene, Lu Chen naturally wouldn't be a frog at the bottom of a well. His vision was also much more farsighted than the average player. If you're willing, you can go to the preparatory arena to watch the battle, look at their equipment, and you'll understand the difference between us and them. Tua Lua Walker exclaimed. A full set of dark gold equipment, and a few pieces of dazzling gold equipment. Is this the benefit of Hell mode difficulty? Nameless, our level is too low, but we can let the strong players take a look. Lu Chen nodded. After level 2, everyone should be able to guess that level 3 will usher in a new round of merger. I don't know what the details are, but I know that it will be beyond our imagination. 9 heavens, 1 heavens, 1 heavens. I believe that in the first heavens, many worlds have already opened up higher difficulties. That's why there is such a big gap in our strength. I don't want the Earth players to be the weakest when we reach the third heavens. Ironblood Great Wall, and the others nodded. Nameless, you're right. There's an old saying in Huaxia, only by experiencing the hardest of hardships can one rise above others. Only by surviving and adapting to hell mode will we be able to hold our heads high in the future. Lucha nodded. Very good. If solipsistic, and I have the chance to find a way to increase the difficulty of the game, I will not hesitate to do so. You should prepare yourselves. This time, the attitude of the players was completely different from before. In the past, even the players on Earth would complain about solipsistic in their hearts. However, after understanding the situation in other worlds, people began to realize the importance of making the game more difficult. After the meeting, the Earth players immediately organized people to raise money, from the national server to the regional server to the provincial server to the city server, according to the most primitive division under the organization of the military and the Guild Alliance. Funds were quickly raised. Tua Lua Walker and Lei In also went to mobilize the Second Heaven players. Although both sides were very efficient, there were too many people after all. Lu Chun gave them a day to raise money. The next morning, Lu Chun came to collect the money. The Earth players had raised 50 billion gold coins, and the Second Heaven players had raised 20 million gold coins. Speaking of which, the players were really poor now. With 50 billion and 20 million gold coins, as well as 300 to 400 people who wanted to watch the battle, Lu Chun went to the preparatory arena. When he arrived at the arena, Lu Chun found that there were already more than 200 people gathered there. Why are there so many people here today? Lu Chun was slightly surprised. Oh, nameless, we informed some powerful forces. They all sent representatives over. If it's really like what you said, they will use gold coins to buy the battle footage, Tua Lua Walker explained. Lu Chun nodded. I see. All right, you guys can go down. I'm going to the arena. Walking up to the arena, Lu Chun chose to start the matchmaking. The system is screening your opponent. Please wait. Screening complete. This battle will be held in District 19. Please wait for your opponent to teleport. Last time, Lu Chun was in an away game. This time, it was his home game. Fortunately, his home game was not completely empty. This time, there were about 500 to 600 people watching the battle. Not long after, a black portal appeared on the arena. From the portal, a bald man slowly walked out. This man was about 9 meters tall. His body was muscular, and his face was almost devoid of any flesh. He looked almost like a skull. A translucent screen appeared on the arena, showing the basic information of both parties. You have entered the second round of the arena, activating the full pain system. Information of both parties. Human Galaxy Server District 19, Level 75 player. Player has chosen to remain anonymous. This server's game difficulty is currently difficult. Human Galaxy Server District 49, Level 78 player, Pangu King of Might. This server's game difficulty is currently hell. When people saw this player, they started to discuss. He really looks different from us. Damn, look at his equipment. Most of it is dark gold, and he has at least 4 to 5 pieces of shiny gold equipment. There's really an Earth difficulty. Oh my God, how did they survive in this difficulty? The Herculean king looked at Lu Chun, then looked at the bustling audience below the stage. When he heard their comments, the disdain on his face became even more obvious. He snorted coldly. Looks like I've been matched with a trash world. I thought I could meet an expert, but what kind of trash was I matched with? A difficult server? What a joke. Hey, lowly species, if you want to make a living, just bet on me winning. The man did not hesitate to show off his superiority. He glanced at Lu Chun. Trash like you can enter the second round? I really don't know what kind of trash the system matched you with. At least you know your place. You know to remain anonymous. You're probably afraid of embarrassing yourself. Lu Chun snorted. As expected, these people could not hide their disdain when they saw that his server was difficult. They felt embarrassed to say that he was playing difficult. Let's start quickly. I don't want to waste too much time on trash like him. The King of Might said impatiently. The odds for both sides were District 19, Anonymous Player. Odds 1. 7. District 49, Pangu King of Might. Odds 1. 1. Lu Chen's odds were still very low. This meant that in terms of equipment and level, the gap between Lu Chen and the King of Might was bigger than the gap between him and Sunset. There were not many people who placed their bets, so the betting ended quickly. District 19, Anonymous Player, 50,026,000,000. 5 million, one person placed a bet. District 49, Pangu King of Might, 174,442 gold. 23 people placed a bet. When they saw the numbers, Lu Chun and the King of Might were stunned. Lu Chun thought, what the F***CK? Is this really my home ground? Apart from him, no one else had placed any bets. Was it because no one else had placed any bets? The King of Might. What kind of server is this? Who has 50 billion gold? Chapter 367. Not everyone recognized nameless strength. For example, the experts who were just here to watch the show. Among them, 22 of them placed a bet of 150,000 gold coins. Tua Luo Walker looked at the others in confusion. Your stress, King One? One of them put his hands behind his back and said calmly, why? Is it strange? A level 60 main city castellan may seem amazing to you, but in our eyes, it's not worth mentioning. Anyone who has participated in the preparatory arena knows how scary the opponents are. It's not an exaggeration to say that a Hell level 70 and above player is qualified to be a level 60 main city castellan in our region. Another person seemed to be a little pretentious with Tua Luo Walker. Tua Luo, you guys are too reckless. Can't you see the difference in equipment between the two sides? You obviously saw it, but you still bet on Nameless. I think you guys have been fooled by him. The further you go, the more you realize how insignificant you are. Tua Luo frowned. He was not worried about losing his money. Everyone had placed their bets willingly, so there was nothing he could do if he lost. However, he suddenly felt that Nameless was different from these people. He had heard of Nameless deeds. He had defeated the Sacred Gate and massacred the Sacred Gate City. After conquering the Sacred Gate City, Nameless had removed the additional fees in the Sacred Gate City. This time, he had even shared what he had seen and heard in the preparatory arena with everyone. Perhaps those who were not familiar with him would think that he was a little cold, but in reality, he was very easy to get along with. He could chat casually with some of the weaker players. Looking at the so-called great god players around him, they were all very low-key. No one had ever mentioned anything about the preparatory arena. All right, I finally know why the players on Earth trust him so much. Tua Luo Walker looked at the young man in the ring. That guy is a trustworthy friend. Not long after, the match finally began. Earth-level movement technique, God of War's charge. The Herculean King was the first to attack. Lu Chun was slightly stunned. Wasn't this the special effect of the Divine Martial Arts set? Speaking of which, this skill was perfect for close-range combat. Once hit, the stun time was up to 4 seconds. For seconds was enough for a strong player to deal tons of damage. Lightless Sky Flame Pillar, Black Coffin Dead Zone, 7 stars chasing the moon. Lu Chen activated his moves at the same time. War God Possession, Demon Transformation, Demon Doppelganger. You want to run? Sorry, but you can't run away. Black Hole Force Field. The Herculean King suddenly pulled out his staff and formed a black sphere above Lu Chen's head. Under the influence of the sphere, Lu Chen was involuntarily pulled towards the center of the sphere. Even if he used 7 stars chasing the moon and moved quickly, he couldn't break free. F***CK. What kind of cultivation technique is this? Lung Nuo and the others looked at the black sphere in shock. Boss can't break free from that area at all. All of Boss' clones have been sucked in as well. This is going to be troublesome. Although Lu Chen wasn't completely sucked in, his range of movement instantly became very limited. His range of interaction was no more than a radius of 20 meters. This should also be an Earth-grade cultivation technique. So abnormal, it must be an Earth-grade cultivation technique, at least a low-grade Earth-grade cultivation technique. Lu Chen's movement was restricted. At the same time, the Herculean King coldly snorted, "My black hole force field specializes in fanciness. Within the same level, any movement technique can escape." "Sorry, the battle is over." The Herculean King smiled. Psionic Arrow Rain. Pangu Herculean King looked like a burly man who would have thought that he was actually a prophet. "Prophet? Humph, humph, then you're unlucky to have met me." After saying that, Lu Chen summoned the triple door exclamation point. You can affect movement techniques, but unfortunately mine is not a movement technique. To be precise, it's a teleportation technique. Lu Chen fiercely entered one of the triple doors. In the next second, he appeared in front of Ali. Lu Chen pulled out his dragon crystal bow. Flash shoot. Nameless also has a dazzling gold bow. Tuo Luo Walker looked at the bow in Lu Chen's hand in surprise. He had a deep impression of this bow. His skills are very similar to Mad Demon's. Ironblood Wall said, "This is not surprising. Nameless and Mad Demon often farm together. This bow is not the only one in the entire server. I don't know if the attributes of these 2 bows are the same or not. Although this weapon is not the only one in the entire server, but there will definitely not be a second one because it's too strong," Tuo Luo Walker said with certainty. Although Tuo Luo Walker had doubts in his heart, it was obviously not the time to dwell on this issue. They had bet all their assets on this match. Let's watch the match first. It can actually escape from the black hole force field. The Herculean King's eyes widened, but he had no time to think. Earth-grade spiritual shield. The Herculean King raised one hand, and a blue light shield appeared on his body. Seeing the spiritual shield used by the opponent, the experts in District 19 could not help but exclaim, "Damn, it's an Earth-grade shield-type skill." Although the spiritual shield was different compared to the blood, sacrifice shield, and the undead shield, its biggest feature was that it did not have an upper limit of defense. When receiving any attack other than Heavenly Wrath attack, the damage received would be first offset by the spiritual shield, and as long as there was pure spiritual energy, the spiritual shield would always exist. Currently, many prophets used spiritual shields, and the consumption ratio was 1 to 10. 1 point of pure spiritual energy would block 10 points of damage. However, the Herculean King used an Earth-grade spiritual shield, and 1 point of pure spiritual energy would block more damage. As for the exact amount, no one in District 19 knew. They all use Earth-grade techniques. Is this the benefit of Hell Mode difficulty? It seems that Nameless is right. The higher the difficulty, the better it is for our future development. I don't know if Nameless can win. I'm starting to worry now. Many people had seen the power of the Dragon Crystal Bow, but they did not know that the Dragon Crystal Bow was actually a prophet's nightmare. Spiritual shield? Humph! I'm sorry, but no matter how high the level of your spiritual shield is, you're still going to die in front of me. The corners of Lu Chen's mouth curled up. An invisible black crystal arrow had already landed on the Herculean King's spiritual energy shield. -0, double critical hit. Absorbed. What a joke. My spiritual shield's absorption ratio is 1 to 100. I'm afraid that you won't be able to break my shield even if you use up all your spiritual energy. The Herculean King was even more confident. Go to hell. Elemental curse. Thunder curse. Elemental curse? If you can use a single spell in front of me, I'll consider it my loss. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Chen's second arrow had already arrived. -0, double critical hit. Absorbed. Debuff. Confusion, casting speed reduced by 0. 5 seconds, double critical hit. Stun for 1 second, resisted for 1 second. It actually caused stun. Everyone was puzzled. Damn, wasn't that the arrow just now the most common one? Why did it cause stun? Maybe his bow's attribute is different from Mad Demon's. While the Herculean King was stunned, Lu Chen's doppelgangers were also freed. The spiritual arrow rain had reduced 1/3 of their HP, which showed that the Herculean King's damage was still very high. A group of doppelgangers began to besiege the Herculean King. Absorb, 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 absorb. Unlimited absorption. However, from the first stun, the Herculean King did not wake up again. What was even more tragic was that the casting time of the Herculean King's elemental curse, Thunder Curse, had been reduced by 600 seconds. In other words, if the Herculean King wanted to use Thunder Curse, he would have to prepare for 10 minutes just to cast the spell. The Herculean King looked at his casting progress bar, and his face turned green. Damn, it's fine if a melee fighter can stun infinitely, but why can an archer do it? Is he King cheating? I can't use Thunder Curse anymore. Chapter 368. The Abyss Dragon Crystal Bow was simply a prophet's nightmare. Ever since the Herculean King released that Thunder Curse, there was no chance for him to wake up. After holding on for a while, the Herculean King's pure aura was completely exhausted. When the spirit shield was depleted, the prophet's low HP was finally revealed. More than 800,000 HP could not withstand a few arrows from Lu Chen, and he was instantly killed by a group of clones. The winner of this competition is an anonymous player from District 19. Congratulations on advancing to the 3rd round. You can apply for the 3rd round at any time after you are ready. The lottery system is calculating. You have received a total of 832, 6 million gold coins. The reward has been sent to your backpack. Lu Chen opened his backpack and took a look. The amount of money inside was a bit scary. The players on Earth seemed to have realized the importance of gold coins in the second heaven. The Jiutian official website on Earth had opened the game currency trading. The current price of gold coins was 10 renminbi for 1 gold coin. If that was the case, it meant that he had 800 billion on him now. According to Tua Luo Wanderer, the price of gold coins seemed to be even higher in other worlds. It was a pity that this money was not all his, otherwise it would be quite exciting. But just seeing this income, the other players could not stay calm. We won. Ha! The odds are 1. 6, we earned 60%. More than 80 billion, damn, that's a lot of money. The second heaven players were even more excited. It was too difficult for them to make money now. These former experts were rich if they had a few dozen gold coins on them. Now, every gold coin was precious. I should have bet more. What a loss. Fortunately, I bet 50 gold coins. Now I have earned 30 gold coins. Hee hee. Awesome. And those District 19 experts were all pale. When the odds were out, they thought that although the Herculean King's odds were low, they would definitely make a profit. So they bet a lot of money, but now they lost everything. This my 10,000 gold coins. He actually won. That guy is an archer. How can he stun infinitely? This is cheating. It seems that he will stun with a critical hit, but why is his critical hit rate so high? It can't be a 100% critical hit, right? Every time he attacks, it's a critical hit. Who can withstand that? And those clones, it's rare to see a normal damage value. Coupled with the critical hit stun, it's a perfect match. The Herculean King still had 1 HP left. He looked at Lu Chen unwillingly. I actually lost to a guy from a difficult world. I refuse to accept this. Lu Chen smiled. No matter how many times you fight me, the result will be the same. Your black hole force field can't break my triple door. And with my Chaos God Heaven Counter Wizard, you have no chance at all. Even though the Herculean King wasn't convinced, after thinking about it for a moment, he found that the other party was right. Originally, he had planned to use the black hole force field to forcefully pull his opponent over, then use a series of skills to finish him off. Speaking of which, this combination was still very difficult to counter. Unfortunately, his combination of punches was completely countered by his opponent. If a prophet like him couldn't cast spells, then what was the point of fighting? Thinking of this, Pangu had no choice but to swallow the resentment in his heart. Your bow, why have I never seen it before? I've fought in so many arenas and met so many archers, but I've never seen anyone use this bow. Where did you get it from? Many experts pricked up their ears at this moment. If they knew where this bow came from, it was likely that all the archers would go all out to farm it. Lu Chen looked at the bow in his hand. To be honest, he was really liking this black crystal bow more and more. Lu Chen smiled slightly. No way. You've never seen this bow before? This bow was the only one dropped from the death door of the 99 life and death doors. It was the most difficult death door of all the death doors. It was set to be unable to use any skills, so it was almost impossible to clear it. Moreover, it only dropped a normal black crystal abyss bow. In order to let this weapon display the true power of the strongest bow, one had to clear all the death doors and obtain the reward of strengthening a dazzling gold equipment. All in all, although the black crystal abyss bow was not the only equipment, Lu Chen also learned a piece of information from Pangu's mouth. Considering that it was impossible for Pangu to have seen all the archers, but at least one thing was certain: the black crystal abyss bow was an extremely rare, dazzling gold equipment. Sorry, I'm here to fight in the arena, not to share my experience of farming treasures. Lu Chen smiled slightly. As an earthling, it was normal for him to help the earthling players, but he had never forgotten his human nature. In this world where the strong preyed on the weak, he had never thought of being a good person. Protecting himself was the most basic operation. Pangu sized up this young man again. He was very strong, but what was more rare was that he had never forgotten himself. In this world, he seemed to have always maintained his original heart. He carefully explored. All right, you are indeed a terrifying opponent. The Herculean King stood up, and a black hole teleportation door appeared behind him. Kid, with a guy like you, I believe that your world shouldn't be far from upgrading to Hell mode. What I want to tell you is to maintain your current mentality and work hard to become stronger. Because no matter how strong you are, once you reach the third heaven, it will be your nightmare. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. Do you know what's in the third heaven? Is there a wider range of servers? The Herculean King smiled slightly and said mysteriously, I can only tell you one thing. Every heaven domain is a heaven, and every heaven domain is not a simple unification. What you will see is a world that you can't even imagine. All right, I hope that I won't meet a pervert like you next time. Damn it, I'm being cursed to death. Pango Herculean King was completely different from Sunset and Stars. They were both defeated. Sunset was clamoring for revenge, but the Herculean King was able to talk calmly with Lu Chun. Lu Chun did not have the slightest hostility towards such a generous opponent who was willing to accept his loss. Instead, he had a good impression of him. Actually, you're quite strong. The next time we meet, I'll try not using a bow. I think that's the real challenge. Lu Chun said sincerely, not using a bow. The Herculean King frowned slightly before revealing a confident smile. If an archer doesn't use a bow, what's the point of fighting? Actually, as long as you change to a bow, you won't have any chance of winning. Lu Chun smiled back and did not answer because this was a question that had no conclusion. However, in Lu Chen's heart, he was also filled with confidence. Archer? Who said he was an archer? I hope that we'll have the chance to meet again next time, although the probability is too small. The Herculean King shook his head and walked towards the teleportation door. Kid, if fate wills it, we'll meet again. Pangu Herculean King disappeared into the black hole. Lu Chen's heart was filled with an indescribable excitement and anticipation. If I can meet more pure experts like this, that would be a lucky thing. Turning around, Lu Chen looked at the audience. Hey, I'll start the next round. Do you guys still want to bet? Yes, everyone said in unison. Interestingly, not only the Great Wall of Iron and Blood and Tuolua Walker wanted to continue the bet, those experts who were pessimistic about Lu Chen also wanted to continue the bet. It was unknown if the listeners were being intentional or if they were already angry from embarrassment. Lu Chen's words to the Great Wall of Iron and Blood and the others were taken as a provocation by Lu Chun. This daddy lost money. And you still ask me if I want to continue? Interesting. Very good. You still want to continue? I'm afraid you won't dare to continue. Rest assured, we'll definitely continue the bet. I don't believe that you can still advance. The money I lost today, this daddy will definitely win it back. A few million isn't much. Let's have some fun today. Lu Chen frowned. These guys were so excited. He didn't even ask them. However, were they sure they wanted to continue the bet? Chapter 369. In the third match, Lu Chen was fighting in an away game, so the others could not see the battle. About 20 minutes later, Lu Chen came out of the portal. Everyone saw Nameless, full health. Boss, did you win? 10 steps shouted from below the stage. Lu Chen smiled and showed the system message he received to the others. The winner of this match is an anonymous player from District 19. Congratulations on advancing to the fourth round. You can apply for the fourth round at any time when you are ready. The betting system is calculating. You have received a total of 128,052,000,052, 16 million gold coins. The reward has been sent to your backpack. My odds are still 1-6. Lu Chen shook his head and said greedily, if only it was higher. There was a sudden cheer from below the stage. Oh, yeah, 50 billion became 128 billion. It more than doubled. Haha, that's great. I've made money. Boss, you are too strong. It's already the fourth round. Lu Chen smiled. It's okay. The opponent this time was quite strong. It was a monk who focused on defense. It took me 20 minutes. But boss, why are you still full health? He didn't take out your health? Lu Chen shook his head. He took out 2/3 of my health, but I drained it back. Although Lu Chen said it casually, those who knew him knew that his health was 2 million. 2/3 of his health would be 8 million. To be able to take out 8 million of Boss's health, the opponent was very strong. Moreover, Nameless' lifesteal was only about 15%. Even if he attacked 200,000 times, he would only recover 30,000 points each time. To drain 8 million, how many times would he have to attack? The opponent's health and defense were amazing. As the number of matches increased, the battle became more and more difficult. Lu Qin did not think much of it. Fighting a warrior was not as dangerous as fighting the Herculean King. If he was caught by the Herculean King's black hole force field, he would not be able to take out 2/3 of his health. After a short break, 20 minutes later, Lu Qin started the fourth match. This time, Lu Qin was the host. A portal appeared on the stage, and his opponent appeared. A man and a beast came out of the portal. Information of both sides. Human Galaxy Server District 19. Level 75 Anonymous Player. This server's game difficulty is currently hard. Human Galaxy Server Area 2. Level 81 Player Python King. This server's game difficulty is currently Hell Mode. The winning players will enter the 5th round. The top 8 of this round's preparatory arena. It's another Hell Mode world. Heavens, is everyone else in Hell Mode except us? Hell Mode equipment is even better. Those who aren't Hell Mode opponents have already been eliminated in the first round. It's almost impossible to see anyone who isn't Hell Mode in the 3rd round. This time, it's actually a beast tamer among spirit controllers. What kind of beast is that? It doesn't seem very ferocious. It's not that big. An old player widened his eyes and said to the Earth player beside him in shock, "Not fierce. Brother, that's Fu Dilong. He's the most troublesome baby I know. Their attacks are very high, their movements are very fast, and they can shrink the ground to attack. Moreover, their attacks have a passive effect of entanglement. Once you're entangled, your HP will drop super fast, and you'll be silenced. Then, just wait for your death." It's that strong? The Earth player was shocked. Of course it's strong. If we encountered it in easy mode, we would have been wiped out. And look at its avatar. It's a dark gold avatar. This means that it's a dark gold baby. It might be a boss. Bringing a Hell Mode boss. How are we going to fight it? Beast tamers have an advantage against archers. The baby chases and bites while the master attacks from behind. He's also using the dazzling gold bow. No wonder he's the opponent for the 4th round. He's getting stronger and stronger. In the past, people guessed that Nameless might be a pugilist. In the beginning, pugilists were all melee classes. However, in Firmament City, pugilists could change classes into melee and ranged classes. Ranged classes were archers. After the Herculean King said that Nameless was an archer, people were even more certain that Nameless' main class was an archer. In the 2nd round, Lu Chen's equipment countered the Panga Herculean King. However, the tables had turned. This time, his class was countered by someone else. The Beast King frowned slightly as he looked at Lu Chen. "No way, hard mode. Kid, how did you get into the 4th round? What kind of trash did you meet in the previous rounds? I'm so lucky this time. Not only did I meet a weakling, but he's also an archer. This is a guaranteed entry into the top 8. Maybe I can get 1st place this time. Then I can... Immortal Trail Forest. The Beast King, am coming. When I get to the Immortal Trail Forest, I'll take the treasure and go to Divine Herbalist Valley to get more pills. From then on, my Beast King attributes will increase tremendously. Then I can go to the Azura Field and torture the weak. When the time comes, I'll use the Beast Core to evolve the country bumpkin into a dazzling gold pet. Then I can enter the heart-refining courtyard. My status and position will reach the peak, and I'll finally win the heart of a beauty. Ha 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 ha. I'm indeed a man favored by the heavens. Lu Chun looked at his opponent in shock. This guy hadn't even entered the top 8 yet, but he was already fantasizing about something far away. Brother, wake up. Can you not think so far ahead? We haven't fought yet. The Beast King put away the smile on Lu Chen's face and became serious again. He glanced at Lu Chun and said, "Fight? Do we still need to fight? Have you seen my baby? You're a weakling from a difficult world and an archer. My friend, you're fully aware of the pain now. Don't make things difficult for yourself. You're already very lucky to be able to enter the top 16. Enough is enough. I don't want to beat you up. Be good. Go back and practice. Next time, try to get a good ranking." Lu Chun was speechless. This guy was here to be funny. He looked quite funny too. His head was bigger than the average human's. One look, and you could tell that he was a fool. However, this person was not too aggressive. He was not like Sunset and the hot-tempered warrior from the previous round who had a sense of superiority. Forget it. Thanks for the reminder. I still plan to fight for it this time. Lu Chen could only say so. During the betting session, Lu Chen's odds finally increased to 1-1. 8. The Beast King's odds were 1-1. 1. This seemed to be the lowest odds. Sigh, the odds are so low. I can't make much money. Boring. The Beast King shook his head. Sigh, my friend, I bet 100 gold on you. Take it as my appreciation for your unyielding spirit. Sure enough, his brain was not very bright. Finally, the betting results came out. When he saw the number behind the anonymous player, the Beast King was shocked. What the F***CK? 128 billion. What the hell is this? Could it be that you're the hope of the entire village? Lu Chen nodded helplessly. That's right. I'm the best in our village. They're betting all their money on me. The global village had become a village. Sai, you're so stupid. You're giving money to Tianqing. You're from a lousy, difficult world. Look at all your trashy equipment. How much money can you have? Sai, you're betting all your family's money. If you lose, won't you be scolded to death? Lu Chen could not get a word in edgewise. He could only listen to him blabber on and on. Sai, kid, when I brought people from our world to the arena, they were the ones who volunteered to bet. In the end, after I lost, I was scolded like a dog. Even the woman I loved looked down on me. As he spoke, the Beast King suddenly became dejected. After a long while, the Beast King let out a long sigh. Kid, do you have a girl you like? The Beast King's sudden question really stunned Lu Chun. Not only was Lu Chun stunned, but the girls below the stage were also stunned. Suddenly, their hearts seemed to have stopped beating. They were more nervous than watching Nameless fight. Yes, did he have a girl he liked? Chapter 370. Lu Chun had a lot of girls around him, and each one was prettier than the other. Some were the most popular anchors, known as Zhouqian's #1 beauty. Some were rising stars, some were rich young ladies from the anime world, and some were like fairies from another world. Lu Chun didn't know he was here to fight in the arena. So why did they talk about personal matters? This big-headed Beast King's brain was indeed different from the average person's. Actually, I don't know. Besides, even if I like someone, that person might not like me back. Actually, in my world, I'm not very handsome. The girls below the stage were anxious. Did this guy really think that way? He was so good at guessing other people's thoughts when he played games. How could he not know when he encountered such a situation? The Beast King nodded. It's right for you to feel inferior. Anyway, I think you're quite ugly. but I think the people here are quite ugly. Their heads are so small, they're not cute at all. Brother, I'm really sorry. I really can't understand your feelings. After all, I'm still very good looking. I don't have your troubles. The big-headed beast king shook his head. Lu Chun was speechless. This guy actually thought he was handsome. Well, although they were all humans, there were definitely differences. Even foreigners couldn't understand the aesthetics, let alone aliens. The beast king thought for a while and suddenly said, "Hey, brother, I'm not going to fight this match. You win." Huh, what's there to huh about? The top 8 is easy for me, but for you, this might be your only chance. The Beast King looked at Lu Chen sincerely. It's okay to be ugly. As long as you have a reputation and status, you still have a chance. Courageously pursue the girl you like, just like me. Even if she doesn't accept me now, I won't give up. Lu Chen looked at the Python Beast King in shock. He suddenly felt that this guy was too cute. Don't you want to win the competition, walk to the peak of life, and marry a beautiful woman? Are you sure you want to give up? Yes, your bet is too big. Once you lose, you might not be able to raise your head in your original world. I don't want to ruin you for my dreams. Besides, like I said just now, the top 8 is too easy for me. Brother, those who can enter the top 8 are all super experts. Don't place such a huge bet anymore. All right, I choose to forfeit this match. F***CK, a living lay phone. Lu Chen was stunned. At the same time, the experts who had bet on the Beast King were also stunned. They almost collapsed. In order to recoup their losses, they had decided to make an even bigger bet this time around. Initially, when they saw that it was a beast-tamer duel, they thought that they had a good chance of winning. But to think that their hopes would be dashed in such a manner. No, I object. You can't abstain. Yes, I bet 30,000 gold coins on you. You can't just give up like that. This is a rigged match. The Beast King was about to leave, but when he heard the people below the stage shouting fiercely, he turned his head and looked at them. All of you, shut up. I despise people like you the most. If I want to forfeit, I will forfeit. What can you do about it? If you are not convinced, do you want me to come down and teach you a lesson? Lu Chun was not afraid of the Beast King, but when these experts saw the Beast King, the pressure was too great. Just his baby alone was enough to make them suffer a great deal, not to mention that he still had the dazzling gold bow in his hands. Brother, be careful of these people. I think they are up to no good. The Beast King warned Lu Chun. All right, I am leaving. If you have the chance, come and play with me. I will introduce you to my goddess and let you know what it means to be as beautiful as a fairy. A big-headed beauty appeared in Lu Chen's mind, but he still felt that something was wrong. All right, thanks. Congratulations on successfully advancing. You have entered the top 8 of this round of the arena. The betting system is settling the accounts for you. You have received 23,493,880,000 gold coins. It has been sent to your backpack. Please check it. Lu Chen's initial capital of 5 million was 1 round more than the others. Now, it had increased to 33 million. This kind of compound interest growth was too terrifying. For no reason, he was given a victory by the Beast King. Lu Chen smiled and shook his head. If there was a chance, he really wanted to see this funny guy again. By the way, do you still want to continue gambling? Lu Chen asked. Tua Luo Walker thought for a moment and said, Mr. Nameless, how about this? After all, this money was pooled by everyone. We can't make decisions on behalf of everyone. So, can you give us 40 million first? We will bet the rest of the money. That's right. This way, we will earn and not lose. The great wall of iron and blood looked at the others. It seemed that they also wanted to use this method. Nameless, we also want to be steady on our side. What the Beast King said just now makes sense. If we really lose all of them, there will be too many people. At that time, there might be people who are dissatisfied with you. Of course, Lu Chen did not care. He took out 2 times their capital and distributed it to everyone. Lu Chen rounded it up. There were 100 billion players on Earth, 50 million players in the second heaven, and 30 million for himself. All of this money would continue to be bet until Lu Chen won or lost. There are still 3 matches left. Let's fight together today. In the quarterfinals, Lu Chen fought in an away game. Everyone waited here for only 10 minutes before he came out of the portal. When he came out, Lu Chen's HP was black. The corner of his mouth was full of blood. It was obvious that he had received a serious injury. Boss, Wild Waves, and the others rushed to the arena. Lu Chen looked at everyone and forced a smile. Don't worry, I'm fine. I won. What? You won? Yes. Lu Chen stood up by himself. After experiencing a lot of battles, Lu Chen could already adapt to a full-pain competition. This time, Lu Chen won relatively easily. Although it seemed that he lost a lot of HP, he still had 3 lives. The opponent had equipment that made all the HP recovery effects ineffective. In order to save time, Lu Chen did not hesitate to lose a lot of HP and quickly defeated his opponent. The odds are 1-8. Hee, I've made a fortune. Nameless, why don't we stop fighting? Look at how badly injured you are, Stardust said worriedly. It's okay. It's just a small injury. I know what I'm doing. I'll be fine after some rest. Half an hour later, Lu Chen started the quarterfinals. Information of both sides. Human Galaxy Server District 19. Level 75 player. Anonymous player. This server's game difficulty is currently hard. Human Galaxy Server District 44. Level 84 player. Eternal Sunset. This server's game difficulty is currently hell. Player from District 44? Lu Chen suddenly remembered that his first match was against Sunset Stars from the 44th District. This guy was also from the 44th District, and even the prefix was the same. Could it be that they were from the same guild? The opponent was tall, about 2-3 meters, and had a crouching earth dragon beside him. He had his hands behind his back and was sizing up Lu Chen. Kid, it seems like you heard my prayers. That's why you made it to the quarterfinals. The man's tone was cold and hostile. Don't doubt it. You're right. I'm the master of Sunset Stardust that you defeated in the first round. Since we've met, I'll teach you a lesson this time and avenge my disciple. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes. This guy gave off a strong vibe. Chapter 371. This time, Lu Chen's opponent was Dusk Star's master. Dusk Stars had shown his super strong combo ability during the competition and had caused Lu Chen a lot of trouble. His master's command was definitely better. If he was not careful, he might lose his life. Although Lu Chen had 3 lives, and every time he was reborn, all of his skills would be refreshed. However, his current requirement for himself was that he would never easily lose any of his lives. His opponents had always been more than just players. You are Dusk Star's master, but you are not qualified to be my master. Lu Chen looked at him coldly. Dusk Eternal snorted. Is that so? You have a cheap mouth. I will slap you later. Lu Chen frowned slightly. This guy was even more arrogant than Sunset and Stars. It's true that like disciple, like master, since you have so little, I will not go easy on you. The audience below could also see that this match was the most tense one so far. After the bets were placed, the countdown began. 3, 2-1 start. The moment the match started, Fu Dilong received the order to pounce on Lu Chen. As the most difficult monster to deal with, Fu Dilong's movement speed was extremely fast. The most annoying thing about it was that it could burrow into the ground. After being attacked by it, there was a high chance of being entangled. Once entangled, it would be troublesome. Lightless sky flame pillar. Black coffin dead zone. Fu Dilong was actually able to pass through the lightless sky flame pillar without being hit. At the same time, it continued to pounce on Lu Chen. F*CK. It dodged the lightless sky flame pillar so easily, it is too agile. That's why the bigger the baby, the better. Fu Dilong's dodging ability is too strong. Don't get targeted by it in the wild. Before the audience could react, Fu Dilong had already arrived in front of Nameless. It raised its claws and clawed at Lu Chen. However, Lu Chen's attention was not on Fu Dilong. He was paying attention to the guy standing not far away. Quick movement. Just as Lu Chen used a skill to evade Crouching Dragon, Eternal Sunset moved as well. If I knew you would use this move, I'll show you the true power of Instant Shadow. Flickering Shadow, backstab. Before Lu Chen could finish his rapid movement, Eternal suddenly disappeared. In the next moment, he had already appeared behind Lu Chen, thrusting his spear towards Lu Chen's back. Lu Chen snorted coldly. I knew you would do that. Move quickly. If you know, why are you still running? You think you can run? Instant shadows, unlimited suppression. Eternal's figure disappeared again, and instantly caught up with Nameless, who had not stopped. Spear King, General Stab. Seeing this scene, everyone was already dumbfounded. Damn, so fast. He caught up to Brother John Doe. Before he even used up his quick shift. This is too exaggerated. Wait, isn't he a beast tamer? Why isn't he using a bow and arrow, but close combat instead? That guy is chasing after Brother Nameless to attack. Spear? That's not right. Isn't a spear a martial artist's weapon? Beast tamers should be a branch of spirit masters. Why would they use a long melee weapon? In Joqian, there were no restrictions on what kind of weapon a class could use. However, the problem was that most of the Prophet's class skills required a magic staff as a medium. On the other hand, beast tamers usually used long-range weapons as a medium. Unless they gave up many of their own beast tamer class skills, who would use a spear? Wait, that's not right. Tua Luo Walker's eyes suddenly widened. His crouching dragon has hunter's sense, which means that he is definitely a beast tamer. However, his other skills are all close combat, which seems to be more compatible with pugilist's close combat skills. Could it be that he has two classes? What? Two classes? At the side, Stardust and the others looked at Tua Luo Walker in shock. How can he have two classes? Every class had its own attributes and characteristics, which were also known as class talents. For example, there were two branches of monks, the Arhut and the Buddha Seal. One was a melee super meat shield that had more outstanding HP and defense, while the other was a Buddhist mage that was similar to a prophet. Its spiritual growth, elemental affinity, and Buddhist comprehension were more outstanding. Imagine if a person became both Arhut and Buddha Seal at the same time, would he have super high health and defense, as well as a strong Buddha Seal talent? Tua Luo Walker shook his head. I don't know the specifics, but if he really has two classes and it's a pugilist and beast tamer, then he would be much stronger than the average player. At this time, an expert who was watching the battle coldly said he should be a player with two classes. This kind of player was only qualified to cultivate two classes before level 100 because of a great opportunity. His strength is much stronger than the average player. Nameless is done for this time. Eternal Sunset was harder to deal with than Sunset and Stars. His use of instant shadow was more perfect. Every time, before Lu Chen could finish using instant shadow, he had already caught up with Lu Chen. What Lu Chen did not dare to underestimate was that Crouching Dragon was equally difficult to deal with. It would suddenly burst out from the ground and attack him from both sides. Instant shadow of the night. Flash shot. 7 stars chasing moon. Every time he moved, Lu Chen was instantly suppressed. He did not even have a chance to breathe. Kid, don't think that I don't know. Quickly use it when it respawns, or you won't be able to use it in the future. Spear King, Army Destroyer. With a poof, the golden spear instantly pierced through Lu Chen's right shoulder. Minus 120,000. Minus 100,000. Bleeding. Debuff. Defense break. Defense reduced by 70%. Lasts for 20 seconds. Debuff. Bleeding. 1 stack loses 2. 5% of max health every second. Lasts for 10 seconds. Debuff. Slow and weak. 1 stack movement speed reduced by 60%. Skill damage reduced by 20%. Lasts for 5 seconds. 1 spear directly added 3 debuffs. At the same time, 2 of them were stacked debuffs. As long as he was hit again, the effect would double again. This should be the special effect of Eternal Sunset's Golden Spear. The effect was quite overbearing. Still not using Demon Kings? Well, then you can only die. An expert like Eternal Sunset naturally would not let go of this opportunity. Spear King, General Stab. There was no need to say more about how terrifying this skill was. The damage was secondary. When Sunset and Stars used the combo, it started with this skill. General Stab sent him flying, followed by Flowing Cloud Ice Dragon Pierce, Ice Seal, and then other skills. After being hit by this skill, there would be a long chain of damage. What was even more terrifying was how strong Eternal Sunset was. His previous army destroyer did not even need to stop. His spear was still in Lu Chen's shoulder, but he actually continued to stab and directly changed to General Stab. Minus 520,000. Debuff knocked away. However, after being knocked away, Eternal Sunset did not follow up with another attack. He stood with his spear and looked at Lu Chen, who had fallen to the ground, with disdain. You dared to put away your dark armor during the battle with Stars, deliberately insulting him. Then I'll let you go this time. Now you understand, right? In front of me, you're not even trash. Everyone was shocked. Oh my God, he actually beat up Nameless to the point that he couldn't even fight back. This person is too strong. He actually dared to stop at a time like this. He's insulting Nameless. Hee, I already said that Nameless level is not worth mentioning in front of the super experts of other servers. Now you see, in front of a real expert, he lost like a dog. Ning Shuang could not hear anything at that moment. Her eyes were only on the man who had fallen to the side. That was her master. It was also the first time she saw her master being defeated. Master? Ning Shuang's eyes were wet. Earth's starting point was too low. They could not compete with others at first heaven. At second heaven, they could not even handle hard mode anymore. How could they compete with players at hell mode? Everyone's achievements would be affected by their environment. Unless one's strength was heaven-defying and could break this unbreakable shackle. Could he? At that moment, Nameless' eyes strangely emitted a green glow. What's going on? What's wrong with Nameless' eyes? Is this a special effect? Is it a debuff? Why is this happening? Is there a problem with the system? Why would a person's eyes emit a green glow? That's scary. Nameless, give up and go offline. No one knew why, except for Lu Chen himself, because his anger had been completely ignited. His human skin could barely cover his demonic eyes. Climbing up from the ground, Lu Chun suppressed his anger. Please calm down. Mad God and Nameless are still useful. I can't expose myself now. However, he could not suppress his anger. His eyes were like a demon from the abyss, staring at his opponent. Suddenly, Lu Chen's lips curled up slightly, and he laughed maniacally. Ha 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 ha. Good, very good. Eternal, you've made me excited. Chapter 372. It had been a long time since he had met such a strong opponent. Lu Chen's only feeling was excitement. There was no point in being invincible, boring, lonely, lost without a goal. If Zhou Qian only had 2 heavenly domains, Lu Chen might be satisfied with his current strength. However, Zhou Qian had 9 heavenly domains. He did not want to be a frog in a well forever. Only the strong could stimulate his potential. Only the strong could make him feel excited. Eternal Sunset was such a strong person. Eternal Sunset frowned slightly. After his disciple Sunset Stars was defeated, he was depressed and wanted to avenge his master. However, this person was getting stronger and stronger. Was this the difference between the two of them? I admire your fighting spirit. Unfortunately, in the face of absolute strength, anger is useless. Eternal Sunset's face was as calm as still water. Lu Chen cracked a smile. You might be mistaken about one thing. Do you really think you can beat me? No, you just made the competition more interesting. You're still so stubborn when you're about to die. Next time, I won't go easy on you. So much nonsense. Let's fight and we'll know. Lu Chen held the dazzling gold bow and stood up straight. He cracked his neck and looked at Eternal Sunset. Are you ready? I can wait for your infinite suppression to cool down. Eternal Sunset snorted. Arrogant. What? Are you worried that my infinite suppression has a limit? Don't worry, you won't live to see that day. Let me shatter your confidence. Instant shadows, infinite suppression. Spear King, Army Destroyer. Keep running for your life. I like to see you run for your life like a stray dog. For some reason, Nameless did not use any movement skills to dodge. He was staring at Eternal, who had already disappeared. What's going on? Why isn't Boss dodging? Maybe the high-intensity battle just now has slowed down Boss's reaction. Their battle is too fast. Every time, it's only a fraction of a second. You have to focus all your attention. But this time, Boss's reaction is really slow. Tuolua Walker frowned. Nameless did not dodge. Actually, in a situation where he didn't have a higher level of movement technique, it didn't seem to make any difference whether he dodged or not. Could it be that he had to face it head-on? However, the overbearing aspect of Shadow Flash was that the moment the skill was activated, Eternal Shadow could attack. When infinite suppression arrived in front of the opponent, the attack would be completed. The combination of Great Gunner and Shadow Flash was enough to suffocate a person. Dodging in advance was useless, not to mention that the opponent had already used infinite suppression. Nameless had yet to make a move. Looks like he lost. The moment Eternal appeared in front of Lu Chun, his spear had already pierced towards him. But at this critical moment, Lu Chun suddenly moved. Rapid movement. His spear had firmly pierced empty air. Eternal stared at Lu Chun, who had appeared in the distance, in disbelief. He then looked at the empty space before him, shock filling his face. In the past, Nameless could also dodge his skills. However, because Nameless dodged in a hurry every time, Eternal had enough time to decide whether to stab her or not. However, this time, he thought that he would definitely hit, so he fully activated the skill. In the end, he stabbed Nameless. Little May looked at the dazed Eternal Shadow strangely and asked her brother, "Brother, Why do I feel that Eternal's movement is so big this time? He's stunned? Ingjun frowned. It's the same dodging, but the two times are completely different. One is a random dodging. The other is an opportunistic dodging. In other words, Boss has already calculated the time and position of infinite suppression. He also calculated the short time difference between Great Gunner's spear and infinite suppression. This time difference? Is there? I feel that it's completely coherent. There is. If there isn't, Boss won't be able to dodge. It's just that the time difference is only a few tenths of a second. Stardust shook his head. If this isn't a coincidence, then Boss, he's too strong. Tuat Luo Walker shook his head and sighed. Once the army destroyer hits, it'll be a series of attacks. It might even be able to kill Nameless instantly. However, Nameless dared to use such a method to dodge the enemy's attack. All right, I admit that I only saw his equipment and the advantage of his skills. However, this time, I'm impressed by his calculation, prediction, and mentality. Eternal kept his spear and turned to look at Lu Chun. You dodged it just now, didn't you? Otherwise, if you really have such reflexes, you should have attacked when I paused. It's because you weren't sure if you could dodge it that you wasted this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Lu Chun smiled. If I'm not wrong, Crouching Dragon should be right beside you. If I attacked just now, I would have been attacked by it. I might have been entangled. Eternal's expression didn't change. This guy actually took Crouching Dragon into consideration. However, it doesn't matter. Anyway, I've already broken your instant shadow. Without this skill, you've already lost. Arrogant. I'd like to see how you're going to break my instant shadow. Instant shadow, unlimited suppression. Spear King, general stab. Lu Chun still didn't move. Although Eye of the Gods was useless against Eternal, he could still predict Crouching Dragon's location. At this moment, Crouching Dragon was moving rapidly underground, heading towards him. If not for Crouching Dragon, Lu Chun would have definitely attacked Eternal. It seemed that Eternal and Crouching Dragon's coordination was like heaven and earth. If he wanted to kill Eternal, he would have to kill Crouching Dragon first. You like to dig underground, right? Lu Chun snorted coldly as he calculated his opponent's attack. Now's the time. Underground magma. Rapid movement. Before rapid movement, Lu Chun activated another skill. The location of the skill was right below where he was originally standing. The ground trembled and cracked. Magma spewed out from the ground like a volcanic eruption. However, this wasn't the main point. The main point was that the enemy at the core of the magma would be stunned. Crouching Dragon, who was underground, would also be exposed along with the magma. For example, Crouching Dragon and Eternal. Oh my God, he's stunned? How is this possible? Everyone was shocked. One is underground, and the other can't even see his figure. How can he predict that he'll be stunned? This isn't a problem of prediction, because there's no way to predict it. This is a result of precise calculation and understanding of the opponent's mind. Eternal was originally confident that Instant Shadow could definitely dodge a skill like underground magma. However, the problem was that he had only seen the match between Lu Chun and Sunset and Stars. He didn't know that Lu Chun had such a skill. What was even more frightening was that the opponent's timing was so precise. He had also dodged his general stab in less than a second. He had even used this AoE stun skill before. Minus 73,000, minus 40,000 burning damage. The initial damage of underground magma wasn't high. After all, Lu Chun didn't convert it into a spiritual attack. However, Lu Chun only wanted the stun effect. I heard that you like to go with it, Lu Chun said calmly. What a coincidence. I like it too. Chapter 373. You want to insta-kill me? Let me tell you clearly that it's impossible. Eternal Sunset didn't know if he was pretending to be stupid or if he was deliberately provoking Lu Chun. Lu Chun snorted. 3 seconds? What a joke. You think you can last more than 1 second? After saying that, Lu Chun actually put away his weapon and took out the Raging Flame's wishful staff. Shadow of the Night. Basic attack. Minus 50,000 damage reduction. 50,000 pet health transfer. 70,000. It had to be said that Eternal Sunset had the right to be arrogant. At this time, everyone saw Eternal Sunset's health points. This guy had 1,800,000 health points. Although his level was higher than Lu Chen's, it was still far from Lu Chen's 4,200,000 health points. However, it was still much higher than the average player. It seemed that this guy also had some kind of adventure. Not only did he unlock 2 professions, but his attributes were also much higher than the average person's. Pugilists had a very strong damage reduction talent and a high critical hit resistance. If combined with the equipment's special effects, Lu Chen's critical hit rate was over 100%, but he did not manage to land a critical hit. A monster tamer's pet could help their master take a lot of damage. With these 2 damage reduction effects stacked together with the defensive effect brought by high attributes, Lu Chen's 240,000 plus physical attack only dealt around 50,000 to 60,000 damage. Ha 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 ha, are you surprised? Are you surprised? Your attack is ridiculously high, but in my opinion, it's just a scratch. You want to insta-kill me in 3 seconds? With your damage, you can't kill me without 30 seconds of continuous control. And you want to insta-kill me in 1 second? Dream on. However, before Sunset Eternal could finish his sentence, his HP bar suddenly collapsed. 300,000 poisoned, damage reduction, 300,000, pet health transfer, 520,000, minus 300,000 poisoned, damage reduction, 300,000, pet health transfer, 520,000. Before the smile on Eternal Sunset's face completely disappeared, he was petrified. Not only Eternal Sunset, but the others were also dumbfounded. What is this thing? Even with so much damage reduction, he still lost 600,000 health points in an instant. 300,000, 300,000, 520,000. That's 1,120,000 poison damage. Is this a joke? Nameless Bro also has 1 million poison damage. Doesn't that mean he's the same as Mad God, able to insta-kill a sky-piercing boss? 10 Steps' casual remark caught Tuo Lua Walker's attention. What? What did you say about Mad God? Mad God insta-killed a Heavenly Domain boss. What's wrong? Instant kill a Heavenly Domain boss. A first Heaven Domain boss. What other Heaven Domain boss could there be? It's an instant kill. Yeah, I killed him in 1 move. Puff, the representative of the second heaven, and the group of experts who were eavesdropping at the side all spat out blood. Killed in 1 move. That's impossible. Why not? It was broadcasted live all over the world. We all saw it with our own eyes. Hey, let's watch our boss fight in the arena. What Mad God? Let's talk about that later. Let's watch the competition first. However, the group of people seemed to have lost their souls. 10 Steps' words kept echoing in their minds. It was the same Heavenly Domain boss. The other teams had made all kinds of preparations in advance, pushed themselves to the limit, and faced all kinds of dangers. In the end, the solipsistic team had insta-killed the Heavenly Domain boss. What a joke! Lu Chen's normal attack was a 3-hit combo. This was only the first attack, but it had already taken 650,000 HP from Eternal Sunset. The next two combo attacks had taken another 1,300,000 HP. A simple normal attack had insta-killed the super expert Eternal Sunset. Eternal Sunset's body was in intense pain, but he was kneeling on the ground and had no time to care about the pain. He had really been insta-killed. With his damage reduction and pet life transfer, how could he be insta-killed? Lu Chun coldly looked at Eternal Sunset. Now, it's my turn to ask you, are you surprised? I said I could insta-kill you, so I can definitely insta-kill you. Against someone like you, I don't even need to use my full strength. Eternal Sunset raised his head. He was filled with anger, but when he saw Lu Chen's calm expression, his anger turned into despair. That calm expression was too familiar. Didn't he always have that expression in the past? That was a sign of having a well-thought-out card up his sleeve. Under what circumstances would one be so confident? Only when one had a trump card would they be so confident. That guy still had a trump card. He wasn't lying, he was just playing impossible, impossible. Your damage can't be so high. I have two professions. I have received guidance from an immortal. My attributes are higher than the average person's. It has always been me insta-killing others. No one can insta-kill me. Also, you can't break my infinite suppression. In fact, the real deciding factor of this match was Lu Chun breaking infinite suppression. Without breaking it, he couldn't even take care of himself. How could he turn the tables? Lu Chun shook his head. It seemed that this defeat was too big of a blow for Eternal Sunset. That's because you haven't met a strong opponent yet, Lu Chun said calmly. Defeating Eternal Sunset did not make him feel happy at all. Do you really think you're my opponent? Previously, I just wanted to see if I could break your infinite suppression. Infinite suppression is indeed very strong, so strong that it's beyond my imagination. But after the battle with Eternal Sunset, I've already thought of a way to deal with it. Eternal Sunset's face was filled with disbelief. He really broke infinite suppression? Impossible. You must have been lucky. You only had a simple prediction, and luck. You couldn't have avoided infinite suppression. Lu Chun smiled slightly. As long as a person is using it, there will be a loophole. Infinite suppression can suppress low-quality movement. It seems unbreakable. I can't dodge it no matter how I try. But it doesn't mean that this skill is unbreakable. How did you break it? Lu Chun said calmly. My movement is not as good as yours, but my reaction is not slower than yours. So I didn't use my movement to dodge. I relied on my reaction to dodge. Since the purpose of your infinite suppression is to get close, then I'll let you get close. But after you get close, your ultimate goal is still to attack, and you will definitely leave a gap, giving yourself a chance to adjust your attack. This gap is the only chance I have to dodge. At the same time, when I can accurately calculate this gap, I can use the magma to stun you. Eternal Sunset was speechless. Nameless words were exactly what he had been thinking at that time. Even if he attacked before infinite suppression, in order to ensure that his attack was effective, he had to give himself some time to react before he attacked. In the end, this reaction time of a fraction of a second was the only flaw in the perfect combination of Instant Shadow and Gun King. The person on the other side had made use of this flaw to complete the dodge and backhand control. It's just that you are more skilled at infinite suppression than your disciple, and the gap between the skills is almost negligible, so I still fell for it the first time. Lu Chun seemed to be unsatisfied with his performance, shaking his head. Although you can't kill me instantly, it seems that I still underestimated my opponent. I have to be more careful in the future. Lu Chun was deeply reflecting on his mistakes, but the group of people below the stage did not dare to speak for a long time. Is this the awareness of a god? He still thinks that his performance is not good. Sorry, Why do I feel that the boss is showing off when he is reflecting? Indeed, I can't understand this at all. Big brother, you killed him instantly, and you still say that your performance is not good. Is it appropriate? Chapter 374. Sunset Eternal was finally speechless. He sighed and stood up reluctantly. I've met many strong players, and some made me feel powerless. However, no one was like you, breaking my infinite suppression head-on. I lost. I admit that you're a terrifying opponent. However, don't be too proud. I'll remember today's humiliation. One day, I'll come back for revenge. Lu Chen frowned slightly. This guy was really competitive. Next time, I'll make you pay me back double. Lu Chen pursed his lips. Maybe there won't be a next time. Why? Lu Chen shrugged. To be honest, this competition isn't that interesting. Sunset Eternal's expression was a little ugly. Not interesting? Kid, you really live up to your name. However, don't be too arrogant. Do you know who you're going to face in the next round? When Sunset Eternal said this, Lu Chen was also stunned. He had used the ID solipsistic in the first round. Sunset Eternal naturally knew his real identity, which was why he said, live up to your name. However, the people below the stage did not seem to understand. Lu Chen immediately answered and diverted everyone's attention. Isn't it random? You don't know either. Of course I know, because I've already fought it more than 10 times. Eternal said, in the previous arena, my opponents were all players from other districts. However, in the last round, my opponent is not a player. Everyone knows that there's a treasure in the fairy trail forest, but they can't see it. That thing is like a mountain in front of all the players. It can't be crossed, or at least, I don't know anyone who has defeated it. Lu Chen frowned slightly. It sounds a bit interesting. Sunset Eternal snorted. Interesting? It doesn't matter. Anyway, it's the last round. All the players in the arena can watch. I'll see if you can still be so arrogant when you meet it. At this time, the results of the competition were out. The winner of this competition is an anonymous player from District 19. Congratulations on advancing to the finals. You can apply for the competition at any time when you're ready. The betting system is calculating. You have received a total of 126 million gold coins. The reward has been sent to your backpack. What was different from before was that the system gave him an additional notification. Your next opponent will be the NPC guarding the preparatory arena, the Immortal Slaughtering Poison Master. Immortal Slaughtering Poison Master, disciple of Supreme Spiritual Martial Apothecary. Supreme Spiritual Martial Apothecary is a Stage 2 Heaven Domain boss in Purgatory difficulty. Purgatory difficulty. This difficulty is not listed in the level up list. It can be activated by completing a legendary hidden mission. You can ask the mountain man for the specific method. Lu Chen froze for a moment, and then almost spat out a mouthful of blood. The system finally gave Master Spiritual Martial Apothecary's information, but this information was a little too much. He knew that Master Spiritual Martial Apothecary would be very strong, but he didn't think that Master Spiritual Martial Apothecary had already become a Stage 2 Heaven Domain boss. Moreover, he wasn't an ordinary boss. He was a Heaven Domain boss that would only appear in Purgatory difficulty. Then, what level was Purgatory difficulty? Lu Chen still remembered that after Hard Mode, it should be Hell Mode. As for Purgatory difficulty, he didn't know if it was the next level after Hell Mode. Damn, Louis, you're too much of a scammer. So the mission I promised you was to kill a Stage 2 Purgatory boss. I was only a Stage 1 immature youth back then, and you gave me such a difficult mission. Is it appropriate? Damn. NPCs are also full of tricks. It seemed that Master Spiritual Martial Apothecary would have to be put aside for now. However, Lu Chun could now meet the immortal slaughtering poison master. Since he was a disciple, he could at least understand Master Spiritual Martial Apothecary's strength. Speaking of which, Eternal Sunset had just said that there was a treasure hidden in the Immortal Trail forest. Actually, Lu Chen was quite ashamed when he heard that because he didn't know. In that case, Lu Chen was a little impatient. Eternal had already left through the portal, but Lu Chen still hadn't left the arena. The people below the arena saw that Lu Chen was resting and seemed to have guessed what he was going to do. "Boss, don't tell me you're going to continue the challenge." 10 steps shouted from below, "Why don't you take a break and come back tomorrow? It's the final round, so you have to be in good condition." Yeah, didn't Eternal say that the next opponent would be a super strong NPC? He couldn't beat it even after 10 tries. "Why don't you take a break first?" Lu Chen smiled at these people. "It's okay. I'll go home early for dinner after this." "Big brother, it's the final round, and you're only thinking about going home for dinner." Half an hour later, Lu Chen adjusted himself to his best condition and started the final round of the arena. Many players in District 79, District 44, and District 2 received a system message at the same time. Galaxy Server District 19 player, Anonymous Player, has issued the final challenge to the Reserve Arena's Ultimate Guardian, Celestial Poison Master. Pay 10 gold coins to watch the match live. Lu Chun made a lot of money from Jiuqian's gambling function, but they also had their own way of making money. 10 gold coins per person in a Galaxy server was definitely not a small amount. District 19? The Berserk Python Beast King was farming in the wild. After receiving the message, it was suddenly stunned and was bitten by a wild monster. F*CK, you country bumpkin, I'll leave it to you. The Beast King didn't care about the wild monster and checked his previous battle information. "It's really that guy. No way. He actually made it to the final round. Is this the power of love?" Panga Beast King from District 49 was buying mixed energy pills in the city. After receiving the message, he immediately paid 10 gold coins. "No way. That guy made it to the final round?" A guy from a difficult server actually made it to the final round. Sunset, Eternal, and Sunset Stars also immediately joined the live broadcast. "Master, he made it to the final round." That guy is very strong. I underestimated him. However, it's impossible for him to win against Poison Master Celestial. The key is to see what other skills he has. I lost to his group control skill before. Countless players joined the live broadcast. Of course, although the players from District 19 were poor, they had just earned a lot of money and could still afford it. One after another, they joined the live broadcast. "Boss is going to fight the final boss. I'm so nervous." Damn, look, the number of people watching the live broadcast. How many billions are there? Mother of asterisk cur, there are so many zeros, are so many people watching, and they're all aliens who are different from us. Lu was extremely nervous. It was not convenient for her to call Lu Chen brother in front of others, but she was still Lu Chen's sister after all. Naturally, she was more nervous than anyone else. She didn't expect that one day her brother would stand in the middle of the galaxy and become the center of attention of billions of people. "Brother, do your best. I believe in you. You will always be the brother that I am most proud of." The competition venue was an open plain that stretched as far as the eye could see. There was only a gentle breeze caressing the green waves. The blue sky was particularly clear, the white clouds were leisurely, and the breeze was gentle. It was difficult for people to associate such a beautiful scenery with the fierce battle that was about to happen. Lu Chen took a deep breath of fresh air and looked at the figure sitting cross-legged in midair in the distance. He slowly walked over. Okay, Poison Master Celestial, right? Don't let me down. Chapter 375. Everyone's attention was attracted by the figure. That's the immortal slaughtering Poison Master. He looks so cool, floating in midair. It's more than cool. He's super strong, okay? I haven't seen any challengers that can last more than 30 seconds against him. Is Poison Master a branch of pharmacist? That's right. Pharmacists are divided into doctors and poison masters. Of course, there are also people who practice both medicine and poison, but you should know that pursuing the peak of one ability is the strongest. How long can that nameless last? Who knows? He can't last more than 30 seconds. The outside world was discussing, but Lu Chen couldn't hear it at all. He finally walked in front of that person. As Lu Chen entered the arena, the system also showed the information of both parties. Information of both parties. Human Galaxy Server District 19, level 75 anonymous player. This server's game difficulty is currently hard. Human Galaxy Server District 2, Reserve Arena Guardian, Immortal Slaughtering Poison Master, level 90. At this moment, Immortal Slaughtering Poison Master finally opened his eyes. He glanced at Lu Chen. So, the person who is going to die in my hands is you? Lu Chen sneered. You're much more humorous than the other bosses. Where's your master? Immortal Slaughtering Poison Master's eyes were filled with killing intent. What right do you have to ask my master? Oh, nothing much. I just wanted to tell him that it's time for him to pay back the debt he owed in the first heaven. Immortal Slaughtering Poison Master's eyes were filled with killing intent. What do you know? What I know isn't the main point. The main point is, does he know what debt he owes? Whether I know or not, it doesn't affect his knowledge. Lu Chen felt that he had said a bunch of tongue twisters. However, he didn't want to say it out loud. After all, there were a lot of people watching the live broadcast, and he didn't want people to know too much about his strength. Lu Chen's words became even more grating in Immortal Slaughtering Poison Master's ears. He was almost certain that this guy had Lu Yi's mission. Very good. You're really not afraid of death. All right, then I'll have to make you give up on this idea. Since you probably won't have the chance to hear my advice later, I'll tell you right now that you can't afford to offend a poison master. Lu Chen pursed his lips and turned to look at his opponent coldly. I'm sorry, but not only will I provoke you, I'll also kill you. Arrogant. Looks like I'll have to torture you to death today. Lu Chen smiled. Please do your best. Otherwise, I will be disappointed. No one could understand why the Immortal Slaughtering Poison Master this time was different from the previous ones. The Poison Master, Immortal Slaughtering Poison Master today, was more murderous than ever before. He must have angered the NPC. F***CK, how did he do it? Even the Immortal Slaughtering Poison Master has never been so serious. Is he going all out? That guy still doesn't know how powerful the Immortal Slaughtering Poison Master is. He is still laughing foolishly. He will suffer in a while. It's all pain. After being poisoned, it's no joke. It's definitely like riding a roller coaster. As they talked, the duel was about to begin. Finally, the people stopped talking. Everyone who was watching the match began to focus on the two people in the arena. When the countdown ended and the match began, the Immortal Slaughtering Poison Master had already made his move. Corrosive Poison Array, the originally clean world, was suddenly filled with a black fog. The moment Lu Chen came into contact with the poison array, his HP dropped. -1 million. Seeing this damage, everyone covered their mouths in shock. That can't be. This guy has never used this skill before. 1 million damage per second. I'll be instantly killed if I go in. Oh my God, this is too scary. Is this an AoE continuous damage? Who can withstand 1 million damage from the poison? The key is that there is no way to dodge. That guy's HP is also very high. He has 3,600,000 HP, but it can only last for 4 seconds. Currently, Lu Chun had not activated Wargood's possession and demon transformation. His HP was 600,000 less than his peak. The corrosive poison array had a wide range. It was like an enhanced version of the Black Coffin Dead Zone. Its damage was also very high. Lu Chen's brain buzzed, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. After being poisoned, his body felt uncomfortable. However, Lu Chen did not have time to think about this. Debuff. Corrosive. Defense decreases by 10% every second. Even he was shocked. Not only was the poison attack high, but it also had a debuff. Well, he was wrong. The corrosive poison array was much stronger than the Black Coffin Dead Zone. In 10 seconds, his defense would be depleted. At the same time, he would suffer a huge amount of poison damage. Even he could not withstand this poison damage. Wargood's possession, demon transformation, blood, sacrifice shield. Lu Chen did not dare to hold back. He hurriedly summoned all his HP recovery skills. Currently, blood sacrifice shield could provide 9 million HP. In addition to his own 4,200,000 HP, he could last for 14 seconds at most. 1 second had already passed. There were 13 seconds left. 13 seconds to kill the immortal slaughtering poison master. He could not hold back anymore. Demon Doppelganger. Demon Kings will refresh. Demon Doppelganger. Night Shadow. Earth Chasm. 10 Doppelganger and 30 Doppelganger appeared in front of the immortal slaughtering poison master under the chaotic attacks. Even the immortal slaughtering poison master would have to kneel. However, when all the Doppelganger attacked at the same time, the immortal slaughtering poison master's body turned into a cloud of smoke and dissipated. Lu Chen was confused. What kind of technique was this? Everyone was also at a loss. What's going on? Was that an illusion or a puppet master's doppelganger? No, it's not. This is... A powerful poison master widened his eyes in shock. Impossible, he has already cultivated to. Brother, can you not be so slow? What level did he cultivate to? I'm so anxious. Believe it or not, I'll beat you to death if you stop. He cultivated to the star poison body. The star poison body confused the body with poison. In other words, that mist is not an illusion, not a doppelganger, not a puppet. That is his real body. Pooh! The spectators at the side spat out a mouthful of blood. It can't be. If his real body is the poison mist, how can we fight? That's right. I used to know that the immortal slaughtering poison master was strong, but now it seems that he hasn't shown his true strength at all. And don't forget, that kid is still suffering a huge amount of damage every second. Even if his shield is strong, he won't be able to last long. All right. What's there to say? I already said that he won't be able to pass the level. Immortal Trail Forest is a place that only immortals can go. Let's just give up. In the arena, the battle was still ongoing. Ha, you want to kill me? I'll stand here and let you hit me. You can't hit me at all. You want to die too slowly, right? Let me help you again. Underworld river of forgetfulness water. This water wasn't liquid water. It existed in the form of gas. Lu Chen couldn't dodge at all and was hit directly. Minus 230,000 water poison. Debuff. Lose 230,000 HP every second. Lasts for 15 seconds. Debuff. Any technique that uses spiritual energy can cause the water poison to flare up. The damage is the sum of all the water poison accumulated before. Lasts for 15 seconds. In other words, if a technique that consumes pure spiritual energy is used before the water poison disappears, for example, at 14 seconds, there will be another water poison explosion, accumulating 3 million plus damage. Seeing this skill, everyone was shocked beyond words. Oh my God, is this a poison master? This is too terrifying. Chapter 376. 11 seconds. With the bow in his hand and the arrow on the string, Lu Chen closed his eyes and accepted the feedback from the eye of the gods. Sometimes what the eyes saw might not be the truth, and now he needed the ability of the eye of the gods. Inside the corrosive poison array, black gas surrounded him, but there was no immortal poison master. Ha 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 ha, you can't even find my body, so what if you have a dazzling gold bow? You want to touch my master with just the likes of you? An ant dares to think of a god. What a joke, what a joke. In my poison array, just wait for death. Lu Chen closed his eyes and turned a deaf ear to the immortal poison master's mockery. What he needed now was to concentrate. The star-level poison body could actually fuse with poison and turn the body into a poisonous fog. Then in this situation, how should he attack? Lu Chen's mind was spinning. If he wanted to fight this guy, a single attack wouldn't be enough. He had to use a group attack. Currently, Lu Chen's most powerful group attack was the Abyss Dragon Crystal Bow's surpassing shot. Although the range wasn't very large and could only attack 100 units, it could at least cover a certain area. Where are you? Lu Chen carefully relied on the eye of the gods to observe the changes in the surrounding black fog. Soon, he found a detail. The black fog in the corrosive poison array was basically evenly distributed, but an unknown black fog seemed to be slightly thicker than other places. Where is it? Lu Chen frowned and stepped into the Qiankuan position. The dazzling gold bow in his hand was fully drawn. The super long-range shot required 10 seconds of preparation time. Lu Chen was already accumulating a large amount of spiritual energy in this arrow. The arrow was pointed at the place where the black fog was thicker. Many players watching the live broadcast were puzzled. Sunset Stars frowned. No way. He found the location of the immortal poison master. Is the magic treasure beside him the eye of the gods? His master was knowledgeable and said, "It's not an ordinary eye of the gods. It should be the eye of the gods, the upgraded version of the eye of the gods. That thing is extremely difficult to get. Even I didn't get it. I didn't expect that guy to have it. The eye of the dark gods can see what humans can't. It seems like he found the immortal slaughtering poison master." But soon after, Sunset Eternal shook his head and said, "That's not right. The eye of the dark gods shouldn't be able to find it. In order to beat the immortal slaughtering poison master, I bought many videos of past experts. There was once a super expert who forced the immortal slaughtering poison master to reveal his star-grade poison body. At that time, he also tried to use the eye of the dark gods, but in the end, he still couldn't break the star-grade poison body. Ah, that kid's HP won't last more than 10 seconds. That means he's dead for sure." Eternal Sunset didn't speak again. He naturally didn't want Lu Chen to win. However, he also hoped that Lu Chen would be able to break through the immortal slaughtering poison master's star-level poison body. This way, he would be able to gain some experience when challenging others in the future. Lu Chen's HP dropped like crazy. More and more blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth, and it could no longer be stopped. In Phantom Valley, Lu Chen had received the 100 poison body as a reward. However, Even though it was also a type of physique, the star-grade poison body was obviously stronger than Lu Chen's 100 poison body. It completely suppressed his 100 poison body. He maintained the starting position of super long-range shooting, but the blood at the corner of his mouth had already dripped down and scattered into the black fog with the wind. However, Lu Chen was still as unmoving as a mountain. Focus, incomparable focus, extreme focus. This arrow, either live or die. Ha 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 ha, stop pretending. You can't find me at all. Your bow is trash in front of me. How does it feel to wait for death like this? I'm even too lazy to make a move. Watching you die in despair like this makes me even more excited. Remember my words. Never be arrogant in front of me. Obediently wait for your death. Lu Chen's HP could only last for 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second. Super long-range shooting had already accumulated 70%, 80%, 90%, 99%. Just 1 second before it finished accumulating, Lu Chen suddenly moved. 7 stars chasing the moon. 7 stars chasing the moon had a total of 7 segments. In the middle of each segment, there was 1 seconds of invincibility. During this 7 seconds of invincibility, Lu Chen was like a headless fly. He raised his bow and moved wildly in all directions. Ha 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 ha, are you trying to stall for more time? You really won't shed a tear until you see the coffin, but the more you struggle, the more excited I am. I really like to see you make such a meaningless struggle before you die. However, the moment Lu Chen stopped, the corner of his mouth slightly raised. Sorry, I'm different from you. I like to see you not knowing that you're about to die. Before you die, Lu Chen suddenly turned around and shot the strongest arrow toward the area behind him where the black fog was thinnest. Super long-range shooting. Break for me. Since it was a formation, it needed to be set up to provide a continuous supply of pure spiritual energy. As long as he severely injured or killed the immortal slaughtering poison master, the corrosive poison array would definitely break. After shooting the strongest arrow, Lu Chen did not dare to stay for a moment. Wishful clone. Devil's clone. Demon Kings will refresh. Wishful clone. Devil's clone. He fought for another 8 seconds of invincibility. And this 8 seconds was enough for the arrow to hit the target. With a loud bang, the entire battlefield seemed to have collapsed, and the ground was blown up by the black light, creating a huge crater. Everywhere was chaotic, and sand and stones were flying everywhere. Even the players who were watching the live stream could feel the unparalleled power of the arrow and the deafening sound it made. The super long-distance shot that could hit a target 10,000 meters away contained tremendous power. When it hit a target at such a close distance, the aftershock produced was even stronger than many high-explosive close combat techniques. He shot the arrow. What a powerful arrow! What is its attack power? But why did he shoot the arrow in that direction? Did he find the immortal slaughtering poison master? That's impossible. Too many questions flashed through countless people's minds until the scene gave them the answer. The entire area that was filled with the black, corrosive poison fog dissipated. The corrosive poison array was broken. However, at the same time, Lu Chen used his technique, and the poison of water broke out. -2,700,000 poison of water break. Xiao Min. Got it, boss. Possession will save you from death. The last damage was blocked by Xiao Min. At this time, Lu Chen only had 70,000 HP left. With 2 million and 8 million plus blood sacrifice shield, he only had 70,000 HP left. His HP bar could not be any lower. At this time, a damage number appeared from the crater. minus 1,330,000. Countless people were so shocked that they were speechless. He really hit the target. Impossible. How is it possible? This is impossible. How did he do it? Who can tell me how he found the immortal slaughtering poison master? Didn't they say that even the dark eyes of the gods couldn't find the immortal slaughtering poison master? How did he hit the immortal slaughtering poison master? This doesn't make sense. At this time, countless questions flashed through the minds of countless players. Chapter 377. The corrosive poison array was broken, and the poison of water also broke out at once. Lu Chen did not lose his first life. However, he could not rest at this time. Switching to the wishful staff and devil's blade, Lu Chen rushed to the deep pit. In the deep pit, the immortal slaughtering poison master's face was full of blood and shock. At this time, Lu Chen had already arrived. Now you can't run away, right? 88 million HP? That's not enough. Forget it. I'm a little tired today. I'll finish you off early. Lu Chen sneered. How did you find me? Lu Chen was too lazy to answer his question. Dragon Blood Boil. He directly activated the skill. Dragon Blood Boil, the special effect of the dark gold-black dragon necklace. After active use, lose 80% of the current HP and gain the Dragon Blood Boil state. All damage increased by 80%. This state can coexist with Death Trap. Death Trap was very strong, but Lu Chen did not dare to use it now. After all, it would cost him 20% of his total HP. He now only had 1/60th of his total HP left. How could he use 20%? However, Dragon Blood Boil was different. The loss was the current HP. The lower the HP, the better the cost-effectiveness. Now was undoubtedly the best time to use it. Quick move. Fierce Tiger descends the mountain. Don't think that you can kill me after hitting me once. Why don't you take a look at your health bar? You'll die if I touch you. Unfortunately, I'm afraid you won't have a chance to touch me. Lu Chen's large number of clones had already arrived in front of him. A poison master, no matter how strong his poison attack was, did not want to be approached by a melee profession, let alone Lu Chen. Suddenly, more than 30 clones attacked the immortal slaughtering poison master. A large number of damage floated above the immortal slaughtering poison master's head, and many abnormal statuses were crazily refreshed. Critical hit, silence, mana burn, speed reduction, lifesteal, stun, speed reduction, critical hit. Although the immortal slaughtering poison master was immune to Lu Chen's poison attack, he was not immune to physical attacks. He was unreasonably beaten by the clones and had no chance to wake up. Seeing this scene, Sunset Star's eyes almost popped out. My God, what kind of monster is that guy? The boss couldn't wake up because of him? Don't bosses have all sorts of resistances? Master, that guy, isn't he an archer? Why do I feel that he is more powerful in close combat than when he is using a bow? Could it be that he also had two professions? Is he also a pugilist? I don't know either. Even a pugilist wouldn't have such high critical strike, stun, lifesteal, silence, mana burn. What the hell is this? How many passives does he have? There was no doubt that from now on, no one would want this madman to get close to them. It was simply too horrible to look at. It was one thing to be beaten black and blue by a group of clones, but the key was that he didn't even have a chance to fight back. After being stunned for an infinite amount of time, his mana was still being burned. It was as if his spirit core was leaking out. His pure spiritual energy was being drained, and his blood was being sucked away. This scene was simply painful to watch. Raging flames slash. Then he added a burning effect. Unknowingly, Lu Qin had absorbed more than 1 million blood. Put them to death. Lu Qin didn't hesitate and directly wasted more than 800,000 blood. Put them to death. The special effect of the dark gold black dragon necklace. After actively using it, 20% of the maximum HP would be lost, and 1% HP would be lost every second thereafter. At the same time, he would gain the status put them to death. For every 1% HP lost, his attack speed would increase by 4%. Losing 40,000 HP per second was perfectly offset by Lu Chen's lifesteal. Now that he had lost a total of 90% HP, his attack speed increased by 360%. Suddenly, Lu Chen's original body was crazier than the other clones. It was as if he was convulsing. His attack speed was extremely fast. Swish, 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 swish. Several attacks per second. This time, the immortal slaughtering poison master had no chance to wake up. Oh my god, this guy's damage is too high. And this attack speed, what the hell is this? I'm actually starting to feel like the immortal slaughtering poison master of the same generation. A boss being beaten up like this by a player. Does he not care about his reputation? Damn, I thought that guy was already a super strong archer. Now, I realize that I was wrong. He's even stronger in close combat. A close combat archer. It's better not to meet this person in the future. The wild python beast king looked at the berserk Lu Qin in shock, his jaw almost dropping. No way, big brother, you're actually so strong. Thinking about how he had let this guy win a round, the wild python beast king really wanted to find a hole to crawl into. This kid, he didn't even say anything. I let him win a round, and he accepted it calmly. Really, I hope no one bought the battle video of that round. Or else it'll be really embarrassing. Even the immortal slaughtering poison master could not withstand such a beating. Not long after, the immortal slaughtering poison master was finally killed, but he still had a little HP left. The system had already given the results. The winner of this competition is an anonymous player from District 19. Congratulations on winning first place in this preparatory arena. You will receive the title king of the arena and the qualification to enter the Immortal Trail Forest. Lu Qin shook his head and quietly looked at the longest title in the character panel. Another prefix. Well, fortunately, that ID did not have to be displayed. Finally, I finished the arena in 2 days. I've wasted a lot of time here. The group of people who were watching the live stream was speechless. This guy only fought for 2 days. Is he sure he's from the hard level server? This guy, even if he reaches the hard level, he'll definitely be a top-notch existence. Of course, how long has it been since someone defeated the immortal slaughtering poison master? Moreover, the immortal slaughtering poison master hasn't used corrosive poison array and water poison for a long time. As long as he uses those two skills, basically no one can beat him. Speaking of which, how did he find the immortal slaughtering poison master? The betting system is calculating. You've received a total of 350,290,000,000 gold coins. The reward has been sent to your backpack. This amount was equally shocking. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that he had bet with the money raised by the players in his world. That guy is so confident. Did he win by himself? He actually almost lost. Fortune comes from danger. However, the players from Earth knew that the immortal slaughtering poison master had not forced Brother Nameless to use his full strength. After all, Brother Nameless still had one rebirth. Of course, Lu Qin actually had 2 rebirths. It was just that the players on Earth did not know about it. He had too many secrets. The immortal slaughtering poison master sat there, looking extremely dispirited. Just as Lu Qin was about to leave through the black hole teleportation portal, the immortal slaughtering poison master suddenly called out to Lu Qin. Do you want to know where the mountain man is? Lu Qin immediately stopped and turned to look at the immortal slaughtering poison master. The mountain man was the key to unlock the higher difficulty levels. Ling Wu's only appeared in the hard level difficulty. The eye of the dark gods can't distinguish my star poison body, unless you tell me how you broke my star poison body. As long as you tell me, I'll tell you the coordinates of the mountain man. Lu Qin narrowed his eyes slightly and thought about it. Zhang Lingyan's mission made him understand that the words of the NPCs in Zhouqian could not be completely trusted. However, he was willing to take a gamble. Reverse moon chasing. Lu Qin only said 4 words. Reverse moon chasing? After a long time, the immortal slaughtering poison master finally understood. Chapter 378. Most of the players watching the live stream were players from the advanced servers. Naturally, they knew about 7 stars chasing the moon, which was a common orange equipment. Many of them had even upgraded 7 stars chasing the moon by 5 before getting good equipment. Naturally, they knew about the reverse moon chasing status. However, most of them still did not know what the reverse moon chasing had to do with finding the celestial poisoner. After pondering for a long time, Sunset Eternal suddenly slapped his thigh. I get it. Master, what do you get? How did he find the celestial poisoner? Sunset Stars could not wait to ask. Stardust, do you remember when Solipsistic used 7 stars chasing the moon a second before he used super long-range shooting? I remember. At that time, he probably could not hold on for long, so he used 7 stars chasing the moon to buy time. At that time, I felt like he was running around like a madman. No, he was not running around. He was using 7 stars chasing the moon to find the celestial poisoner's position. What? Eternal explained to his disciple. 7 stars chasing the moon had a special feature. When the user used a displacement skill in the opposite direction of the enemy, it would be judged as escaping and activate the reverse moon chasing status. If the user used 7 stars chasing the moon multiple times, they would be able to lock onto the enemy's position based on whether or not they had activated the reverse moon chasing status. He used this method to find the celestial poisoner. After locking onto the enemy's position, there might be a certain deviation. However, his super long-range shooting is a small area of attack skill, which just happened to make up for this deviation. This guy, he actually used this trash equipment to defeat a strong enemy that even I could not defeat. This is too unexpected. Sunset Stars was completely dumbfounded. Wait, Master, then didn't he use the dark eye of the gods? Then why did he close his eyes and give people the feeling that he was relying on the dark eye of the gods? That's right, this is what's really scary about him. Eternity shook his head and sighed. I think that even the immortal slaughtering poison master must have thought that his method was wrong. The eye of the gods couldn't find him in the darkness, so he must have been careless. Also, until the arrow was shot, Solipsistic deliberately turned his back to immortal slaughtering poison master. All these actions were to numb immortal slaughtering poison master because he wasn't sure that immortal slaughtering poison master wouldn't move at the last second. So, not only did he numb him mentally, he also left the safest place behind him. Then, he would suddenly attack. At that time, even the immortal slaughtering poison master would have no time to dodge. In that kind of situation, that kid's strategy, logic, and psychology were all extremely brilliant. Sunset Stars widened his eyes. In a situation where he only had 10 seconds to live, not only did Solipsistic come up with a countermeasure that no one else could think of, he even disguised it so well. Was he even human? It was no wonder that Poison Master Immortal, including the many people who watched the video, could not figure out how he found Poison Master immortal. His master had never praised a person like this before. Moreover, it was an opponent that he hated the most. This could only mean that Solipsistic's operation was extremely powerful. Eternity Sunset shook his head. All right, I underestimated him before. I have to hurry up and become stronger. I must defeat him. Only by defeating him can I find my value. After saying that, Eternity Sunset left his disciple and rode away on his azure dragon mount. This master, the opponent that Sunset Stars once thought that he could easily defeat, had now become his master's goal. This difference made Sunset Stars feel even more devastated. Solipsistic, you are really that strong? Immortal Slaughtering Poison Master let out a long sigh. I still have many skills that I haven't used. All right, between experts, they never give their opponents a second chance. After this defeat, I will no longer be the guardian of the arena. Sai, since I came here, you are the first to pass the test. This time, I accept my defeat wholeheartedly. Perhaps you have the qualifications to challenge him. Speaking of that person, Immortal Slaughtering Poison Master laughed at himself. Speaking of which, it is very interesting. I once thought of defeating him. Unfortunately, his strength has already reached a level where I can only look up to him. If you only challenge him with your current strength, I can tell you with certainty that you have no chance of winning. Luchin smiled. Actually, you are not the only one who did not use all of your skills. What you saw was also not my full strength. Immortal Slaughtering Poison Master laughed in disdain. God's power? Do you know why I did not use it? Because the same level of God's power has no deterrent effect on the opponent. You being able to pass one layer of heaven means that you have at least one layer of God's power. So using it would be useless. Luchin smiled, but did not say anything. He indeed had one layer of God's power. However, he also had one layer of devil's power. He was a dual cultivator of God and devil. Not only that, he also had a portion of God's blood and a devil's seed in his backpack. He could level up to 2 layers. However, if other people wanted to think that way, then let them be. I will send you the coordinates of the Mountain Man, but I don't know if you can complete the mission he gave you. Luchin nodded and turned to leave the arena. After exiting the teleportation portal, Luchin let out a long sigh of relief and jumped off the stage. He refunded everyone's money. After this trip, these guys had earned quite a bit of gold coins. They had multiplied by more than 10 times. Although it might not be much on average, it could be considered as solving an urgent problem. Of course, Luchin himself had made a lot of money. His initial capital of 5 million gold coins was not only one round more than the others, but he also did not reduce his capital midway. Now, it was 90 million gold coins. This money should be enough to last him for a while. Great Wall of Iron and Blood checked the amount and suddenly sent a trade request. HM? What? Luchin asked curiously. Nameless, you helped us win so much. Of course, you have to pay for your hard work. I believe no one will have any objections. After saying that Great Wall of Iron and Blood transferred 100 million to Luchin. Yes, boss, you have to accept this money. You worked so hard for everyone. If you don't accept it, then you are looking down on us. We are very weak now, but with you, we have a goal to strive for. Boss personally taught us a lesson. It turns out that low-level equipment and techniques can still defeat the strong. Now we have confidence. Seeing that everyone was so enthusiastic, Luchin did not refuse. However, Luchin still rejected the 20 million offered by Tualua Walker. I won't accept your money. I only have one request. I hope that you can lead the Earth players well within the month you promised. Lu Chun returned the reward. Mr. Nameless, please rest assured. Tua Luo Walker said solemnly, you have won the respect of all of us for the Earth players. We believe that Earth, which can cultivate people like you, may one day produce more strong players. We are willing to live in harmony with the Earth players. Lu Chun smiled slightly. Very good. This was the result he wanted to see. This way, he could continue to explore the second layer of heaven without worry. Chapter 379. That night, Lu Yi cooked a feast for her brother. Although most of the dishes were ordered by takeout, it still filled the entire table. Brother, look, there's your favorite scrambled eggs with chives. I ordered 2 servings of the best in the city. Chives are good stuff. Lu Chun looked at the table full of dishes and could not help but drool. Hey, why did you prepare so many dishes? The 2 of us can't finish them all. Lu Yi looked at her brother with eyes full of admiration. Brother, you're too strong. I really admire you now. Tisk, did you just find out that your brother is strong today? No, you were good at games in the past, but it's different this time. Even the aliens were stunned by you. How did I get such a strong brother? Lu Chun rolled his eyes at Lu Yi. Crazy. Hurry up and eat. Brother, I'll help you scoop rice. At the dining table, the siblings chatted casually. Oh, right, brother. I saw your eyes glowing green before. I was scared to death. I thought there was something wrong with your equipment. Lu Chen's hand paused in the middle of picking up food. Speaking of which, should he tell his sister that he was solipsistic? He did not want to hide it from his sister at first, but he did not have the right opportunity. Later on, he felt that Zhou Qian was not normal. He was not sure what the 2 identities would bring him, so he did not take the initiative to tell Lu Yi. After thinking about it, Lu Chun decided to forget about it. It was enough to let his sister enjoy the game. It would not matter if he told her when everything was clear in the future. Maybe I got infected by solipsistic when I hung out with him. Lu Chun explained perfunctorily. Brother. Lu Yi looked at Lu Chun strangely. Hey, tell me the truth. Lu Chun was a little nervous. He stared straight at Lu Yi. What truth? Is solipsistic handsome? Huh. You have such a good relationship with him. You even switch mounts and have the same moves. This means that you 2 must be doing dungeons together often. Have you seen how he looks in person? Why do you care? Hee, I'm just asking. Although he's a devil in the game, he's very mysterious and attractive. Stop. Let me tell you, you've been brainwashed into thinking of solipsistic. He's already married. Ah, no way. Are you sure? Yes. Lu Chun shook his head. He had to stop this silly girl from letting her imagination run wild. His son is already an adult, and his daughter is in kindergarten. Lu Yi pouted unhappily. Seriously, doesn't he usually bring his own wife along? This is too much. It's none of your business whether he brings his wife or not. Of course it's related to me. No, it's related to a lot of female fans. Don't you know? Now that the Jiuqian official website has been upgraded to the Galactic server, we can access the Galactic server now. After leveling up, the officials organized an event for the most popular male player award, and he's currently in first place. You're second. Ah. Lu Chun was shocked. It didn't matter if there was a ranking, but now that there was one, the Mad Demon was first, and the Nameless was second. That's not right. I've done so much for you. Why am I second? That guy massacred cities for no reason. Why is he first? Lu Chun was depressed about this. Brother, you don't understand women's psychology. Lu Yi immediately explained. First, solipsistic is mysterious enough. although you're mysterious too, you're still a human, and he's a devil. His appearance is super cool. I'll pretend sometimes. Am I not handsome in fashion? Yes, he's handsome. But what's so special about fashion? He's a completely different race. This completely arouses women's curiosity. No, do you women like the feeling of beauty and the beast? Normal beasts won't do, but he's super stylish. You can consider it. After all, it's only in the game. In reality, he's still a human. This is like Beauty and the Beast, where the beauty knows that the beast is actually a human. It's completely different. Lu Chen shook his head. Women's preferences seemed to be a little difficult for him to understand. Brother, think about it. Is a female elf who suits your taste more attractive to you? Or is an ordinary beauty more attractive to you? Can I say both? You men are fickle in love. Lu Chen shook his head. He didn't expect the identity of Mad Demon to be more popular than Nameless. Was this the legendary principle of the warm man's spare tire? Forget it. This selection had nothing to do with him anyway. No, wait, if it's a selection, hey, Fatty, what's the reward for first place? Yes, the title in the game, Earth's Most Handsome Man. What? Such an ugly title. Brother, why are you so excited? There's no reward for second place. Even if there is, it's Mad God who will get it. Lu Chen didn't think that scrambled eggs with leeks would be good anymore. The next day, Lu Chen was a little listless. He logged into the official website, which was a rare occurrence. Right now, the official website had changed to the Galaxy server's official website. Currently, he was connected to a few other servers that were also difficult and belonged to the 19th server. He could now communicate with them. Currently, the Earth server selection was in full swing. In first place was Solipsistic, with more than 200 million votes. In second place was Nameless Huaxia, with more than 100 million votes. In third place was a certain Hollywood superstar with more than 100 million votes, similar to Nameless. In the forums, Superstar Media's management team was frantically soliciting votes, hoping to get the title of Earth's Most Handsome Man. Lu Chen saw the light at the end of the tunnel. Lu Chen quickly contacted his good friend Luo Yu. Brother Chun. Ha! What made you think of calling me today? You moved to a new place, and I didn't even have time to visit you. When are you going to treat me to a meal? I don't have many friends. Next time, I'll treat you to a meal alone. Sure, I have all the time in the world right now. Aren't you busy at work? It's the galactic server now. Your company should be even busier. Sai, don't mention it. Originally, after Lu Yi joined Wild Waves, she would bring me along whenever she had time. My equipment level was the highest in the company. I thought I could get into a good department, but my manager's nephew came and replaced me. He has connections. We can't compete. Lu Chen thought for a moment. Little Black, join Wild Waves. Brother Chen, Wild Waves isn't a place you can join just because you want to. Their guild rules clearly state that you can't use connections to get in. Lu Chen smiled. I believe you're not weak. I'll go ask their guild leader. Really? Brother Chen, do you know their guild leader? If I can join Wild Waves, then I'll fly. Fly? You still have to rely on yourself. I know. What I mean is, the platform is different now. Wild Waves is now a super strong guild. Lu Chen sighed slightly. He didn't expect Little Black to be so miserable. His brother was wronged outside, and he didn't even tell him. However, this was good. He was too embarrassed to invite Luo Yu before, but now he could pull Luo Yu into Wild Waves. After all, he was in his own guild and could take care of him. Oh, right. Do you know if there are people who buy tickets? It's the most popular male player event. I know a few. Why? Okay, help me buy tickets. Buy Thomas to be first. Ah, no Thomas? No, I just don't want Solipsistic to be first. How much would it cost? This will cost quite a bit of money. Although this ticket isn't worth much, and Lone Tyrant and Brother Nameless won't cheat, there's very little competition. A single ticket might only cost a few cents. However, if you want to cheat 3 million gold coins, you'll need at least 1 million. Okay, I'll transfer 2 million to you first. Help me buy tickets. This, Brotherchin, you're working for Thomas's management company? Not really. I definitely won't allow the title of Earth's most handsome man to appear on Solipsistic's head. This kind of thing definitely can't happen. The title of world's most handsome man, it was fine if it was on Black Barton's head, but if it was on Solipsistic's head, it would be too embarrassing. No, this kind of thing definitely can't happen. Chapter 380. Luchin did not like the title of Earth's most handsome man. After all, he had personally witnessed the vastness of Jotien. Earth's most handsome man might be an enviable title in the eyes of Earthlings, but think about how many worlds there were in the second heaven. It was tantamount to walking around with the title of village's most handsome man. The more he saw, the more Lu Chun wanted. Luo Yu was Lu Chen's childhood friend, and his character was impeccable. Lu Chun felt reassured leaving this matter to him. The next day, after going online, Lu Chun checked the guild information. It was now full of 2,500 members, but the guild was about to level up to level 6, and there would be an additional 500 slots. He told Lung Nuo to leave a slot for Luo Xiaohe. After taking care of the trivial matters, Lu Chun returned to the preparatory arena. After passing through the arena, he soon reached the foot of a mountain. There was a stone tablet in front of him. Immortal Trail Forest. There is no quiet place in the mortal world. Seeking the traces of immortals, this is the Immortal Trail Forest. Are there any immortals here? Lu Chun thought of the old individual immortal that he had met before. What level was an individual immortal at? Speaking of which, did those who came to the Immortal Trail Forest in the past get the treasures in the forest? Were the so-called treasures given away for free? Lu Chun did not understand, but at least he had a chance. Since it involved treasure hunting and had something to do with immortals, Lu Chun had to call out his right-hand man, Rhubarb. Rhubarb, I'll leave the treasure hunting to you. How about it? Woof woof. Very good. I knew you weren't an ordinary dog. I can't find such hidden treasures. I'll have to rely on you. A man and a dog walked up the mountain. Hey, Rhubarb, do you think I can beat your original owner? With nothing to do, Lu Chun chatted with Rhubarb as he walked. Woof woof, woof woof woof. Damn, I'm still your current master. Do you have to look down on me like this? After walking for another 10 minutes, the forest ahead became foggy. Lu Chun looked at the side of the mountain. Unknowingly, they were already halfway up the mountain. Rhubarb, they said there's a treasure here. I wonder if it's true. Haven't you found anything yet? Rhubarb wagged its tail and led Lu Chun all the way to the top of the mountain. When they finally arrived at the top of the mountain, there was no one there. There was only a flat boulder and a few pine trees. Woof woof. Ah, there's a treasure under the rock. Lu Chun was surprised. The rock seemed to be connected to the mountain. Perhaps it was an exposed part of the mountain. It didn't seem like it could be moved. The only strange thing was that there was a chess piece in the center of the flat boulder. The black and white chess pieces on the chessboard were like 2 giant dragons. They were entangled, and there was no clear winner. There were two stones beside the chessboard that looked like two stone stools. Perhaps there were two masters who played again, but left in a hurry without a clear winner, leaving behind this game. Immortal Trail Forest Mission, Heavenly Might Chess Game. Unique. Lu Chen was stunned when he saw this. The mission is unique. Since the mission is still here, doesn't that mean that no one has completed this mission? Lu Chen looked down for a while. Mission description. Thousands of years ago, celestial venerable Ling Tian played chess with the heavens here and left behind this game. Mission content. Help celestial venerable Ling Tian win by half a chess piece. Mission reward. Celestial venerable Ling Tian's gift. Lu Chen was sweating profusely when he saw this mission. Big brother, win my ass. You think too highly of me. I don't know how to do this. Fortunately, there was Chindu's search. Lu Chen had just taken a picture and was about to go online to find the answer when he suddenly stopped. That's not right. You asked me to place the white chess pieces. Where are the white chess pieces? Lu Chen looked around the stone platform, not to mention the white pieces, other than the chess pieces on the chessboard. Where else could there be other chess pieces? In an instant, Lu Chen suddenly understood why no one had completed this task yet. It was simply unsolvable, not to mention whether or not he could solve the game. The key was that there were no extra chess pieces. This was like a mission that required a specific item, but the system did not give him the specific item. How could he complete this mission? Damn, it's really a divine mission. According to what you said, this is a chess game from thousands of years ago. It's been thousands of years, so the extra chess pieces should be long gone. Lu Chen tried to pick up a chess piece on the chessboard. However, no matter how hard he tried, he could not pick it up. It was indeed a chess piece used by the immortals and the heavens. So heavy, if there were other chess pieces, they shouldn't have disappeared. Lu Chen sat on the stone and thought hard. The mission is difficult, so no one has completed it. If I can do it, I'll get treasures that others can't. No, I have to think carefully. On the top of the mountain, fog lingered. Looking up, one could see a sea of clouds. It was as beautiful as a fairyland. However, Lu Chen had no time to appreciate the beautiful scenery. He sat on the stone bench alone and thought hard. This chess game was definitely not an ordinary chess game. How could the heavens let him win so easily? Therefore, it would be useless to go to Chindu to find the answer. No chess pieces. Maybe it's because I don't need chess pieces to beat the heavens by half a chess piece. If I don't need chess pieces, what else can I use to place the chess pieces? No, I'm thinking wrong. I should be thinking about what can beat the heavens. What can beat the heavens? That's a chess piece. Then I'll go and find that chess piece. What can beat the heavens? There's a saying, man can beat the heavens. Yes, the opposite of the heavens should be man. The reason celestial venerable Ling Tian couldn't place the last chess piece was because he was already a celestial venerable, not a man. So, I'm the last chess piece. Just as Lu Chen finished speaking, the chess game in front of him suddenly changed. The originally small chess game suddenly became extraordinarily huge. The entire huge rock turned into a chessboard, and every chess piece was about the same size as Lu Chen. Lu Chen suddenly changed from a spectator to a player in the game. From the changes in the chessboard, Lu Chen had found the chess piece. That chess piece was himself. However, before he could be happy, the chess pieces around him suddenly changed. The chess pieces were no longer chess pieces, but a large group of people in black and white robes. The two armies were facing each other. These people were all humans, but they looked slightly different, just like the difference between the humans in District 19 and the other districts. These people were glowing all over, holding all kinds of weapons, and looking at each other. Lu Chen stood in the middle of the two armies, and suddenly the pressure on him doubled. Damn, what the hell? These people are shining all over? At that moment, Lu Chen received a system notification, detected that the player has both divine might and demonic might. Heavenly Might chess game upgraded. Heavenly Might chess game. Celestial demon. Heavenly punishment. Unique. Lu Chen blinked. What the hell is going on? I don't even know how to clear the low-level one. And now you're upgrading it for me? Have you considered my feelings? Give up divine might and become a demon, or give up demonic might and become a god. Heavenly Might chess game will automatically lower the difficulty to the previous level. Otherwise, you will be permanently obliterated by Heavenly Might chess game. Please choose. 1. Give up divine might. 2. Give up demonic might. 3. Accept celestial demon heavenly punishment. Mission reward. None. At this point, Lu Chen finally understood. Great. He hadn't solved the previous problem at all, and Heavenly Might chess game had forcefully pulled him in. Celestial demon heavenly punishment was the upgraded version of Heavenly Might chess game, and there wasn't even a mission reward. Not only that, but he was also forced to give up divine might. How could there be such a mission? Other people come here to complete missions and receive rewards, but when it comes to me, it becomes obliteration? What does it have to do with you whether I become a god or a demon? I worked so hard to get the divine blood and demonic seed. It's also my nature to be a god and a demon. Why should I give up one? Celestial demon, heavenly punishment, right? Come on. I don't care if you're a god or a demon. I don't care if you're some celestial Lord Ling Tian or the heavenly Dao Sang Tsang. My fate is in my own hands, not the heavens. If you can't kill me today, I'll kill my way to the 9 heavens in the future. Chapter 381. Lu Chen had already made his choice. He knew that what he was about to face would be the most terrifying battle in history. Over 300 superpower houses with dazzling gold equipment, regardless of black or white, would see him as an enemy. Speaking of which, even though Lu Chen was getting stronger and stronger, he could still meet even more terrifying existences time and time again. Both armies shouted in unison, "Kill!" Lu Chen's nostrils flared as he tore off the human skin. Possession of the god of war. Devil transformation. Lu Chen's 2 opening skills were also a god and a devil. A huge god of war virtual image was guarding a terrifying devil. Clone. Endless sky flame pillar. Black coffin dead zone. At the same time, a chess spirit was speechless. Child's play. Where do you think this is? Even your divine aura and devil aura will be suppressed by us, let alone this yellow grade technique. Stop your pointless struggle. You're no longer tolerated by the Jiutian. Formation. Heaven's Might double dragon. Strangle. Nameless successfully cleared the preparatory arena. Countless people were green with envy. I wonder what good stuff he'll get. Sigh, that guy was already so strong. Now he's even stronger. But it's actually a good thing for us. Ever since the immortal Poison Master became the guardian of the arena, almost no one can enter the immortal Trail Forest. Now that he's killed the immortal Poison Master, it might be easier to deal with another guardian. Yeah, many powerhouses have gone to the preparatory arena to sign up. There was indeed a sea of people in front of the preparatory arenas of the various galaxies. Although each region had its own preparatory arena, only one person could enter the Immortal Trail Forest. Hence, the Immortal Trail Forest was shared. Many people looked at the Celestial Mountain and sighed. In the end, someone still went in. At that moment, people suddenly saw dark clouds covering the mountaintop in the direction of the immortal trail forest. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. In the blink of an eye, the dark clouds had shrouded the entire second heaven. Everyone heard the terrifying sound of thunder. Boom, 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 boom. The clouds in the sky rolled and gradually formed two enormous black and white dragons. At the same time, 4 words appeared in the sky. Heaven's might double dragon. At that moment, even the players who were not in the arena could not help but look up at the sky in surprise. Oh my God, what is this? Who unleashed their divine might? Impossible. It's impossible for a second celestial layer to have such powerful divine might. This has already affected the entire heaven domain. What the hell are those 2 dragons? What level of cultivation method is this? The 2 gigantic dragons circled around for a moment before abruptly plunging down. F***CK. It's the immortal trail forest. What's going on? What happened there? Is it a fight between immortals? At this time, the 5 people from Wood Mansion who were leveling up in Dragon Janya were also looking in the direction of Fairy Trail Forest. Xiao Tian was already dumbstruck. It's the Heaven's Might twin dragons. My God, why would there be a high-level Earth-level cultivation technique in the second layer of heaven? This is impossible. Not only is it a high-grade Earth-grade cultivation technique, but it is also the strongest high-grade Earth-grade cultivation technique, the Heaven's Might cultivation technique. This power is comparable to a heaven-grade cultivation technique. Who was it? Why can he break through the restrictions of the 9 heavens? Jiu Er's eyes widened. Her heart suddenly chilled. Something's wrong. It's him. Jiu Er and the others had naturally seen Lu Chen's previous matches. Lu Chen's performance had undoubtedly shocked the 5 of them once again. They also knew that if there was someone in Fairy Trail Forest at this time, it must be Nameless. Oh no, this is a strike from the upper heaven. It might directly kill the player. Ba Men was also shocked. Did not seem to understand this. She asked, "Kill? Is it really killing him?" No, the second layer of heaven is still in its protection period. It won't directly kill the player, but it will directly hit him to level 1. His attributes, equipment, abilities, and everything else will be wiped out. Even if Nameless was not killed, such a punishment was enough to frighten people. From a super expert to a level 1 newbie in an instant, it would wipe out all his previous efforts and achievements. How cruel. No, don't. Jiu Er's heart ached. She still remembered when he first came to the second layer of heaven. He was ignorant and dared to go against the sacred gate, refusing to submit to power. She remembered that guy brought a group of wild monsters and caused her team to be annihilated. It was somewhat abominable, but it also seemed like an unintentional act. That guy generously told her how to use the 7 stars chasing the moon, and was actually dissatisfied with the amount of bounty she gave him. Did he think that it was meaningless? He was arrogant yet approachable. He let her keep the equipment and wanted to split it equally with her. He trusted her. He single-handedly challenged tens of thousands of Sacred Gate disciples and wrote off all the unfair terms in Sacred Gate City. He was domineering and fair. Although he was just an ordinary human and did not have a terrifying background like them, he stood proudly in Jiuqian with his own strength and character. Jiu had always wanted to return the equipment to that guy, but don't die. Don't let me lose the chance to fulfill my promise. Don't. However, in the second layer of heaven, who could withstand such a terrifying technique like the heavenly mighty twin dragons? Jiu Er's eyes were filled with tears, and she secretly made up her mind. Even if you return to level 1, I will wait for you and personally deliver the equipment to you." At the peak of the Immortal Trail Forest, two giant dragons with unparalleled heavenly might pounced on Lu Chun. Lu Chun had never seen such a powerful technique before. This was beyond his understanding. This technique shook the heavens and earth, and there was no way to avoid it. Indeed, they wanted to kill him. Lu Chun pressed his lips together, and his nostrils flared. However, Rhubarb was still beside him, and Rhubarb would definitely not be able to withstand such a powerful attack. At the critical moment, Lu Chun did not use the blood sacrifice shield. Instead, he rolled on the ground and hugged Rhubarb. "Woof woof. Don't talk nonsense. I promised your master that I would take good care of you. It's just that I might not have the chance to bring you along in the future. If you are still alive, go back and tell the three fools to continue living in the spirit-gathering mountain range. There won't be any danger there. Let's go." Lu Chun threw Rhubarb down the mountain. At this moment, the double dragon strangulation had arrived. Divine might of mortal body. Divine might of mortal body. However, just as the chess soul said, Lu Chen's first level of divine might and first level of demonic might were directly ineffective. Lu Chen did not have time to think. Blood sacrifice shield. Just as he activated the skill, the two dragons had already arrived. The two dragons blasted towards the peak of the Immortal Trail Forest with unstoppable momentum. There was a loud boom. Countless people heard such a loud sound, and immediately after, they saw the two dragons' gigantic bodies charging towards the peak of the Immortal Trail Forest. The entire mountain peak was flattened inch by inch obliteration, a true obliteration. An unparalleled pain came. Lu Chun was suffering from an unprecedented, continuous supply of energy. The 8 million blood sacrifice shield was instantly reduced to ashes. The first life was instantly exhausted. Then, the second life was instantaneously killed again. The third life, his HP was instantly depleted. The damage value above his head could no longer be displayed normally, and the 3 HP bars were disappearing one after another. When there was only a sliver of HP left, Xiao Min activated the possession skill to avoid death. However, in the face of divine might strangulation, Lu Chen already knew that it was impossible for him to hold on. In the end, he was still defeated. Woof woof. In a daze, Lu Chen seemed to hear Rhubarb's voice. Was he hallucinating? Rhubarb had clearly been thrown down the mountain by him. In his panic, he did not know if it would fall to its death. But at least it was better than standing beside him. Standing beside him meant certain death. Even if it did not fall to its death, it would take a long time to climb up from the foot of the mountain. As an ordinary Chinese rural dog, Rhubarb could not have climbed up so quickly. Woof woof. Rhubarb did not come. All Lu Chen heard was its voice. However, a white figure suddenly appeared in front of Lu Chen. Chapter 382. That person stood in front of Lu Chen, his hands resembling the 8 trigrams dragon. He shouted, "Primordial heaven, an earth shield." With a hum, a transparent shield formed in an instant. The 2 dragons collided with the heaven and earth shield. Lu Chen could still feel the ground trembling, but the 2 dragons could no longer get close to him. "Break for me." The old man shouted again, and the light shield suddenly exploded. The 2 powerful cultivation techniques collided, forming a shock wave in the air that spread out infinitely. After a while, the 2 dragons were finally destroyed, and the hundreds of chess souls of the heavenly might chessboard turned back into chess pieces. What a powerful technique! Lu Chen's eyes widened. In front of the heavenly might twin dragons, he was powerless, but the old man broke the heavenly might chessboard in one move. In the sky, The dark clouds gradually dissipated, and the heavenly might chessboard's environment also disappeared, and it returned to the small chessboard from before. The old man turned around slightly and helped the heavily injured Lu Chen up. He raised one hand. Silent nourishment. Recovering 1 million HP per second, Lu Chen, who was almost depleted of HP, recovered to full HP in 4 seconds. Lu Chen stared at the old man with wide eyes. "Old man, it's you." This person was the itinerant, immortal old man that Lu Chen had met a few times before. The old man smiled. "Kid, you're really lucky. You actually managed to hold on until I arrived. Come, take a seat." Lu Chen sat on the stone bench. "Old man, thank you for saving my life, but why did you save me?" The old man took out a teapot and 2 green jade cups and slowly filled them up. He pushed one of the cups to Lu Chen. Lu Chen frowned slightly. "Add 50 spiritual energy." He still remembered that the old man's cup of tea added 50 spiritual energy. It was comparable to a mini immortal pill. The old man smiled. 50 spiritual energy is probably not enough for you now, right? Lu Chen laughed. "Sorry, even if it's only 5 spiritual energy, I can drink until you go bankrupt." The old man laughed. This kid was almost beaten back to level 1 just a second ago, but in the blink of an eye, he was full of energy again. Speaking of which, he kind of liked her personality. At least it was better than crying endlessly or thanking him profusely. It made him feel less burdened. "You asked me why I saved you." Lu Chen drank 50 spiritual energy points without hesitation. "Yeah, I don't think we're close enough for you to come and save me." "We don't, but Rhubarb likes you. Since it asked me to come, of course I have to come." "Rhubarb? By the way, where is Rhubarb?" The old man released Rhubarb. This time, when Rhubarb came out and saw that Lu Chen was fine, it wagged its tail and laid down beside Lu Chen's feet, expressing its joy in its lazy way. "Rhubarb, I've only been apart from you for half a year, and you've already recognized your new master." The old man smiled. "Woof woof. Well, okay, you said he saved you. That's a reason." Although the old man complained, his expression did not show any dissatisfaction. "Rhubarb, so it's you? Ha ha ha, thank you." Lu Chen patted Rhubarb's head. The old man smiled. "Of course, that's only one of the reasons. The real reason is, do you still remember what I said when we first met? Mad God or nameless, it's up to you to decide who you want to be." Lu Chen stopped smiling. "I remember, but I don't want to be Mad God or nameless. I'm me." The old man nodded. "Along the way, I've seen your behavior. You're both good and evil. You have a selfish side, but you also have a selfless side, a vicious side, and a forgiving side. Maybe this is the real human. Isn't this the form of existence that coincides with the heavenly Tao?" Lu Chen frowned. "Old man, what you're saying is too profound." The old man smiled. "You're still too inexperienced, so of course you don't understand. Maybe you'll understand in the future. Anyway, the reason why I saved you is to see how far you can go. 9 heavens. How many heavens can you go?" Lu Chen frowned slightly. "Even if I can't defeat the heavens boss, doesn't that mean I can go to the higher heavens?" The old man hesitated. "I'm just an itinerant immortal. If I fail to become an immortal, I'll either disband or become an itinerant immortal. I'm tired of starting from the heavens, so I chose to become an itinerant immortal. Since you're an itinerant immortal, you'll be restricted in some way. That's why I can't reveal some things to you in advance." Lu Chen listened carefully. Take the players on Earth, for example. Even if they reach the 3rd heaven, do you think they can survive in the 3rd heaven with their current strength? Lu Chen shook his head. With their current strength, it would be difficult for them to survive in the 2nd heaven. They had to quickly increase their strength. That's the reason. Even if they have the chance to go to the fourth heaven, do you think they'll go? They won't. The old man nodded. That's right. With their current strength, it's impossible for them to go to the fourth heaven. Moreover, each heavenly domain is a heavenly domain, and each heavenly domain after that will be much harder than you can imagine. Lu Chen finally understood the old man's meaning. In short, the higher you go, the more difficult it is. The strength required is also more terrifying. That's right. Old man, you said you need to follow some kind of restriction. Then wouldn't you be breaking the rules of the game by saving me? The old man was calm. That's right. And it's against the wishes of the senior immortal and the heavenly Tao. So, I might not be able to help you for a long time. Lu Chen's heart sank. In order to save him, the old man had to accept some kind of punishment. At this moment, Lu Chen received a system notification. Activate the unrewarded optional mission. Save Mu Xian. Mission description. Itinerant immortal Mu Xian broke the rules to save you. He will be imprisoned in the Heaven's Punishment Tower 9th floor. Mission content. Break through the Heaven's Punishment Tower and save Mu Xian. Lu Chen slightly narrowed his eyes and looked up at the old man. Heaven's Punishment Tower. Where is it? The old man was stunned for a moment, but then he understood that this kid already knew. You received the mission? The Heaven's Punishment Tower is in the third heaven. Lu Chen took a deep breath. Okay, wait for me. The old man smiled and did not speak nonsense. He raised his teacup and looked at Lu Chen with a smile. Okay, this old man will wait for you. Receive the mission. Save Mu Xian. Lu Chen's mission tab had an additional mission. After drinking 3 cups, he obtained 150 spiritual energy. But the old man's teapot did not seem to have much immortal dew left. Mu Xian stood up and was about to leave when he suddenly thought of something. Oh, right. Heavenly Might chess game. Heavenly Punishment actually has a mission reward. Oh, this what reward? The old man looked at Rhubarb. Lu Chen immediately understood. Rhubarb definitely knew. That's not right. I didn't complete the mission either. Lu Chen said in surprise. Tisk, of course you couldn't complete it. Didn't I help you complete it? The old man smiled and shook his head. That works too. What's wrong with that? My main account is just carrying a side account to complete the mission. But you're an NPC. The old man smiled and shook his head, not continuing to explain. Okay, I should go. You'll have to rely on yourself in the future. With that, the old man's figure blurred and disappeared in front of Lu Chen. Lu Chen let out a long sigh. Although the Heavenly Might chess game this time was considered a punishment beyond his level, Lu Chen still felt that he was not strong enough. In front of the Heavenly Might twin dragons, he could only be beaten up. Okay, looks like I have to keep getting stronger. Only then can I break through the Heaven's Punishment Tower. Rhubarb, don't just stand there. Hurry up and find the treasure. Chapter 383. Rhubarb stood up lazily and used his body to nudge the stone platform. The stone platform that was originally as solid as a rock actually shook a little. Could it be that the stone platform was shaken by the fight just now? Lu Chen quickly got up and moved the stone platform. There was a secret door under the stone platform. Lu Chen pulled it open, and there was a dazzling gold chest lying inside. Damn, there's a dazzling gold chest. Lu Chen was stunned. He quickly carried the chest out. Lu Chen sat on the ground and rubbed his hands. I love opening chests the most. Bless me, there will be a few more top-grade items. He opened the chest. Congratulations, you have obtained the advanced tier. 3 array, Heaven's Might 4 Kills Array, Heaven's Might Chess Array, Advanced Earth Tier Heaven's Might Technique. The Heaven's Might Chess Array has 300 chess souls. It can use 4 types of advanced tier, 3 arrays to attack the target within the array. Heaven's Might 4 Kills Array, Heaven's Might Killing Array, Close Combat Attack, Physical Attack, Heaven's Might Arrow Killing Array, Long Range Attack, Physical Attack, Heaven's Might Rock Killing Array, Earth Elemental Attack, Elemental Attack, Heaven's Might Sky Killing Array, Heaven's Might Attack. Learning Requirement 1, Agility greater than 9,000, Spiritual Force greater than 11,000. Learning Requirement 2, Unlocking the Level 2 Heavens Purgatory difficulty or Level 3 Heavens in your server. When Lu Chun saw the array, he was so shocked that his face turned pale. F***CK. It's actually an advanced tier, 3 array. This is equivalent to an advanced Earth tier technique. And it's 1 against 4? What kind of awesome array is this? Lu Chun did not encounter many Talisman Masters. This was not because Talisman Masters were weak. On the contrary, it was because Talisman Masters were too strong. They were so strong that they leveled up slower than other professions. How strong were Talisman Masters? Currently, there were only 3 types of techniques for other professions: Yellow, Mystic, and Earth tier. Talisman Masters were ranked according to Tier 1, Tier 2, and Tier 3 to correspond to these 3 types of techniques. However, if other professions encountered a Talisman Master of the same level once they entered the array, their chances of winning were extremely low. Poison Masters are difficult to deal with, and one has to be careful when fighting with them. However, when it comes to Talisman Masters, especially those who specialize in formations, it is best to avoid fighting with them as much as possible. If you insist on fighting with them, you probably won't be able to defeat them. If they set up a formation to trap you, you would have to face not only a terrifying formation, but also a powerful Talisman Master. The difficulty would be equivalent to 1 against 2, 1 against 3, 1 against 4. Therefore, if one really wanted to fight with a Talisman Master, it would be best not to enter his array. However, it was very difficult to do so, due to the frightening power of magic arrays. As long as there were magic arrays that could be used by all classes in the auction house, they would basically be insta-killed. However, the chances of finding formations in the wild were still too low. The best way to learn high-level formations was to be a professional formation master. Of course, the strength of a formation master was largely dependent on the strength of the formation he used. At present, the number of Talisman Masters who could learn rank 3 Earth-level formations could be counted on one's fingers. However, Lu Chun directly obtained a super formation that could use 4 rank 3 advanced formations. This Heaven's Might 4 Kills formation is definitely the strongest rank 3 advanced formations. Lu Chun said excitedly. For other professions, it was very difficult to have agility greater than 8,000 and spiritual energy greater than 11,000. Even for spiritual and agility formation masters, as their main attributes, they would need to reach a very high level and cultivate for a very long time before they could learn it. However, for Lu Chun, this was not a problem at all. His 4-dimensional development was balanced, and all of them far exceeded the average. This restriction was completely useless to him. The only condition that was not met was that the server Lu Chun was on had not opened the Purgatory difficulty. Damn, I have to open the Purgatory difficulty now. Lu Chun carefully kept this treasure. Although he might not be able to use it now, in the near future, this formation would surpass the Heaven and Earth 8 Desolations and 3,000 Body Blink Slash and become Lu Chun's strongest trump card. He had already explored the Immortal Trail Forest. Although Lu Chun did not complete the Heaven's Might Chess Games mission and did not receive Senior Immortal Ling Tian's gift, he received something even better. The Heavens Might 4 Kills formation should be a reward that could only be obtained after completing the Divine Demon Heavenly Punishment mission. The quality was definitely better than Senior Immortal Ling Tian's gift. It actually had to wait until the Purgatory difficulty or the third heaven was opened before it could be used. From this, it could be inferred that this reward should not appear at this stage. Rhubarb made a contribution again. Lu Chen hugged Rhubarb. Ha ha ha, awesome. Rhubarb, I realize that you are the real treasure. You especially helped me find treasure chests. Rhubarb was elated by Lu Chen's praise. It did not even recognize its own family as it walked. Humph, humph. When those divine beasts see it in the future, they will have to treat it with respect. It's true that one is bound to have good fortune after surviving a great disaster. Good, good. This trip was not in vain. Lu Chun was in a good mood. Oh, right. There's still a divine herbalist valley up ahead. Let's go take a look. Right now, I have to work hard to improve my strength so that I can save Mu Xian in the future. I can't miss out on these places. Rhubarb, follow me. If there are any treasure chests, tell me. Humming a little tune, Lu Chun led Rhubarb happily on the road to Divine Herbalist Valley. Lu Chun happily went to the next stop. However, in the second heaven, there were countless people who were shocked by the battle in the Immortal Trail Forest. My God, the Immortal Trail Peak was almost razed to the ground. Is this still a battle between humans? Why did those two giant dragons suddenly disappear? Nameless couldn't have survived, right? That's impossible. That kind of attack is beyond our imagination. I think someone from the upper heaven must have come down. It's said that after the upper heavens attack, one would return to the starting point. That Nameless couldn't have really become a level one, right? Joer was standing there in a daze, looking at the Immortal Trail Peak from afar. Ninth Sister, don't think about it. He can't possibly survive the attack of the Heavenly Might twin dragons. That's not a skill that should exist in this layer of heaven. Joer's eyes were slightly red, and she seemed to have lost her soul. But why would someone from the upper heaven come down? What did he do? Why are they treating him like this? Lu Chen did nothing. He was seriously trying to solve the Heavenly Might chess game. The reason why he was attacked by the upper heaven was because he had two types of Heavenly Might. Moreover, it wasn't someone from the upper heaven who came down personally. They only left behind the Heavenly Might chess game in an attempt to kill Lu Chen. Of course, no one else knew about this. Xiao Tian sighed. Ninth Sister, let's go. We still have a long way to go. We can't stop for him. Otherwise, the family... Yeah, some people are just passers-by in our lives. We don't have time to stop for them. Ninth Sister, don't forget what we have to face in the future. Joer closed her eyes in pain. She felt wronged and heartbroken for Lu Chun, but Brother Tian's words constantly reminded her that Manor had more important things to do. That's right. Ninth Sister, I know that Nameless came from a world called Earth. He has a close relationship with a guild called Frenzy. Let's keep his equipment for them. Chi said, when he returns to the second heaven, he should be able to use it. Joer's heart ached even more. Starting from the first heaven, leveling up might be faster, but they all knew that many important opportunities in the Zhouqian were one-off. Earth had already reached the second heaven, which meant that billions of people had already swept through the first heaven. He could no longer grow to become nameless. If he became an ordinary person, then there might not be any more interactions between them. Is our fate really going to end here? Joer lowered her head, her heart aching. Chapter 384. When Wood Manor's people came to Earth Village, and found Quang Lang. The atmosphere was very heavy. Jiao gave all the equipment she had picked up to Lung Nua. If he can make a comeback, give these to him. Jiao's eyes turned red as she spoke. Lung Nua didn't feel good either. She nodded heavily. I believe that even if he had to start all over again, he would still become the strongest. He did so much for us, but in the end, I'm sorry, I lost my composure. Jiao nodded. She could understand this feeling. After thinking for a while, she took out a voice transmission talisman from her bag and gave it to Long Luo. This is my personal voice transmission talisman. If you encounter any difficulties in the future, you can come and find me. If I can help, I will. Thank you. Xiao Tian sighed. Sigh, such a talented person. He's gone, just like that. My condolences. Ba Men shook his head. I used to envy him. You could even say that I was jealous. But who knows the loneliness of standing at the peak? Who knows how much he went through to become the strongest? This is 10,000 gold coins. It's a small token of our appreciation. If you know where he is, please help us pass it to him. This way, he won't lack money until he reaches level 50. Lung Nua trembled as she received the money. Jun walked over and said to Lung No, let's not tell Yi about this for now. They are very good friends. I'm afraid that Yi won't be able to take this blow. Jun knew that Lu Yi was Lu Chen's sister. After Li Mu Hua talked to him, he could only say that they were friends. Lu Yi was still leveling up outside. With such a strong brother, she had always been working hard. I know, but I'm afraid that paper can't hide the fire. This matter will soon be known by everyone. If we can hide it for a while, it'll be a while. Jun sighed. Xingchen also walked over. I've already sent people to the first heaven to see if we can find him. Ning Shuang shook her head in a daze. Master, from such a high position, suddenly has no one to rely on. I think with his personality, he won't let us find him. Master? Ning Shuang's eyes turned red. I will wait for you. As expected, news of this incident spread. After all, it was not only the people of Woodland Mansion who knew about the strength of the twin dragons of Heaven's Might. Some parties with powerful backgrounds also guessed that Nameless might have been reduced back to one level. The global village was in an uproar. Did you guys hear? Nameless has been knocked back to level 1. I heard about it. Is it true? Oh my God, it can't be. Nameless Bro is so strong. Didn't you see the commotion in the Immortal Trail Forest? Holy *T. It's earth-shattering. The second heaven player who led our group said that no one in the second heaven could survive such a technique. Brother Nameless is no exception. Sigh, it's such a pity. Nameless Bro has always taken good care of us. It's all thanks to him that we have the money to buy medicine now. Yeah, Nameless Bro is the pride of our Earth server. But now, Sigh, I'll go take a look at Wild Waves and see what I can do for them. A group of high-level players suddenly appeared in the newbie villages of the first heaven. They were all asking if there were any newcomers recently. There were definitely newcomers, but no one had seen Nameless Bro before. The legendary Hua Xia war god Nameless seemed to have been erased from Jiutian. Lu Chen did not know what he had seen, but he kept sneezing today. Moreover, Lu Yi had just called him and asked him some weird questions, and Li Muhua had also called him. Chen, how many drinks do you want a night? Why? Sigh, it's nothing. Who hasn't experienced it a few times, right? Just don't keep it to yourself. Lu Chen blinked his eyes. Why did this guy's tone sound so similar to Lu Yi's? No matter what you become, we'll always be brothers. Damn, wasn't that Lu Yi's original words? Lu Yi was right. Brother, no matter what you become, you'll always be my brother. Lu Chen was dumbfounded. I don't want to drink. I still want to play games. Ah, I'm relieved to hear you say that. At least you didn't give up. Lu Chen's face was full of question marks. Why would I give up? Oh, right, there's a super beauty today. Damn, she's so beautiful like a fairy. She ran over and said that she owed you a lot of equipment. She gave them all to Nua Nua and asked you to come and get them later. Is she called Joair? Hee hee, you guessed it right away. Looks like you guys really have something going on. Not bad, kid. You won't even let go of an alien. You have a strong taste. In order to ease Lu Chen's depressed mood, Li Muhua purposely said something happy. What nonsense are you talking about? I've only met her a few times. Sigh. Anyway, she didn't even look at me. She said that she was waiting for you to come and get the equipment. I can't use those equipment now. Finally, they reached the main point. Lu Chun had indeed become level 1, so he couldn't wear these high-level equipment. Li Muhua felt that it was a pity, but he couldn't show it. That would only make Lu Chun sadder. Cough, cough. Well, it's okay. Nua Nua said that she'll wait for you. These equipment will always be kept until you can use them. Brother, I won't say anything else. I believe that you're a resilient guy. Good luck. Lu Chun was dumbfounded. What was this about? The people around felt that something was wrong. Forget it. They didn't have much time to be normal anyway. He was used to it. After hanging up the phone, Lu Chun didn't know that the outside world had spread the news that Nameless had reincarnated. There was a benefit in not knowing. It wouldn't affect his mood. This is Divine Herbalist Valley. Divine Herbalist Valley was rich in pills, but Lu Chun didn't learn alchemy, so he didn't pick the herbs when he saw so many. After walking for a short distance, Lu Chun saw a herbalist standing not far away, bending over to take care of the herb garden. The old man also noticed that someone was approaching. He stood up straight and looked at Lu Chun. Someone actually came to Divine Herbalist Valley. Lu Chun walked over. Hello, old man. Hello, young man. You have a mission here? Lu Chun went straight to the point. Seeing an NPC in a deserted area, Lu Chen's first reaction was to ask for a mission. A mission? If you have time, you can do me a small favor. Activated opportunity mission. Yao Lao's troubles. Mission description. 300 years ago, an unknown creature appeared in the herb garden. It often stole the herbs that Yao Lao cultivated, which made Yao Lao very troubled. Mission content. Capture biting rat. Mission reward. A number of immortal pills. Lu Chun was very touched. He finally received a mission that seemed normal. The reward was an immortal pill. It was not bad, and the mission was not difficult. It was very cost-effective. Accept the mission. That you're tuning in to the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.